Merry Christmas.
Very belated Christmas.
One day,
Mm-hmm.
Christmas was yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Is that how we're just going to kick it off like
Yeah.
that? Oh, okay.
Why not?
All right, I can't hardly see over the top of this fucking mic stand.
Really?
Yeah. Hang on.
So we spent an hour
No,
gearing
just
up.
hang on, bro. Give me a momento.
And now we have to
Now I can see you.
delay the whole
No, I'm good.
because you didn't notice that this thing was sticking.
I didn't. Well, I was squatted down in my chair just now. I didn't realize I had slid down so far.
All right.
Back.
We're still the I Don't Drink Coffee podcast.
Mm-hmm. We are here.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Or makes you forget altogether. You know, there's always that. I'm always looking for that bright side.
We're not really forgettable people, though, are we?
No. So I wanted to start this off since we've had a long absence
Dude.
due to your headaches.
Mm-hmm. Not
Almost exclusively.
really.
You really going to deny this?
What about your work?
What's my work got to do with anything? I can do that anytime. Every time I would say I'm ready to podcast tonight, you're like, I'm wrecked.
You would
I'm
say,
dead.
dude, I have been working my balls
I did
off.
too. Now, that is true. I worked almost 3 months without a day off.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
But I've worked 3 days in
That's
the last
exactly
2
what I
weeks.
just said.
3 days in the last 2 weeks because I changed jobs.
How did you pull that off?
Okay, the job I worked at, I found out on a Friday that was going to be my last day. They had known I was leaving. I'd gotten a written and verbal offer from the job that I got.
Yeah.
We were waiting on my background check, so I went ahead and told my job that I was leaving, so they knew it. So when the day the background check came in, they called me and were like, "Okay, Monday morning, we want you at work. You know, we need you." And I was like, "Okay." So I told my job, "Hey, I'm going to go get my affairs together this evening, and I'll need the weekend to be ready to go to work Monday." And my old boss said, "Well, what the fuck? Y'all thought you were going to give us 2 weeks?" And I said, "Well, you've known for almost 3 weeks that I was leaving." He goes, "Yeah, but I didn't know for sure because your background check didn't come back." And I said, "Well, I've been working here 3 years, and I get a background check every year. So I think we were all pretty sure the background check was going to be fine." You know, I mean, we don't want to count any chickens till they hatch, but, you know, there's no surprises here. Don't act like I just ran out on you, you know, like I showed up today. So whenever I told him, he kind of threw a little bit of a fit. So I called the guys that I was going to work for and was like, "Hey, he's not really appreciating it too much." And they were like, "Didn't you tell him whenever we gave you the offer?" I said, "Yeah." And they go, "Well, wasn't that like 3 weeks ago?" I said, "Yes." And they go, "Well, that sounds like a personal problem." And I said, "It does to me too. I'll see you Monday." So
So you burned that bridge.
Well, a little bit. He kind of burnt some bridges with me a long time ago. You know, I mean,
Oh, he did?
Yeah, I mean, 3 months without a day off. You know, he had a guy that he could have fired. He should have fired months before. I asked him to not let this guy come back before Halloween.
Now, can we mention what that guy said to you one day when he showed up to work?
I guess we can. He does listen to the podcast, but
He
yeah.
does?
Yeah.
Which one?
The guy that they fired.
Okay, let's not talk about it. I don't want to throw this guy under the bus. If
I mean,
if
I
he
think he's
listens.
okay now, but I mean, he had some problems. He had some
Is this a part I need to cut out?
No, he had some substance abuse problems. He let me know about it, but he was trying to be upfront about it. And I thought by coming out and saying, "Hey, man, I just want to let you know that I'd been doing cocaine." Well, then I was like, I knew you were doing something.
Yeah.
You know, it was pretty obvious. And so, anyway.
Well, we would never say his name, so. But it was, but when you said that, when you told me that story, it was very funny to me.
Well, and see, even at that, I was forgiving or not forgiving. It's not my problem, really. I mean,
Right.
you know, he wasn't doing anything dangerous at work or anything like that. He was actually just not coming to work was the big problem.
Yeah.
So I was having to work all of his stuff and my stuff too, and all this kind of thing. And that's why I was getting, it was wearing on me about he's no help. So let's get somebody that's some help, and this guy was kind of a friend of my boss. So he kind of got a pass on a lot of this stuff. So if they'd let him go back when I asked him to before Halloween in October,
And
obviously.
found another guy to take his place.
Yeah, he would have been trained up. He would have been ready to go by the time I ended up leaving, which we didn't know the job was coming. Nobody knew. But I'm just saying, if he had done like I had asked, not whenever I said, hey, this guy's not working out, unfortunately, can we get another guy?
You didn't even know the job was coming open?
No, but I knew Christmas was coming and I knew wintertime was coming. We were going to need help, and it takes time to train these guys. You know what I mean? It's not rocket science what we do, but it takes a little while to get a handle on all of it. To do it by yourself, it takes a little while.
And Christmas time and the cold outside, which is not cold right now. It's
80 degrees, yeah.
Right.
But it was cold then. It was cold back in November.
But you do a lot of work then. It's really busy for you because the plant or whatever shuts down, and
outside temperatures have a lot to do with what I do.
It's a really bad time to try to be teaching somebody the job.
Yep. And I was trying to be ready before all that stuff. So he didn't want to do that, which, ended up biting him, because that's why I got mad in the end, because whenever I left, he's like, well, what am I supposed to do? And I was like, what do you want me to do? You're going to be in the same shape in 2 weeks. If I give you 2 weeks from today, in 2 weeks, you're still going to be in the same spot. The guy, you haven't even hired this guy yet. They had a guy on the hook or whatever they were hiring, but he didn't show up till he'll show up, Monday, tomorrow.
So was that your last day that day? That's what?
I didn't know it was my last day until about 1 o'clock on Friday.
And he told you not to come back?
No, I mean, he basically said, give me 2 weeks. And I was like, well, let me talk to these other guys, because I don't want to make them mad, because we all know that I'm leaving. And whenever I talked to them, and they were like, I feel like you've given him 2 weeks. I said, well, so do I. And he's going to be in the same spot. No matter what, if I stay for a month longer, he's still going to have nobody trained to take my place.
But how did that work out? He just told you at 1 o'clock, don't come back, or what?
No, I just told him I wasn't coming back. Oh. I was like, I'll be starting Monday. So today is my last day. Now, if they had already paid me for all my vacation, because my vacation resets at the first of every calendar year. So they sent me a check right before Christmas for my remaining vacation that I hadn't taken. So they couldn't hold that. Okay.
Probably would have.
No, I don't think they would. He wasn't that mad, because he paid me my last check, because I turned in hours for that week. See, I stayed on the phone. When I left Friday, I went to a basketball game. And then on the way back, I got on the phone with the guy and stayed on the phone with him till almost 2 o'clock in the morning, talking him through how to start this plan up that went down that night after I was already gone.
Oh, okay.
I did charge him a couple hours, I'm not going to lie, for doing that. But anyway, so I think we left on what I would consider decent terms. They brought a guy out of Texas that's an experienced guy to kind of take my spot until they get this other guy trained up. So they weren't destitute, but anyway, so I changed jobs, and I've worked 3 days of that job so far. And then I was off for 5 days for Christmas. First time I've had Christmas off in 3 years.
So if you're listening, at this point, you realize it is your fault we have not podcasted. It's 97.9%.
I'll give you 45% my fault, because the rest of the time you have been asleep in a dark room for that 3 months until you found this current method you're using. You were pretty much.
It's still bad,
right? But you've had better days lately, right? The last few days or whatever.
The last 2 or 3 days, yeah.
There you go. It's looking up.
Yeah. I've had 3 decent days.
Because I didn't talk to you.
And that's incredible. That's weird to think.
I would say towards the end of November.
Because most people don't get a headache 3 days a year.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, that's what I was going to say is the end of November, 1st of December, I didn't talk to you, dog. You were out of it. You weren't on any of our group chats. You weren't on anything. You were incommunicado. And whenever you did, you would send like a skull and crossbones or a tombstone or something like that. So
yeah,
you were pretty wrecked, but seemed to be doing better.
Such is life.
You look a little bit better out of your eyes than you did last time I saw you. Because last time, well, not the games I saw you. Last time we podcasted, you looked real tired and very down. You know what I mean? Not down not suicidal or anything. I'm just saying you just looked like you were tired of being tired of hurting and that kind of thing. So you look better out of your eyes now. I'm really glad.
You can tell.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I pay attention to shit like that. You know that.
That is true.
I pay very close attention to those kind of things.
It's still very weird that you do that.
I do it.
I've tried to talk you out of it since I've known you.
I don't know how to stop. I don't know. I didn't make myself this way. Believe me, I'd rather not pay any attention. I'd rather just stumble through life. It'd be a lot easier.
So it's mainly been your fault, but there have been a few times where I couldn't podcast due to, whatever. And also I went to Louisiana, for the hurricane.
Oh yeah, that's
so
true.
I was down there for a while.
Yeah, that was
met some awesome people, got some new friends down there. Never thought I would be friends with people from Louisiana, and I'm not kidding.
Why?
I've always hated that state.
Wow. Any particular reason?
I really don't know, man.
I've always
liked
liked
like
that
New
state.
Mexico to me. It's just weird. It's just a weird state. It's up until now. Now, I had a really awesome experience. I've never had a bad experience in Louisiana, but most of the time I've ever been to Louisiana, it's either driving through to go to the beach or, working a hurricane in New Orleans. And
yeah, but you gotta love the food, man. I've always loved the food. That's why New Mexico don't have its own food.
I was in Thibodaux, which is in the Houma, Thibodaux. It's southern Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
And it is completely different than New Orleans area. The people are completely different.
That's where Amos Moses is from.
The nice people are in. I mean, dude, I've never experienced hospitality like I did when I was in Louisiana this time in Thibodaux.
Well, let me tell you what I know about Louisiana people, and I worked with a guy for a lot of years, a couple of years, that's from Louisiana. And whenever you have something they want, they can be very accommodating. And you had their insurance checks in your power, and that helps.
That's very true. But there were also people that I met that really didn't.
Technically that could be a conflict of interest. I wonder if you're going to get in trouble for that.
For what?
Did you get bribed while you're down there? Is that bribery?
No, my friends were not the people that my clients. Two people, yes, I became friends with them, yes. That were my clients.
I wonder if that's a problem.
Why would it be a problem? They didn't give me money or give me their vehicle.
Well, let me
her name is Ashley, and she did have a new Navigator, and I do want it.
Oh.
I did like it a lot.
Did they give you a ride in it or anything like that?
No.
Oh.
No. And Jamie was like, man, Jamie's her husband, and he's like, man, I really didn't like the Navigator at first. He goes, I wasn't really. He goes, I just never really owned one. I guess they'd always had like maybe Escalades, I think, or maybe Denali's. I don't remember what he told me, but he said I wasn't really keen on the idea. He said, but we found it in Texas and they delivered it, and he goes, I absolutely love it now.
Wow, that's cool. But it was new, right? Like, was it a new one?
Yeah,
like brand new.
Oh, okay.
New. We'll give it some time. It's a Ford. Give it a little time.
Yeah, I think it's like a 2019, 2020.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe,
they're nice.
I'm not real sure. Well, they're expensive, too.
I rode in an expedition back, I don't know, probably 8 months ago, something like that. A new one, we went to the lot and drove one around. And they're nice. Very nice. Turbocharged V6 and all that, blah, blah, blah. Pretty nice ride.
Yeah.
The road really good, I have to admit. I'm not really a Chevy guy or a Ford guy necessarily. I mean, I do like to give you shit about it, but I'm not really one way or another. But I have to admit, better ride than the Tahoe. I'll give you that, because we drove a new Tahoe, so I liked it better.
Well, there's been some people that we're friends with, mutual friends with, and some others on Facebook. Lately, it seems like everybody's transmission's going out on their Chevrolet. But what's crazy to me is their transmission's going out. They have like a 2015 to 2018, 2019 transmissions are going out. They're having issues. And they turn right around and buy another one.
They're nice. They're cool looking.
I'm like, listen, I've been trying to tell you people for years. Look at me, bruh. I'm driving a 13-year-old Ford. Okay.
Do we really want to get into this?
No transmission problems.
Okay.
Period.
But has there been any other problems?
Now,
have you replaced any other parts?
I put a new air conditioner on it because the other one was ticking, and I thought it may be going out, but it never went out.
Didn't your vehicle break completely down once on the way down there?
Fuel pump,
Bad
fuel,
Ah,
bad fuel, bruh.
probably
Yeah.
probably
What else?
from
What else, bruh?
probably from running your fuel level low or something like that. Probably burn
Most
it up.
likely, yes.
Mhm.
Most likely. In
Word.
California, it did stall on me from bad fuel.
God,
Yeah.
that's pretty bad.
Yeah, I've told that story.
Well, I drive
But I
Fords.
don't understand.
All my
You
work
got
trucks
these
are
newer
Fords.
vehicles. If I had a 2017, 2018 Ford and the transmission goes out in it, and I'm a soccer mom, basically, or a soccer dad, and we're just cruising in this thing. I'm not, I'm not talking about some oil field truck that's, that people tear up. I'm just talking about a vehicle you use for everyday use, bruh.
Mm-hmm.
And the transmission goes out on it.
Mine's a 15.
And you have other issues too.
My 15 has
And you turn around
no
and you want to
transmission
put
problems.
you want to give GM more money, more of your dollars. I'm telling you right now, you need to change your mind.
Maybe they're hoping for a little more research and development.
Bruh, go to a different brand. Get away from the junk is what I'm saying.
Well, I don't know, man. They're the Fords are not the best-selling vehicle in America.
This is the only thing I've been wanting to talk about for last 6 months, man. It seems like it's happening like every day. It seems like someone's going, does anybody know a good transmission mechanic? My Suburban's transmission went out, or my Tahoe, or my GMC Sierra, or whatever. I'm just like, dude.
I've had no issues. Mine's got 133,000 miles on it and runs like a champ, dog. I got no problems. 15 Tahoe.
You were having issues though.
Not out of the transmission.
I'm not talking about transmission. I'm talking about anything stupid that goes out that shouldn't be going out.
I did. Oh, well, you put an air conditioner on yours. I put
It
a
was
condenser.
ticking, bruh. It was ticking.
I put a condenser on mine. I did do that. I did it myself, actually. But yeah, I did that to the top. Now, I did think that remember I was chasing a bad electrical issue?
I changed the air conditioner in mine in like 4 years ago. So like 2017, around 2017, I think maybe. So it was a 10-year-old vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be changing yours. What's yours, 15?
I believe so.
Yeah, 2025 is when you should be changing yours if you're going to change it.
Well, I changed the condenser.
Nobody
the air
cares
conditioner
about
works
this
fine.
conversation.
No.
The point of my conversation is, the point of my story is, quit buying junk.
Okay. All right, then.
All right. And shout out to Jamie and Ashley in Thibodaux.
They're not listening.
They live yeah, they do. No, they don't. Probably not.
Nah.
Maybe.
If you do, shout out to you.
I did tell them about it.
They're not going to.
They know all about it.
They're like, we got our insurance check, Ben. Don't call us anymore. Block, 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 block.
No, he's called me several times or a couple times.
Now, is this?
He's a good dude, man. Jamie's a good dude. Ashley is too. They're not a good dude. She's a good woman.
Oh, okay.
And then shout out to Shane and Tracy, two other good friends, and they're good friends with each other. Shane is how I met, or Jamie is how I met Shane and Tracy. Jamie and Ashley are how I met Shane and Tracy. Okay. Now, when I was headed down there, when the hurricane was about to hit, and we were out in the middle of football season, Josh Thompson here in McAllister, he's like, "Man, I got a friend down there. You should go stay with him, man. They'll, I didn't realize the hospitality to that.
So this dude was Josh's friend?
No.
Oh, okay.
But they live 1 mile from each other.
Oh, okay.
And they know each other very well. I'm playing cornhole, and I didn't do very good, okay? They live and breathe cornhole down there. I didn't know that.
I'm an
They were like,
excellent
so y'all
cornhole
play
player.
cornhole? I was like, yeah, man, we play, Didn't know that he meant, do you play every other day? Okay? Because I was like, yeah, we play. But I hadn't played in like 6 months, and it was at the beach. It was like a long time. I didn't do so well.
Yeah.
But anyways, we were playing, and I said, do you guys know so-and-so? And I was like, he lives around here, Just Josh told me where he lived, and I was down there, and I, Google mapped it, and I was like, dude, I am exactly 1 mile from his house.
That's crazy.
It was
And
very
they did
crazy.
know each other.
And so we were playing cornhole, and I said, hey, y'all know so-and-so? And Jamie goes, dude, that's one of my best friends. He goes, I call him up right now. I said, no, because he was going to call him, have him come down. I was like, no.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know him. Okay. And so I said, friends back home are really good friends with him. So yeah, it was a big, it it was so strange that it was so close to Josh's friends down there.
Yeah, that is
Never
pretty
met
cool
him.
though.
I never went to.
How big a town is Thibodeau? Pretty good
It
sized
kind of
town.
runs into Homa. I'm like Homa and Thibodeau. They might get mad at me for saying this, but they're really close to each other.
Like Hartsville and Haleyville?
Yeah, but they're bigger cities. I mean, I would say they're way bigger than.
I don't know how you spell. I want to Google
McAllister.
Thibodeau because I want to
Homa's
know.
going to be bigger than Thibodeau, I believe.
Let's see here.
I'm going to say.
You say Homa?
Yep, Houma.
Oh my God. You can Google all.
Yeah, the National Guard and all that was down there, and they're at the stadium. It was like they had a football stadium down there. I guess college. I'm trying to think of what the team is. I should know. I've slept since then.
33,000 people
In Homa?
are in Homa.
Okay. And Thibodeau is probably going to be about 20,000.
Okay, so it's a pretty good sized place. A lot
Google
bigger than McAllister.
Yeah.
I don't know how to spell
People
Thibodeau.
drive really slow there too. I will say that. It's Thibo.
Thibo. Thibault?
No, A.
Oh, I got you. I got
it
you. It
O?
spelled it for me. Thank God.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh, okay. 15,000. That's pretty close to the same size as McAllister.
It's Thibo, right?
Yeah, Thibo
Okay.
Deux.
Yeah.
For all you.
Awesome people down there, man. I'm not even kidding. A lot of my clients were in the Cocotree area, which is right on the water.
It's weird.
It's a lot. It's a lot of. Yeah, I won't even say what I was trying to pronounce it as. And I even told Shane, I was like, he goes, "Where'd you go today?" And I was like, "Oh, I was down there." And I said what it was, and he goes,
"What the hell are you talking about?"
He goes, I've never heard of that place, And dude, and then he goes, I said, I don't know how to pronounce it. He goes, "Oh, Cocotree." And I said, "Oh," and he started laughing, and he thought it was really funny. And then, I'm sure at parties and stuff, because he's a very well-connected man down there, right? Him and Jamie both. I mean, both of those families. And so they have a lot of friends, okay? And I'm sure that was one of the jokes he told at the party.
So tell us how you pronounce
He's
it.
like, this Oklahoma boy come down here and said, "Oh, I was down and dude, I remember looking at his face because he was really trying to figure out,
like,
which he knows that
talking about?
area like the back of his hand. It'd be like, you go to Wilburton and they go, "Oh, I took this road, to go to." No, okay, we know everything. We know every inch. And so when someone would say, "Oh, I took this road," and you're like
How the meteorologists will mispronounce things sometimes when they're on TV. Yeah.
But when I said where I was at, I mean, there's not an inch of this area down here this guy don't know. I mean, he's a big duck hunter. He's a fisherman. I mean, he goes fishing all the time. Takes his wife like on lunch dates, I guess, to go fishing. Like one day I came home and he was gone and he'd sent me a video, and him and Tracy decided to take off, go fishing. Well, I don't really want to tell the story because I don't know exactly how it all goes down, but they have bridges down there, right? Mm-hmm. And he had to go through it, but they're timed, so they like start blinking or whatever. Well, he had a really bad experience with it. I'm gonna have him come on, dude, because this dude will have you rolling. Okay, he had me rolling every day. He's older than us, not much. He's not much older than you, significantly older than me. But this dude
I'm really afraid because you think
very, very funny. Okay. But anyways, they had a bad experience with this bridge coming up, and the water came through and, caught their boat and stuff before. Right. So she was nervous, and he videoed, the bridge was about to come up or open, because there's a lot of bridges down there that open, It's not like down here.
Open which way?
I'm just talking about
sideways?
open to let boats go through. Yeah, dude,
okay.
they swing out.
Oh, okay.
Just or up, both ways. So she was like, "No, I don't want to go through now." So they turned around and they never got to fish that day. And that was the video that he sent me.
Oh.
I don't know why I just told that story. But anyways, I'm just saying he knows every inch down there, right? So when I said this name,
You're not going to tell us how you pronounce it?
no.
Why?
So when I
Why?
pronounce, because it's very
Off, way wrong.
yes, man. Yes, okay. So
Well, what?
But I remember the look on his face.
He's like,
was
"What the
in
fuck
deep
is he
thought."
talking
Yes,
about?
he was in deep thought trying to figure out. Like he was really trying to think. He didn't just go, "Oh, okay, yeah, okay." No.
And what
I've
was the
never heard
name of it again?
Coquetry.
Coquetry.
Yeah.
I can only imagine how this is spelled. Is it like
It's pretty
C-O-C-O?
close. Yeah, it's pretty close to how it's pronounced. You know what I mean? Like I should have. I don't know. Okay. It's yes. It's an awesome area, dude. Really what it is. It's a lot of cabins. They call them cabins. They're really like houses on stilts. They look like beach houses. They're all over the place, but that's where they go down there to go fishing. So that's where they camp basically. They're staying at these houses. And it was a video that I posted a video on Facebook of that area. It was demolished. The hurricane, man, it's terrible down there. And people just were.
Is it C-A-C-A-O?
No,
I'm not finding it.
it's
okay?
C-O-C-O. Yeah, COCOTRICHIE, I think. Coquetry.
I don't know. It's
Now
not
we got
coming
some-
up, dog.
Huh?
It's not coming up. I don't know. There's no.
Yeah, man.
I want to know how you pronounced it, dude.
It's C-O-C-O. Just put C-O-C-O.
I did.
Louisiana.
I did. It came up.
You put Louisiana?
I put L.A., which is Louisiana.
I would just put in Louisiana. Anyways, the people down there lost just about everything. I know a lot of them are cabins, but some of them, or I'm sure a lot of them were houses that people lived in. And not one time did anyone get sideways with me. No one was in a bad mood. Everybody was overly nice. So,
No, it just came up Coco Marina.
yeah, Coco Marina is there.
Okay.
So what town is it in? Wait a minute.
Chauvin. However you say that.
Chauvin.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Okay. So Coco Marina, I was there too. It's not, it's in Chauvin, which is not far from Coquetry. I mean, I don't really exactly remember.
This
Dude,
shit is
you'll
spelled
run.
so weird. I'm not surprised.
You'll
I
be
would
down there in the middle of
mispronounce it, too.
nowhere and you'll run into a bridge and it'll be closed.
Oh, have to turn around and go back?
You got to turn around and drive an
miles
hour.
back? Oh, yeah.
You'll be in the middle of the marsh and you're like, oh, okay. And then all of a sudden it was insane, but I loved it.
Well, now
I love that area.
the
would
guy
go
that
back
I
tomorrow.
worked with that was from down there was out on, he was offshore whenever that hurricane came in and they evacuated them off the platform.
Where did he live? Where does he live?
He's
Where's he
in
from?
Farmersville, Louisiana, which is just across the line from Arkansas, northern
okay.
Louisiana. But he's always worked offshore, so he has years and years and years experience down along the coast or whatever. So
Yeah.
but yeah, he was talking about there was a lot of damage.
Salt of the earth people, man.
Yeah, he's a
I'm
good
not even
dude.
kidding.
Tommy's a good dude. He'll never hear this, but he's 63 years old and doesn't care about podcasts, but
Right.
he does care about everything they say about the political parts of COVID. That's the main thing he cares about, being 63 years old. But anyway, yeah, dude, he was talking about that there was a lot of destruction, a lot of bad things. He said not as bad as Katrina, because he was there. He was working offshore during Katrina and saw all that.
Well, they will tell you
business,
opposite
but-
of that.
Really?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
He said that.
Well, it's kind of hard to compare because it was devastation
Right.
on both ends.
Well, I don't think they were caught like they were in Katrina, where people were.
The actual hurricane itself was worse.
Oh, the damage of it or whatever.
The Katrina, they blocked themselves in.
Mhm. Well, he was just talking about how the
They did-
martial law, or like there was no for like 5 days. He was talking about in where's the big town down there? Freaking
New Orleans.
New Orleans.
Yeah.
How crazy that was, because evidently wherever he gets on his helicopter to go out is like right there, and they were trying to drive down to the dock to get to the helicopter pad, and there were just regular people down there with AR-15s blocking the road saying no one in, no one out. They weren't law enforcement. They were just some of these
Well, you
good
saw
old
some
boys.
of the pictures that I posted and some of the video. People were putting huge signs out in front of their house, and it says, I will kill you.
Yeah.
If I see you anywhere near my house, I'm going to kill you, you know?
Yeah, that's what he said.
So I got out of the truck, and I'm taking pictures of this, and I'm thinking, this is as far as I'm going.
And you were in a sniper scope.
Right, probably. Well, I didn't get out. Most of them are just drive-bys, just driving by a video and stuff. One of them I was already out because I had a house across the street, a client across the street. So right across the street from it was this sign. So I was like getting in my ride and I saw it. So I walked over there and took a picture of it and turned around and walked off. But Grand Isle area completely wiped out. Cocoa-Tree, almost completely wiped out.
Cocoa-Tree.
Cocoa-Tree.
There's that name again.
And then Chauvin. But when you're talking to people down there, when you're talking to Shane or Jamie, they're saying these names so fast. It's hard to decipher what they're saying, So when I said what I said, and I said it slow, and he was I was like, man, I don't know. I
got to find this, dude. I want to know how you said it. I want to know it so bad. Everybody's going to want to know how you said it.
Well, when Shane comes on, we'll tell the story.
Yeah, I'll ask him.
I think this dude would come on tonight. I think I could call him up right now, and he'd be like, I'm ready to go.
It's not D-R-I-E, is it? C-O-C-O-D-R-I-E?
Let me see. Yes.
Okay.
It's not T-R-I at all. How did I not... See,
it looks like Coca-Dry. Coco-Dree.
Yeah, man. You're
I would have definitely mispronounced it.
You're getting close to what I said.
Yeah, it's the Homa Bayou Kane Thibodeau Metropolitan Statistical Area, for Christ's sake. It's a mouthful. Yeah.
Well, they suffered
South Louisiana.
Massive devastation down there.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, C-O-C-O-D-R-I-E, for anybody listening, is the name of the town.
Yeah.
It's in the Terrebonne Parish. Okay. And the elevation is 3 feet.
And when
above
you're
sea level.
Yeah, when you're talking to people down there and they're asking you where you're going or whatever, they don't really care about the city or town.
Yeah, they want to know the parish.
They want to know the parish. And I'm like, listen, I don't know that. Okay. I don't deal with that. I don't know that. We don't even have parishes where I'm from. I know it's basically the same thing as a county, but I don't even pay attention to what parish, because you're running into all kinds of different parishes, it seems, down there. So I'm not keeping up with that. They're like, oh, what parish is that? Where you at? What parish? I'm like,
yeah,
I don't even know where I'm at.
Tommy's the same way.
I only know I'm in Louisiana. I don't even know what town I'm in. I'm just here, Oh, well, what street are you on,
And you're mispronouncing everything. You're like, where's this Chauvin at?
I'm like, will you please stop asking me questions? I'm going to put this in Google Maps. I'm going to type it in, and then I'm going to be there.
You said Fushmaline is the only French I speak, sir. I don't know about all this other French stuff.
I said, well, you can come to Oklahoma and there'll be similar. I said, I'd love to hear you pronounce some of our names, and I'll laugh at you.
No, they probably would, actually, because like Fushmaline's French, just like their stuff down there. It's all.
Yeah, but Podo and LaFleur.
Well, they're used to all that weird shit.
Think of a million other Panola. Yeah. They're gonna Wilburton.
Yeah, it's always Wilburton, which is actually the dude's name.
Oh, by the way.
Yes.
Another Jamie, when I told him where I lived, he goes, I used to date a girl in McAllister. I said, dude, we're already friends, man. You don't have to lie. He goes, I'm serious. I used to date a girl in McAllister. He goes, I used to go to McAllister. I was like,
how did he meet her? You told me this, but I don't remember. How did they know each other?
I don't remember.
Oh, God. You have COVID brain or something like that? You can't remember anything.
I got headache brain, dude.
You got, I can't remember shit is what you got.
Yes. Yeah. CRS. I suffer from CRS for real. That's no joke. I do.
Yeah.
I remember Cocoa-Tree. I'll never forget it.
Well, it don't look like Cocoa-Tree to me. looks like Deary. That's probably
No, what I said
you
was pretty stupid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was, but I'd already tried to pronounce it in my brain 4 or 5 different times, and thought, okay, this is it. And then when he asked me what it was, what I said to him was not at all what I had come up with.
I always set it up for him though. I always say, I don't know how to pronounce this, but it's something like this.
I do. I did. He'd
I
already
don't-
told me what it was. He'd already told me like the days before that,
Yeah.
and I've completely forgot. And
Yeah.
So, you know,
There's weird things all the way around there. Well, like Tommy's town is Farmersville, and they say Farmerville.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they don't say Farmersville, and it's written out as plain as day.
Well, right, exactly. I mean, but they're so good natured people down there. You can say, dude, it's not Farmerville, okay? It's Farmersville. You can say that, and they'll laugh. You know, they don't get offended.
Well,
They're just like, hey, I mean,
now I don't mind.
if they do, they're not letting me know it.
Most of the people that I've known, like I met a guy named David Fall, who I hope listens to the podcast, but I don't know if he does or not. He's from South Louisiana, and I don't remember what town exactly. I'd have to look on Facebook because we got to be friends.
Mm-hmm.
But really good guy. You know, I can understand him, thank God, because I've run into him from down there that you can't understand that speak French first.
Yeah, but that's not
oh
South.
my God, dude.
That's not in the South. Now you go down the area where I'm at, and that's what you get. Even in New Orleans, when
Is
I was
the
up-
French bullshit? Yeah, where it sounds like they're
Yes.
almost from the north because they have a weird way of pronouncing
Yes, but
shit.
when you say French,
Like the Stale
when you
Cracker
say
guy
French
on
bullshit,
TikTok.
that might be offensive to them.
Well, yeah, it's gonna be offensive to them. Yes, it's their heritage, dude. But I'm telling you right now, whenever I heard these guys talking to each other, and they were going back and forth with that shit, and I had no
Well,
idea.
they weren't speaking in French.
Well, these guys were mixing it. They were mixing it together. Like I would hear
Well, they
some
say the
English.
French names in French. You know what I mean? It's like coquetry.
Yeah, but these guys even had an accent to the English shit they were saying.
Yes.
So it made it really hard
Yes.
to understand what they were
Yes,
talking
Shane
about.
talks like that. Jamie was a little bit better. I hope
Oh,
they're.
God,
I hope they
dude.
don't listen to this one because Jamie's gonna be like, "I was a little bit better, huh?" But Shane, man, he just talked he talks 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
You know, and he probably. I mean, everybody's used to it down there. They know what
yeah.
he's saying, but I don't.
It's that fucking Cajun.
Okay.
The Creole shit is the thing that I'm talking about that you can't really understand. When they're really heavily using French words in like Creole speaking or whatever, shit, no. These two guys I listened to talk to, there was another guy that was from North Louisiana that interpreted for me. I'm not kidding.
English.
They were talking to me sometimes, and I was like, guys, they could understand me. I was like, I don't understand a damn thing you guys are saying. We were all sitting at a table, and the guy that was interpreting, he was laughing, you know,
Right.
and he was like, well, what he's saying is this, and they were both saying the same shit, but I could not pick it up, you know, and I'm not terrible about not being able to understand people, but they're tough.
When you're like you said, and when you're around it all the time like that, you just get to where it's almost like you need a hearing aid and you don't have it in. You just go on. You're just like, oh well, it's not that important because they're not looking at me and they're not screaming and they're not being serious, you know. So I know that everything's okay, and I'm just gonna go on, you know.
Well, I wonder if those people called you names for being shitty at cornhole and you didn't realize it or something.
Absolutely, I'm sure. I played all night with them, right? I played all night with them, and they were not. I'm not gonna say they were. One of them was he hadn't been out in a while. Okay, he was a nurse, maybe a head nurse at. He was a very awesome guy, but you could tell he had not been out in a while, so he was letting loose. Okay?
Oh yeah,
and he was new at
drinking
cornhole.
those beers.
He said, "I just bought cornhole. I've been practicing probably a few times or whatever." And they never missed the board the entire night, not one time. And they were good to go.
You missed the board at cornhole, dude.
Dude, they were playing at 27 feet. They were playing rules.
Listen, man.
Yes, every once in a while when you throw, you miss, you do.
Now I might hit the board and come off the board, slide off the board, but I don't miss the board. No, I'm a natural at it, like I am ping pong. Like for whatever reason, things like that I can just do. I can play ping pong.
Well, I've got
pretty damn
cornhole
good.
set up right outside.
Let's fucking do it. Let's do it. I'll beat you right now.
Well,
I'm
I've
100% confident.
I've learned to not talk shit at all about cornhole. I can't, you know. So yeah, you know, Shane, he drives around in his golf cart. He goes and hangs out with friends, you know, down the road or whatever, and he went to Jamie's, and this was after I had been there, right? And I told Jamie, I was like, dude, I've never played it. I had not played that bad ever in my life, right? Of course, you know, it's what you're gonna say, but I had not.
I'm always awesome at cornhole. Not
No.
27 feet. You know, we usually play it like 12 feet or something like that.
No, this is 27 feet.
I know. I'm kidding. I'm just being you. I was being funny.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Go ahead.
And so anyways, so Shane was like, so heard you had a rough time at cornhole the other night, dude. I knew right then that I was the joke at the party, man. After, you know, and he probably goes,
Hell yeah.
and listen to how he said coquetry, you know. So yeah, this Oklahoma boy, he was the joke, man. He was the butt end of the joke down there.
Oh my God,
you know,
man.
I'm sure several different things, you know, but
Very funny.
yeah.
That's like the first time I played horseshoes whenever I was married to Natalie. I'm not bad at horseshoes, but I had a really bad game. It had been a long time since I played, so it's kind of like that where these guys played like you could tell every time they got together as a family they always played.
These people
and I was
play
the
all
new
the
guy.
time.
I was newly married to one of them's daughter, and I played bad. These guys were ruthless. They were like, "Wow, I've never seen somebody play horseshoes this badly."
They said
what I mean?
that?
Yeah. I'm saying it nicely. They're like, "Well, this is some of the shittiest horseshoe play I've ever seen." Like they were saying that. They were like
Horseplay.
laughing. You know what I mean? Every time I would throw
Right.
and it would
Yeah.
like not land somewhere, they were like, "Oh my God, you got the new guy next go." You know what I mean? They kept trading me off because I was playing bad, and then they got on my nerves, so I played even worse. You know?
Right. Oh,
So yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Well, even this dude that was by me, you know, this guy was real new and he was pretty drunk. He was very drunk, actually. He was not missing the board.
Yeah.
He was like blindfolded almost and making it. I was just like, what is going on here? And then the guy, his teammate, I was Jamie's teammate, right? Jamie's like, of course, you know. But the other guy on the other side, dude, he was draining them.
Yeah.
He was, I don't know, man. It was just not a good night. It was a good night, man, but it was not a good night of cornhole for me at all. At all. Because you don't want to, I mean, man, if you're from the next town over, you know, it's not that big of a deal if you suck. Okay. But when you're from the next, you know, you're from Oklahoma. Okay.
don't
So
know,
we
it
got
kinda
this
works to your-
Oklahoma boy here.
It works to your advantage though if you really think about it. That way you kind of put them in your pocket, so to speak, because they're like, "Oh, okay, you don't want to dominate somebody at their thing." You know what I mean?
You're damn right I did.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
I have a teammate.
you're like, "You got a basketball goal around here? I'll fuck y'all up."
Yeah. Yeah. But
This is cornhole, bitch. This ain't basketball.
I needed something I could beat him at. I was like, yeah, I was trying to go to the next sport. Let's go. Let's like you said, where's the rock, man? Where's the rock?
Well, I'm glad you had fun down there.
I did have fun.
You were down there for a little while too.
I had some bad headaches. I had to take off a couple times, and I'd never done it before in my life. While I was gone, I'd never had to cancel appointments with clients on account of a headache. Believe it or not, crazy enough, I've always been able to, you know, pull through. But this time I had to cancel a couple times, and none of them cared.
Oh,
None of them cared.
did you tell them why?
No.
Oh, you just said I can't make it.
Yeah, I just said I can't make it.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
No,
because
my
they
God.
thought you were bullshitting. They'd be like, "Really, headache?
Well,
Where my check, doll?"
I don't even want to be talking about it right now. You know what I mean? I'm tired of talking about it. And I've said it before on the podcast. I'm tired of having them, first of all, more than anything. But I'm really tired of.
Well, it's hard not to talk about them because they have a lot to do with your life, dog. I mean,
Absolutely.
there's a lot going on with that headache thing.
Absolutely. That's no joke.
Well, and here's another thing about your trip to Louisiana. You also were back for like a week before I ever knew you were back. You didn't even tell me you were back in town.
I don't believe that's true.
I believe it was. You showed up at a basketball game. I think it was a basketball game. You showed up at some sporting. No, it was a football game, and didn't know you were anywhere around. Okay.
Really?
Yeah, because I saw Amy in the stands. Yeah.
Well, that doesn't mean I was home.
Yeah, because she said Ben's getting something to drink or something to eat or something like that, and then here you come. And I was like, I didn't even know you were here. You go, well, I just got back. And I was like, how long ago? Well, it was like last Thursday. And it was like, it'd been like a week you'd been back. I was like, oh, okay. I thought he was still down there. All right, then. Meanwhile,
Well-
you were like slow playing me. You know what I mean? You're like, well, don't let it out that I'm back home yet. This motherfucker gonna want a podcast, and I'm not about that life.
Dude, I want a podcast so bad. I want a podcast twice a week, if not more.
Well, let's do this
And
shit.
we have to now.
Well, now in my new job, I'm only on call 1 week a month. So
That is awesome.
I know. Tell me about it.
And even you being on call doesn't mean we can't
yeah.
put down 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm ready.
You know what I mean?
I'm ready at all times.
If that's what it takes. I mean, you know. Okay.
It's like my job's more scheduled now. We start at like 7:15, 7:30 in the morning, and then we're done by 4 o'clock, something like that. Whereas used to, I was a little more not flexible, but I could show up kind of whenever nobody's really watching me or whatever. And I work with a group of guys now, so it's a little more structured. Is what I'm driving at here, where I can kind of plan a little bit better. There's more. We're on at this time. We're off at this time.
Good.
That whole game. So
Good.
yeah, I'm excited about it, even though it's more work. You know, I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm actually glad for the more work because I was tired of just sitting around and watching this fucking thing run. You know,
Really?
it's what I did a lot. Yeah,
Wow.
but you kind of had to be there. We're supposed to be there, or whatever. Anyways,
Do you like my hoodie?
Sure,
Okay,
Tom
cool.
Brady. Yeah.
TB12.
So, it's there.
He's still running,
It's awful
dude. He's still going.
fanboyish, but yeah.
He's still going.
Hey man, if you want to do that to yourself, do it. I say get after it. You know what I mean? I don't know what your pronouns are or whatever, but go ahead. No,
That's
it's
very
nice. It's nice. It looks well made and that kind of thing.
I want to talk about your double posting on Facebook.
Okay,
Yeah. So
I'm proud of it.
I finally told you today.
I do it all the time.
I had to tell you because you didn't know.
Yeah, I see.
No,
it.
you didn't know.
I see
you
it in my
didn't know.
feed.
You wouldn't. No, please say you don't know.
I
Please
knew.
say you don't know, and you're glad I told you, and you won't do it again. But you're gonna do it again.
Well, when your wife puts something on Facebook,
Yes, but when what happened was your wife put a picture before and after, basically 1 year ago today. You guys had not had your surgery yet, your weight loss surgery, and then today's picture, right? It was a post of both pictures.
Well, it wasn't today, but it was yesterday. But yeah,
Okay. And she tagged you in it.
Mhm.
So that puts it on your feed, right? It puts it on your Facebook page, your personal page, which means you don't have to share it. Now, you could share it in a month or 2 or 3 or whatever, you know, if you want. Okay. But on the same day, it's pointless, right? It is. Don't squint your eyes and look up like,
It's pointless to
it's about like
everybody
what Shane,
else except for her.
Well, that's kind of like what Shane did when I said the name of Cocodrie. Okay, that was the same face. All right.
Well,
And
I'm
maybe
probably
he knew
having
what I was talking
I'm
about.
having kinder thoughts than he was. I'm sure. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, his thoughts were more
Probably.
like, "Oh my god."
This dude is a loser.
Well, I'm not going to say. I don't want to sit here and say you're wrong.
So okay.
I'm not saying
Go
you're
ahead
wrong.
and do what you got to do. Okay.
I'm
do what
saying-
you want to do. But wait a few days to reshare it.
It makes my
Not
wife
the
feel
same
fuzzy
days.
if I
You
care
can-
about what she cares about. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you can comment on the post
Yeah.
and like the post or love the post.
Yeah, but there's friends of mine though that aren't going to comment on her post that would comment on my post. See what I'm saying?
Really?
Yeah, it gives them an opportunity to kind of say, "Oh man, you look good, dog," or whatever. You know,
Yeah.
it happened. If you'll look on both posts,
You gave this some
different
thought
people. Well, I mean, yeah.
after I busted
No,
you,
I mean,
called you out on it.
It happens every time I do it. That's why I share it, because some people might not comment on my wife's post, whereas they'll comment on mine. You know,
Okay.
when people are like, "Well, maybe he wouldn't want me commenting on his wife's post." I don't know why they do it. I don't know what
But
the
you're
deal
tagged
is.
in it, so it's the same.
Kinda, yeah. But I mean, you know, it's
Okay, all right. I digress.
I'm showing interest in my wife's posting by
You
doing
can
it.
comment on it, and then someone can comment on your comment. You know, the dudes that are wanting to whatever. They can be, oh, yeah, okay, da, da, da. You can be, oh, yeah, this is awesome. You know, love you so much, babe. You look so much better than me. Always have. And,
Well, that's a given, but yeah,
right.
you're making a lot of racket in there.
I'm
I know you
sorry.
can't hear it, but I can hear it loud and clear.
Well-
It's a lot of springs and
I know.
things
I'm sorry.
making racket. Yeah, a lot.
I'll have to cut that out.
But
But anyways, okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to.
I'm fully aware of my
Okay.
ineptitude.
You know what?
in
Really,
Facebook.
that's really what I wanted.
You want a podcast about that?
No. I wanted to.
Sorry, I just took a
wanted to
big
let
drink
the
of coffee.
people know that you know what you're doing,
Oh,
because it does look like you don't know what you're doing.
I don't know what I'm doing about anything.
I
I'm
don't
just
either.
winging it, bro.
Coquetry.
I don't have a damn. I wouldn't have known how to say it either. I got to admit, I just said Coca Dry.
That's why you looked it up, because you were like, I'm gonna know.
I just
exactly
wanted. I
how
wanted to
pronounce
know.
this thing.
I just wanted to know how you could have gotten it wrong. I was just curious.
Now you know.
Because like the word, like the town Thibodeau, if I looked at it, I wouldn't pronounce it right if I didn't know what it was. The only reason I know about Thibodaux, Louisiana, is from a Jerry Reed song called Amos Moses, because he says that Amos Moses' parents were from southeast Thibodaux, Louisiana.
Oh, okay.
Just south of Thibodaux, Louisiana. It's a fake story, but it's still about a real place, or else I wouldn't know it. Like most places in
Another thing I
Louisiana.
want to talk about. I just want to touch base on it real quick, and it's been an ongoing issue. I want to know if you've got your house back in order from the flood.
I mean, everything's back to normal. We fixed a lot of the issues that we were having. So yeah, most of it.
Did you get the issues with the city resolved?
The issue is pretty much that nobody will touch my house if I'm going to mention them to the city. Nobody will fix it if I'm going to sue the city. So I'm not going to sue the city.
You're not going to sue the city?
Mm-mm. Nobody will do anything. Nobody will touch it. They've told me, we've been over this. They've told me, they're like, nah, we do work for the city sometimes. We don't want to. Now, if you stop talking about suing the city,
I know we've been over this, you and I, but I'm gonna call you Trent now, because when I ask Trent questions, he's like, you know the answer.
Well, I'm just saying.
I'm asking
I thought we
questions
talked about
I know
it.
the answer to.
I thought we talked about it on the podcast.
No,
before.
not since. No, you were last
well,
time you and I were talking about it. You were ready to podcast at that point in time.
Well, I've pretty much given up on suing the city because no one will fix my house if I don't stop talking about it. Because they're afraid of reprisals. You know what I mean? They're afraid that the city's going to get it in for them if they help me fix my house, that the city's fucked up with their fucked up sewer system. Yeah. So consequently, I want to move out of McAllister. I'd like to encourage everyone else to move out of McAllister.
We did talk about that, I think, and we did talk about your ongoing issue, or the issue at the time, but we had not have a conclusion. We had not.
Well, it's still an ongoing thing as far as the house is not back 100% like it was. We haven't fixed all that stuff, but we're wanting to get moved, so we're fixing to go ahead and have people come in and finish it. But all that talk about suing the city, I can't, because the people that I'm going to have work on my house don't want to be mentioned in a lawsuit.
Okay.
So yeah, that's the crux I'm in with. It's a little bit unfair. I don't appreciate it, and that's why I won't live in a city ever again in like city limits, because I don't like the way shit's done. I don't like the political aspect of it. I'd rather, if something happens to my sewer system, I'd rather go, oh damn, my individual sewer backed up into my house, so it's just my thing, instead of, I don't like this whole we're all connected so we don't want to touch it shit. You know what I mean? I don't like that. And it's not really their fault. It's really the way things have always been. It's my fault for living in town. I know better.
Well, did you call your insurance on the second time that it happened?
No, because they'll only do a single claim, and they'll only do $5,000. Period. One time. Period.
But it may be worth calling them again, because they will provide you an attorney.
Oh yeah,
that's what insurance is, man. If they need to go after the city,
maybe I should do that then. I don't know. You're my insurance guy. I'm just waiting to hear.
I'm not your homeowner's insurance guy.
Well, the only reason the only reason that you're not,
because I would have taken care of this for you.
Well,
we would have figured this out.
You didn't offer. I give you all my vehicles, and you're like this. All right, man. See you, bitch.
Yeah, right. That's
that's pretty much the way it was. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, insurance, if they were to pay out and they'll do their own investigation on it, and that adjuster, he goes, man, this ain't your fault. This is that's called subrogation, and then they go after the city, or they go after whose fault it is.
Well, and technically, I think,
and it takes it out of your hands, really.
Well, the way they keep backing it up to is supposedly
I did tell you this already, by the way.
Well, not on the podcast though. We didn't talk about this,
right?
But I mean, the way the sewer system was set up in the house, technically, it wasn't up to code in the city, and I didn't know that. I had no knowledge. I didn't know what the code was on the fucking, on the house. I mean, who?
Right.
I don't check on that kind of thing. Actually, technically, Brandy bought the house, but Now I know that you got to have a clean out and you got to have backflow preventers and all that stuff's supposed to be already in place before you, live in a house. I guess to keep this kind of thing from happening or whatever. But so we've had that done since. Now, I can sell the house in good conscience knowing that whoever comes behind us is protected from that sewer line. And they better be, because if you live in that area, it sucks. Now, you should be, like I said, that stuff's all new. So it should keep, we haven't had any issues since. I mean, we had big rains, bunch of stuff come in, no issues.
Good.
Once we had, $1,000 later, just having things put in, those backflow preventers and the cleanouts put in like they were supposed to be.
$1,000 later plus all the damage.
Right. Oh, that and the $5,000 didn't touch the damage. We already ran through that pretty damn quick, as you can imagine. So yeah, but anyway, long story even longer. We're just trying to get out of the city at this point. You know what I mean?
Most policies, the endorsement of the backup, water backup, sewer backup, most policies have that endorsement, right? Option. Some people don't know that. Well, really nobody knows that. Most people don't. Most average people don't know that your policy will have that endorsement that you can, pay a little extra for, and $5,000, or there's another one that's for $10,000. Most policies.
See, I didn't know any of that. And here's another thing: when you live in an area like we do, you don't think about like flood or, I always assume
or water backup.
Well, you assume certain things.
Water backup and flood are different. Different things.
Yeah, definitely. I can see why that would be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in the interest of the insurance company, I'm sure they're going to differentiate every which way they can because they stand a less likelihood of having to pay out.
Well, if the water comes through your back door, from surface water, then they may call that flood. It's going to be different every time. I mean, not different every time, but it's going to be a case by case basis.
Yeah.
But if there's water coming through your toilet, through your, your bathtub or whatever, then that is going to be, your water backup, sewer backup.
We definitely had people come in and thoroughly go through our sewer system, stem to stern. I mean, we had them come through and snake out everything from the back sink in the back part of the house all the way through. I mean, everything's been cleaned out. Everything's been, and like I said, since then, no issues.
Good.
Now, my wife's had a very extensive hair loss issue since we had the surgery done.
Really?
It's a known side effect of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Real bad hair loss. Very bad. She's not balding or anything, but I mean, I don't know how. I mean, it's an incredible amount of hair loss.
So is it going to subside at some point, or
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not real sure. I mean, she's maintaining hair at this point. I mean, she doesn't look like she's.
Well, she's got pretty thick hair, right?
Well, she's not really. I mean, she had a lot of hair, but now it's like not as much. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So used to, it would have been a huge problem, but we've learned to use those. We got like this, what do they call it, like a shower shroom or something like that goes in the sink or in the drain, catches it. It's a crazy amount of hair loss, by the way. I know I've said that 4 times, but it's one of those things that people should think about when they have gastric sleeve is get ready. Now, it doesn't affect me because I've been going through it since I was 30. But so I can't tell a damn bit of difference. But she, on the other hand, can tell. So it's well worth it for me. I'm fine with it. But anyway, the sewer systems, I keep getting off track. The sewer system's great.
Okay.
Now.
Good.
So.
And you're not, at this point in time, you don't plan on suing the city.
Unless we can, everybody keeps telling me that they're going to basically be able to get around having to pay out any money. It's almost impossible to win against them, is what everybody keeps saying. I think part of that's that whole thing where you talk to these people that are doing, they're out doing remodels and stuff and they don't want to get caught up in it. They're like, don't worry about, you're kind of wasting your time with the city or whatever. But a lady that worked for the city is the one who gave me the information about it and was like, I think you might have a claim if you, pursue it. But like I said, at this point, I mean, I don't stand to gain much by chasing around. If I lose, then I'm just going to be out more money in a fucking lawyer and everything else. So it's kind of like chasing child support. You know what I mean? It's like, you stand a very good chance of winning. Do you stand a chance of getting fucked over because you poked a
Well,
bear that didn't need to be poked.
It's anything with the court system. It's
Definitely.
anything. When you're going to have to pay for the attorney.
Oh God, I could go on, dude.
Because when you pay for the attorney, there's, well, yeah, I know. You and I both, you and I both know. But
Jesus Christ had a problem with attorneys. Okay, he hated lawyers too. It's very well documented in the Bible. He don't appreciate them.
really?
Yes.
How did I not know that?
You need to do a little research, bruh. Jesus don't care about lawyers at all. And there's a reason for
Neither
that.
does Benny Klein.
Neither does Lucas Johnson. I don't like him. I don't like our court system. I think it sucks. But anyway,
Oh, dude, it's terrible.
we could go on.
Yeah,
And
and we will at some point.
when is this going to happen? By the way, we've talked in private, and you can cut this out if you don't want to talk about it. But
We can talk about it.
But
I mean, we can.
You're wanting to eventually
Yes.
tell a very important story about what's going on with your life.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
I'm very much anticipating this. This
when
podcast.
the time is right, and the time may be right tomorrow.
Do
It
it.
may be right in a week.
What do I need to do? What's my part of
It's
this?
gonna happen, okay?
Because I just bought some very expensive equipment to help push this podcast.
and I'm very appreciative of that.
I'm very much in high gear. I know we've been on hiatus, but
No,
in my mind and in myself, this podcast is still very much alive.
we've been on vacation.
Yeah.
We took a
Now,
vacation.
but I think you telling this story you want to tell, or you're explaining these situations, is going to be a very integral. It's going to be a huge step forward on the information that this podcast provides. You know what I mean? And not just in entertainment, because we're funny and we do all these things and say all these things, and we're going to start doing some new things. We've talked about it before about business spotlights and that kind of thing. But this, I would really like to happen. I think it's going to be an incredible episode. I think I don't want to speak. I don't even need to be present. If you want to record it alone and let me listen to it later, I would be into that.
Well, here's the thing about I told you I wanted you to be there.
This is pressure, though. This is what I'm putting on you is pressure to do this because I think it needs to be done.
Well, it's not anything that I don't think about every damn day of my life.
Okay.
Okay, every day. It's not going away. And so
It would probably help you if you got it off your chest.
Yeah, I've got it off my chest. Okay, it's still there. It ain't going nowhere, and it will never go anywhere. It'll be there from now on.
Yeah.
It'll be there from now on. It'll be here from now on.
Well, I'm very excited about it.
I am not. I've got a few things in motion that, and then I'll tell that I'll come out. It'll come out, and
So it's just never happening.
Oh, it's happening. It's happening.
I'm ready. I'm beyond ready for this.
It'll definitely be a different side of the podcast that people are used to.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like you know, and you've said before. And I don't really know exactly how I want to lay it out because it could be a 142-hour podcast.
Well, I think
to lay it out the way I want to lay it out.
I think
that's the problem.
It would be very important for you just to do it. I think thinking about it too much or trying to like structure it or something like that, dude, just fucking spit it.
Really?
Yes. However it rolls out is going to be the best way.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. And I've thought about it a million times, dude. I'm like, okay, but if I forget this part right here and I have to go back and plug that in.
Who cares? No one's going to stop. No one's going to turn that shit off. Once you get started, everybody's going to be welcoming you,
but there's
backtracking, you getting things out of order.
You think so?
Yes.
Okay.
I won't.
All right.
You'll have one person
sure?
that listens to it from second one to the end. Every word, even if it's 9 hours long, I'm going to be sitting there listening to it.
Well, the subject of this podcast or this particular one, the subject, it will hit a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
It'll hit them because it hits home with a lot of people because a lot of people have been treated.
It's going to have
through it.
People that aren't maybe familiar with the whole situation, or maybe
it'll have them rethinking every.
These people will be googling this. Yeah, they'll Google it. They'll be like, "What's this guy talking about?"
If you start to tell somebody the story, they go, "Man,
holy shit!
Mine is not as bad as yours." No, so far, mine is not as bad as yours, but I've went through something very similar.
Yeah. That's why I'm excited about it,
It's
man.
so insane. It's so crazy. I'm just like, and I go, well, I'm not downplaying what you went through, because if it, had an effect on you, if it hurts you, if it, then
Well, you do, as a person, have a lot of extreme things happen. You know what I mean?
damn
I mean,
straight.
a lot of extreme things. So, and this is no exception. You know, I mean, I know we're kind of, I'm playing it up a little bit, the anticipation of it, just because. No, I am as excited as I sound. I really am excited about it, but I do want people to be expecting of it, because that way people won't let up on you about doing this, and I'm not going to let up on you. I'm going to keep the pressure on, because I feel like it's going to be that good. That entertaining is the wrong way, because that makes it sound like I'm making something light of it, and I'm not.
Well, it'll be entertaining.
But it'll be
It'll be
eye opening.
It'll be informational.
Yeah.
It'll be something that everybody needs to listen to, and not just because I'm telling the story, but
Yeah.
people need to know, not for their own use,
Yeah.
for their own well-being. They need to know.
I'm very excited about it. It's probably the thing I'm most excited about that's up and coming. Now, a close second to that, though, is these business spotlights, and we've talked about for 100 years.
yes.
But
Let's do it.
the gimbal that I bought,
Yeah.
I think that was a big push monetarily for me, because it cost me a little bit of money. You know what I mean? And that kind of always kicks me in the ass whenever I go, okay, I bought this thing, I need to use it. You know, I'm very excited about doing business spotlights.
We're going to find out who's got the best tacos in McAllister.
Okay. All right.
I think we should do that one too.
Is it one bite at a time, or can we eat a whole taco?
I say we eat the whole taco.
Okay, because I can't eat as much as I used to, so it definitely have to be one spot at a time.
Damn.
Yeah,
So
it'll have to be
one
one taco is about all I can do. Yeah, so we can do one spot. It takes me a couple hours to get over it, so if I can eat a taco and then in a couple hours I can eat another one, but I can't go spot to spot.
Really?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Well, this whole thing just got blown out of the water. We
What do you
can't do
mean?
it.
What? How many taco spots you want to hit? You trying to hit them all in
Every
an
one
hour?
of them. Yeah, I've already got a guy that owns a restaurant here in town. He's going to send me a list of everybody that's got tacos.
In an hour? I mean, you can't give me. You can't.
In
We're
an
gonna
hour.
eat a taco and at least sit there and bullshit for a little bit, aren't we?
Yeah, we're gonna take a page off. Well, I want to find out who's got the best tacos, street tacos, whatever.
Okay. All right.
We talked about it before.
All right. I'll just have to. I've learned a lot of things about how I can eat that allow me to eat more than.
So you can
I
you
used
just
to.
eat one bite and go to place if we eat just one bite?
Yeah, I can do that.
That kind of sucks though.
Why? No, it don't suck.
Who wants to eat just one bite of a taco?
Oh yeah.
Who can eat just
Who
one
got
bite?
tired of being real fat? Okay, it's a good trade. It's a very good trade. I'll take it all day long.
Well, I get that. I'm just saying it's going to suck for you that day when we're going place to place and buying these tacos.
now it's not near like meatloaf, okay? Because I love meatloaf more than most other foods besides pizza.
You love
So-
ketchup on it.
No, I don't. But my mother made meatloaf this weekend for me for Christmas.
Oh, nice.
And I couldn't eat very much of it, so I took a bunch of it home, and I've been eating on it
Nibbling
for
on it.
a couple of days. Yeah, it's like going back in time.
Well, meatloaf does. I think it maybe even gets better over a couple of days being in the fridge, and yeah.
If you put ketchup on it, I don't see how it could get better. It can do nothing but get worse, I would think.
I don't eat ketchup on my meatloaf unless there's no other choice.
I'm gonna be pissed. Anytime somebody brings me meatloaf, it's not meatloaf actually. I mean, it's not. It's a meat cake with fucking ketchup on top of it. Okay.
Well,
If you
what is
put-
meatloaf?
Meatloaf, sir, it's put together. It has meat in it, but it has a sauce on top of it, not out of some fucking bottle that came from a factory.
It's a sauce
You
that's
squirt
made
on top of it.
basically the same thing, made out of the same thing that ketchup's made out of.
Hell no. It's
Well-
obvious you don't know the difference between sauce and ketchup.
What's the sauce made out of then?
It ain't got no fucking sugar in it.
Does it have tomato paste in it?
Yeah, it ain't got sugar. Ketchup is very sugary. It's got a bunch of fucking sweetener in
It's
it.
got sugar in it. Tomatoes are sugary.
No, what?
Don't they have sugar in them?
No, hell no.
Tomatoes are not made. They have no sugar in them.
I don't know about that. I don't know about the sugar content of a tomato, but I will
I'm
say
pretty
this.
sure it's got sugar.
Tomato sauce is not sweet like ketchup is. Ketchup tastes like shit. Now, I loved ketchup when I was a kid, but I don't care for it as an adult.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not really.
What happened to you?
I don't know. Just got old, I guess.
How do you not like ketchup?
I don't hate ketchup. I just don't.
And when you eat fries,
McDonald's ruined me on ketchup. I just eat
Why?
fries without anything usually. Just
why did
salt and
McDonald's
pepper.
run you?
Because
on
they're
ketchup?
because okay, I've got kids and my kids played on the playground in McDonald's, right? I don't know if you've ever smelled ketchup after it sets out for a while, like
Yeah.
you walk by a trash can or a
Yeah.
dumpster and it's full of fucking ketchup.
stinks.
And it has a really awful, well, the inside of McDonald's smells like old ketchup. So I smelled it enough as my kids were growing up that now I don't like ketchup anymore. It's just kind of a psychological thing, I guess. I don't know, but I don't care for it really. I can eat it here and there, but all my life, don't put it on fucking meatloaf. All my life, don't put it on
You're
meatloaf.
sure your mom don't put ketchup on there?
I'm positive.
You've
Watched her make it.
It's not ketchup.
Hell no, dude.
Okay.
My mom cooks, okay?
Well, I'm not
She don't
saying
go
she
buy
don't,
a package of a fucking bottle of ketchup and put it on top of my meatloaf.
but some people do.
Yeah, I've eaten it. I've had people serve it to me with fucking ketchup on top, and I can tell by looking at it.
At a restaurant or something.
Yeah, I've had it in a restaurant that has ketchup on it. I'm like, what is this shit? I don't eat it. And I'll eat almost anything.
And you send it back or what?
No, I just said let it sit there. Fuck, the flies can have it now. I'm not gonna send it back. What are they gonna do? Scratch it off and put me some fresh ketchup on top of it? They fucked it up. Now it's ruined. Get it out of here. Get that shit out of here. Anyway, sorry.
How's Gavin doing?
He's doing well.
Let's talk about him.
Okay.
little bit.
Dean's on a roll. They redshirted him, but he has really good grades. He practiced.
We had not talked about him being redshirted and all that. That's kind of what I want to
Oh,
touch
okay.
base
Yeah,
on.
they redshirted all the freshmen that were coming in his football. You know, he's on scholarship. If anybody doesn't know, it's listening. A
And
football
he's-
scholarship
What
to
college?
Pittsburgh State University
In Kansas.
Yeah, in Pittsburgh, Kansas. Division II, the winningest Division II football program in America. They do have a good program. They missed going to a bowl game by one game this year, and but he did good. They got a corner that's gonna enter the draft, the NFL draft.
Wow.
Yeah, named Dallas Flowers. He's good, really good. Gavin goes against him in practice all the time, and has a good time playing with him. Really likes him. He
They
says he's
friends?
a good dude. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
cool.
He says he's a really good guy, and makes him better. You know, that's what he likes about it.
Absolutely.
You know, AJ
good.
Martin was a guy that played football here in McAllister. Really good athlete, and he was one of the guys that helped make Gavin better. And Gavin loved, you know, that because they had heated competition on the field, but they respected each other off the field. You know what I mean? They got to be really good buddies for the same reason. Now, he doesn't run around with Flowers every day, but I'm just saying in practice they're friendly. It's
Yeah.
friendly competition. They like going against each other, and so anyway, that was exciting. You know, that part of it, that this guy's going to enter the draft, and I would think
That's very cool.
after watching him, I mean, he's at least going to make a practice squad. He's pretty good. You know, they've had the Colts have come down and looked at him. Several teams have. St. Louis came down and looked at him. Who else? A bunch of teams came by practice and watched him practice and that kind of stuff like that. So, yeah, he's entering the draft. He's a good, nice guy. I've never met him, but Gavin says he's really nice. And based off his social media, he's, you know, really nice or whatever, if you want to believe in that. But anyways, about Gavin, red-shirted, but probably will get playing time this next season as a freshman. So still got all of his eligibility, which I was glad for. With COVID and everything, it's kind of weird because I had a bunch of guys come back that should have ran out of eligibility. They
Right.
allowed to come back and play. So it was the last couple of years I was talking to several different people, and it's a really weird time for everybody going to play college ball right now because of COVID. So
Yeah, people are getting to play till they're like 35.
yeah, well, one of the guys that's graduating this year was 26, I think. That was graduating. I was like, damn, this dude is a grown man graduating college. You know
Is
what
he
I'm
still
saying?
playing?
Yeah, he played his
Oh,
last
okay.
season at 26, I think, or 27, something like that.
Yeah.
And you could tell when you're watching. I went to one of their practices and then one of their games, and you can tell this dude's up there close to 30. He's fucking, you know, he's a man out there. But anyway, he's a good football player too. I don't want to take anything away from him. But so it's been kind of a weird time. I'm not mad about him getting redshirted. He wasn't mad about it. He was glad. He was actually glad they didn't make it to a bowl game because he would have had to practice another week. But he doesn't get to go to the bowl game, doesn't get to travel with the team or anything like that. He just got to do another week of practice, and he
Yeah.
was fucking burnt out and ready to be done with it. So, but anyway, we're excited about next season, and yeah, he'll still be a freshman, basically, as far as his eligibility is concerned. He's almost got his associate's degree already.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's cool, you know, because he took some
You took some
concurrent
classes in high school, yeah.
Yeah. So he took 17 hours, and
In high school?
this first semester,
Okay.
and still made the dean's honor roll. And
That's awesome.
yeah, the head coach even called him, you know, about it. And like, hey, I just got through looking over your grades. Keep it up, you know. So that was cool. And so it's going good. I guess you know, long story even longer. You know how I do stories, but yeah, he's doing well up there. He's enjoying it. So
he said the playbook was a lot different than what he was used to.
yeah, that was one of the first things that he was talking about. 250 route combinations, and he has to know them all. He has to know his and everybody else's. You know, so there was a lot. He said there was a lot to the playbook.
Basically, he has to know the next guy's hot routes too, right?
Yeah, everything. Well, they adjust depending on what the defense does when they take off on their route. They run another route so that it's always disguised. You know, the defense is supposedly never going to know what route they're running. So I don't know. But he's getting way more comfortable, and
really,
yeah, he's had some. They play what the hell do they call it? They play a game, I think it's every Thursday, where it's all the freshmen play against the freshmen, you know, where they actually have like a mock game or whatever. And he's done pretty well, caught some good passes and things like that. So as far as play goes, he feels fine with being able to play on their level. You know, physically, he's fine.
Right.
He's doing really well on that end of it. It was just trying to get caught up on the offense. And he talks like that most of the freshmen were the same way, especially the receivers, you know, it was a lot. So, but he's getting familiar. You know, it's like anything else now.
Yeah, and when some guys getting to come back, you know, because due to COVID and play extra, there's no rush, no hurry. You know, they're not gonna try to, and that's good. You know, because you're not burning through a year of no play time or little play time and having to learn the playbook and stuff. So,
and he got everything. He got more experience, a little more size. You know, he's a little bit faster. I don't know, a little bit quicker, let's say. So yeah, I think there's all advantages there. He didn't see any negative side of it. You know, kept his grades good, and that was a plus for me. You know, I didn't know how he was going to do off on his own up there. No one telling him when to be at class. You know, he had some online classes, first one thing another. So I was like, well, we're going to see. You know, we'll find out real quick. He's fucking 3 hours away from everybody that's going to, you know, have anything to say to him about where he needs to be or whatever, but never missed a beat, never missed a meeting. You know, kind of one of the bitches he had about some of the guys that he played with is that they didn't take the meetings serious. They didn't show up, or they show up late. And he's real big, you know, he's always been big on being late. Well, that was in high school, but now in college he seems to be kind of the same way. So he makes it pretty easy on old dad. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't have to worry about him. I just kick him a little money here and there, you know, make sure his car's running good. And, you know, I bought him some tires while he's in for Christmas, make sure we're good on that, you know, because the wintertime up there is a little more severe than it is down here. So really, I mean, he's kind of autopilot, dude. He just kind of does his thing.
Well, good.
Makes it nice. I don't want to talk him up too much. He does good, though. But anyway, since you ask or whatever.
Well, I wanted to talk about it.
Yeah, he's doing good. So
now, you know, if he was up there not doing good, I probably wouldn't want to talk about it.
Well, I would probably be reaming his ass, you know what I mean? I'd be like,
and you'd probably be talking about it.
Not doing great. But he does good. But anyway, both the boys are doing good, and everything's, you know, like you said, you know, COVID's still a thing in and out of sports, and you know, everybody's dealing with that. You know, you guys deal with it too. You know what it's about. Thank goodness they're not as bad about quarantining people and doing all that thing as we once were. It seemed like it was every day a struggle last year. And this year it's been a little bit easier, a little bit better, I guess. I'm tired of talking. Like you were talking about the headaches. That's how I am about COVID. I'm like, oh my God, don't bring it up. Right. You know, because I had to be completely vaccinated to go to work at my new job because they have government contracts. So they have to follow whatever the CDC says. Well, you got to be fully vaccinated. You got to wear a mask if you're inside, even if you're vaccinated. And you got that whole game. Yeah, it's fun. So, but anyway, now, I don't want to say he's your Carter, but your nephew is at OU.
No.
He's not at OU now?
No, he took off. He's going somewhere else right now.
Oh, I did not know this.
Yeah.
See, I just found something out. Okay, cool. Mm-hmm. Didn't like it, or he just doing something different?
I think he just wanted a break.
Cool.
He just wanted a break.
Well, there's a lot going on with that whole OU scene.
Well, how do I say this without? He took it serious when last year, because he's a video guy, one of the video guys, media people for OU, right? So he for the football team. So he was at all the practices. He all the game, most of the games, setting stuff up and all that. So when they quarantined, he took it serious. So he's at home, or he's in the dorm, quarantining for however long it was, and some of the players wasn't taking it very serious, right? So, remember last year we're at a football game, McAllister football game, and my nephew is quarantining, right? He hadn't seen his family in months. Just call and talk. That's basically it. Well, there was a OU football player sitting 3 rows in front of us, living his best life.
Yeah.
And I can't blame the guy, obviously.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was that. I think the quarantine, I think he was over it, so he was like, I'm gonna take a break.
Yeah.
But I was like, hang on a second, my nephew, who went to McAllister, who would love to be here right now watching McAllister in the playoffs.
Well, he's trying to take care. He has a great opportunity, so he's trying to take care of it. I understand.
And he's playing by the rules.
Yeah, trying to do it the right way. I'd be the same way about
it. And it really sucks when no one else is.
Yeah.
And like I said, I can't blame the guy, for living his best life and saying, you know what, I'm not quarantining. But at the same time, Carter was like, I haven't talked to him about it, but I felt it that night. I'm like, my nephew, I know he would love to be here, and this guy's here, and I wasn't even mad at the guy, of course,
the situation though, and that's the to me that's almost COVID in a nutshell. You know what I mean? It's like,
yes,
it's definitely people have used it for an excuse in some ways to not do things. And then there's people who have just blown it off completely, or it depends. It's a funny thing. I watch, just like getting things delivered. I work in the oil field, so we get a lot of things delivered by truck and that kind of thing like that. Well, if it's late, it's always, COVID's always, it's got us, backed up at this, right. Or, it's always that.
Before it was the holidays. That was the excuse.
Right. But now it's the holidays year round. COVID has got it to where it's always that. You can expect those kind of delays at all times. That's one reason why I worked for so long without a break, was because we had something, a problem with a plant. We couldn't get a part for it for several weeks because of COVID was delaying it being ordered and all this, or couldn't get it in the port, or, it was always some shit. And it's gotten to where that's the world now. I was thinking about that. I was watching The Matrix tonight. I went and watched the new Matrix movie and Resurrection or whatever it is.
Oh,
and it got me.
It was terrible.
Yeah, it's not very good, but it got me thinking though about how the world really is like, there was a pre-COVID and now there's a post-COVID world, dude. I remember how things were and how they are now is two different things. You know what I mean?
We're not post-COVID though. We're COVID.
But
there's no post-COVID yet. Please let me know when that's coming.
Well, I just mean post.
I know what you mean.
The pandemic or whatever.
Right.
And it's
no. We're still in the pandemic.
Well, this world we live in as a result of it, and that's what I mean about
pre-COVID, current COVID.
Yeah. Well, it's like they were talking about in the movie where, once you know about the real world or whatever, you can't go back to, it's hard to go back to
the way it was,
not knowing or whatever. And that's kind of the way it feels, the world feels right now. You know what I mean? It's like this entire, nothing's the same, dude. Like you were talking about getting transmissions worked on, that kind of thing like that. You can't find anybody to do that kind of stuff. Nobody's doing anything. And if they do, they'll get to it when they feel like it. What are you going to do about it? It's almost like it showed people this thing of, I've got this excuse not to do anything.
Right.
Finding people to fix a flat for you. You know what I mean? It's like, nah, we'll get to it whenever. You get your vehicle broke down. Well, we'll get to it. If not, take it somewhere else if you don't like it. There's like 3 places to get your vehicle worked on. So have a great day. You're going to wait wherever you go. So fucking too bad.
Yeah.
Whereas to me, before COVID, it almost seemed like you were kind of expected. it was more performance based. The world was, whereas now it's almost more too damn bad. You get a lot of that. It seems like out in the world. You know, it's very irritating for a guy who was raised a certain way. You know what I mean? I'm an old man or whatever you want to say, but
well, it gave everybody a new look on life, a new outlook on life.
well, it gave a lot of people a big fat excuse
To say "f you."
Yeah, this is like, well, it's a tough world, man. It's a pandemic. We're in a pandemic. What do you want to do? It takes time. Right. You know, I'm like,
you're like, I see tire patches right there. I see my flat tire right there. Mm-hmm. And I see you are not doing anything. Yeah. There's no other vehicles here or whatever.
Yeah, it's a very frustrating thing.
I mean, I haven't dealt with that, but
I have. It's very frustrating, very aggravating part. And here I go talking about COVID, dude. I'm so tired of it, but it's just it's a strange world we live in, you know. I mean, the job I was working at, I would talk to my boss, but I saw him twice in 2021. Physically saw him 2 times.
That's not so bad.
It's not, but then you get these phone calls about, well, why is it like this? You know, or like, I'm trying to get this guy replaced, and he's just like, no, you know, we need bodies there. And I'm like, well, he's not here. I hate to break it to you. He's not coming. He's never here. You know, I have no help.
He's like, well, you are.
Well, you know, with COVID, everybody's got to be vaccinated. We can't find people. You know what I mean? It's always this whole fucking, well, you know, with the way things are, we got to be glad we just have people. You know, I'm like, no, motherfucker, no. I don't have to be glad.
I do not accept that.
I'm not glad at all. You know, I got a lot of shit I'm not glad about right now.
He's like, no, I'm glad you're there, and I'm good.
Yeah, that's what I sound like. Dude. That's what I feel like, though. You know, whenever I'm talking to him, it's like, what the fuck are we talking about, dude? You know, there's nobody's mind in the fucking store. You know what I mean? It's like everybody works from home, which I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily, but. I keep hearing about this. Well, this is how technology is getting ushered into the mainstream is, you know, from COVID and the need to be able to do things remotely and all that stuff. And I'm like, that's awesome, man. But in the meantime, how the hell is this stuff supposed to run until it's integrated? You know, we got this big rub right now of I want to automate shit too, but we got to get there. You know, right now it's work until you can't work no more. Is that what it is for the people that do show up? For the people that aren't making excuses with this whole fucking thing? It's just work us into the ground. I sound like these fucking people that are whining about being nurses and shit. I hear this too. You know, we're hard working when they never give us a break in the ER. You know, and all this shit. I get tired of that too because I've been doing the same shit. I hope they're listening. Fuck them. I do the same thing. I do the same shit. I've been working with no vacation, no time off, 24 hours a day, that whole fucking game.
Yeah, but you're not dealing with sick people all the time. That's a lot different.
How is it different? Are they dying from, are the nurses dying from COVID?
Worse. If you're having to watch people die all the time.
I've watched people die.
Even if it's from COVID or not.
I've watched people die. Believe me, it's another day at the job.
You're getting us canceled right now.
When you're doing it for a living, dude, you watch people die a lot. I know. I've done it for a living. Okay, I've worked in the ER. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so
I've done this work. Now, maybe not pandemic work.
I was gonna say it might be different. I mean, it's got to be different. You're not dragging me in this.
I don't know, man.
You're alone all by yourself.
I know a lot of nurses that laugh at
Next
those nurses.
You're going to say something about teachers and they get paid enough, and no,
not that. No. I ain't got nothing to say about that. I mean, I got my own thing about that whole thing, but as far as like nurses and working, you know, the ERs and COVID wards and all those things like that. Come on, man. Come on, we're all out here pulling and pushing. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear about how the long hours are and all that shit. Because while these people are posting pictures of going to fucking Boca Raton with all the money they've been making and all the extra pay they got paid for working pandemic shit, well, I'm still at work, Han. I'm still out there pushing and pulling. There ain't no fucking buddy coming to take my fucking place. There ain't another nurse coming on duty. There ain't none of that shit. It is fucking, I'm the only guy. And I'll say this. Where I was working up until just recently, my shit was going to a power plant. The gas that I treated went directly to a power plant when it left me. So there ain't no fucking days off, bro. The power plant got to get fed. And if there ain't nobody there to work, so I don't want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? I want to hear this shit.
Well, maybe
You'll see me on social media going, I'm working again today.
Well, maybe
Day in, day out, just keep pulling. You know what I mean? I'm like, you just went on a cruise, motherfucker. Don't tell me this shit. I don't want to hear it.
Maybe you can do that though. Maybe you
I can go on a cruise?
No, maybe
Oh.
maybe, no, but maybe you can get on social media and do that.
I don't want to. What's the point?
But they did. Or
I
do.
give
I
about
don't
as
know
much
who
of
you're
a shit as they
talking
do
about.
right now. You know what I mean? Anybody that's listening to me is going to go, this dude don't know what he's talking about. Well, I say the same thing about you whenever you're griping about not getting a day off at the ER. You know what I'm saying? Too fucking bad. Do something else then. You know, that's what I get told. Well, you're in the wrong line of work then if you don't like working that hard. Well, the pandemic's got me, you know, I can't help it, blah, blah, blah. Well, everybody's dealing with the pandemic. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you're not actively watching people die, now I'm not belittling death, and I'm not belittling the effect of COVID on people. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about healthcare professionals that I see whining and complaining about working so hard when it comes to the pandemic. I don't want to hear none of that, dude, because that's what you do for a living. That's what you do. You signed on for it. This is what you do. So quit getting on social media and bitching about not having a day off and wanting to have national fucking work so hard COVID day. I don't want to fucking hear it. Everybody's doing it. Every man, woman, and child out there is fucking pushing through the pandemic. Just like the nurses are, okay? I don't want to hear it.
This will probably
Bring it.
fucking
bring it.
launch the podcast for us. Right off
Hey man,
the boat into the water.
all I know is, you know, just get out there, pull the reins tight and keep pulling. That's what I was told.
Well, I think
So
that's
what?
what they're doing. They just want to vent. They just want to vent on Facebook, man. They just want someone to know what they're going through.
Well, just know that nobody gives a shit. When everybody reads all that, when everybody's reading this on social media about how hard they're working, nobody cares. They just need you to show up and do your job. They don't care how hard you're working. Don't care if you get to sleep. Don't care if you get to see your family. Don't give a shit. They want the job done. And that's what you do for a living. If you don't want to be a nurse in the ER, then don't be a nurse in the ER. Go be a nurse doing something else that ain't got nothing to do with the pandemic. You know what I mean? Go take blood pressures at a psych ward or something like that. You're going to deal with COVID there too. But to me, if you want to do something worthwhile as a nurse, then get out there and work hard. I mean, that's all you can do. I mean, that's all we're all, that's why I'm saying I just get tired of seeing these people wanting sympathy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's not coming, bro, ma'am. The sympathy ain't there. There ain't nobody sitting around about to fucking have a national day of rest, for the nurses all take a day off. You've obviously been hit hard by the pandemic. You're getting paid exorbitant amounts of money to work these hours. That's what I get told. Well, I wish I had, will you give me your overtime check? You know what I mean? I'm like, fuck the overtime. I'd like to see my family every now and then. That's what I'm screaming.
Or do a podcast.
But you know what I did about it? I got a different fucking job is what I did about it. And that's what they need to do. If they don't like it, then get you another fucking job. Don't bitch on social media. I wish people would I would love it if people would just go to social media just to be funny and then leave the rest of the shit laying.
Well, I was talking to a friend of mine the other night about this, a couple of friends, and I get on Facebook and it's a comedy show to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for the most part. Now, the serious stuff people are going through and they're posting.
Right. Yeah, I'm not belittling any of that.
But
yeah.
I get on there. I don't post a lot of personal stuff. I have a million pictures in my phone of my son, a million videos of my family, da-da-da-da-da. I don't post any of it hardly, right? Some of it I will. But it's not every day, okay? And it's not, let's get in our pajamas and take a family photo. And
matching.
There's no photo shoots, bruh. I don't do photo shoots. Okay. I want the real shit. I want to do the real shit. All right. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying that You shouldn't do
We fucking
pajamas.
getting on one tonight.
Okay?
We're getting on
I'm
one.
just saying I don't do the pajama thing. And I say pajamas because it was the first thing that popped in my head because that's what everybody's doing. And
Yeah.
I'm not knocking the pajamas.
Well,
Just
it's
want you to
Christmas
know.
time, pretty baby. So that's what they do.
But I'm not into the photo shoots. I'm really not. Now I'm into being funny and real stuff. I want don't take pictures when I look like shit. Okay.
I do want to put my arm around the men.
You know, you posted a picture or somebody posted, was it Trent when we were talking, when his son called us, you know, dude, I had
knew you were gonna be
headache,
pissed.
dude, headache. I was like, oh, there's that's what
you were gonna be mad,
that's
dude.
what my face looks like when I have a headache. I know I see it in the mirror, but here I am. I'm right in the middle of talking. You know, I'm talking to Brecken, Trent's son. Trent, if you didn't know, Trent's son dialed us on Instagram,
in our little chat
group. He dialed us, and it was hilarious.
Very
it was
funny.
Very dude, he played it off like he done it all the time. He just sitting there looking at us, making little faces and stuff. He wasn't phased by us at all.
know.
And it was perfect.
He didn't even talk back. So I told
Trent.
Trent, I said, he even talked to us. He just smiled.
He just smiled like I'm watching.
He's like, you idiots answered.
I'm looking
you guys
at it.
really answered.
In my mind, I thought maybe he was looking at a dumb movie, like he's seen these three dudes and like he's watching a movie.
I
on his phone.
thought the same thing.
Like a
maybe he
funny
couldn't
video.
see us. Yeah.
No, I think he could see us.
Oh, I know he could.
But he saw three idiots. You know, he's like, how do these three idiots pop on my phone, and here I am too with them. Well, you know, or he was just looking at himself. You know, because it. Anyways.
Very funny.
I don't know how did I get up on this.
Because you were talking about you didn't like your picture being put on social media without your express permission.
Right, and I look like an idiot in that picture, dude.
Nobody cares, dude.
I
I'm telling
know,
you.
and I don't care either. Okay, but
Nobody's sitting around going, Ben looks like shit. Oh my god. Well, there's probably
Well,
somebody who's probably saying
I did look like shit that day because I had a bad headache and I was just sitting there on the couch. But Brecken made my day, man. The whole thing made my day. I was like,
Me
this was
too.
perfect.
Yep.
But anyways,
Nobody was mad about that.
take your pajama pictures. I don't care. And I'm not laughing at you if you do it. I'm just saying I don't do that. I'm not into my family's beyond happy. We're not, you know, I'm not into the fake stuff, dude. I am me.
I try to keep it real.
Yeah, just be real. Okay.
Yeah.
So when I get on Facebook, for me, it's a comedy show. Okay. It's for comedy. You know, it's to laugh. It's to be, I'm not going to get aggravated. You know, when people,
You say this, but you had a photo shoot as a couple of Halloween characters. So you do photo shoots, just not.
I'm not the happy family photo shoot.
Oh, okay.
Let's all pretend
Those are funny. Those are funny pictures.
we are the happiest family in the world. Let's all pretend that our, you know, whatever.
That we always wear matching pajamas.
and that
every night.
and that we are over the top happy. But then next week, when y'all are not together,
Right.
you know, he or she was the worst person for years. Those
things always go hand in hand, though. That's the thing that people need to realize.
That's what people don't realize.
Is when you get on there every
That's what
day.
we were
and
talking
you're-
about the other day.
Yeah.
We're like, we see through that.
Yeah.
Everybody sees through that every time.
Definitely.
Every time.
Definitely. You know what? You know what's funny about it is, it's like being an older guy like I am, and you know, like you said, my lack of social media skill. When you bring it up, I never really thought about it till you brought it up to me. You know, like if you'll notice, you know, when these people are on there talking about how happy they are, they're the least happy ones, and it's true. You know, when I think about it, when I put that together with what I know, I'm like,
you didn't know that already,
Well,
or not really thought about it.
you got to know. I come from a time whenever
And if they
what
are
you
happy,
saw,
I'm happy for them. You know what I mean? But we know.
right?
I mean, for the most part,
Well, pre-internet though, this is what people that might be younger than might hear this. Pre-internet, whatever you got to see over, let's say TV or the radio, you had to assume was the way things they really were. You know what I mean? Because you didn't have the.
well, does it start making you think about history books and history and what to believe about it all?
Yeah,
Everything.
definitely.
It's like, I mean, can we really believe this about this? I mean, was this guy really this, you know, awesome or whatever, you know, whatever story you're reading about some figure in history, or was it really?
But see, what you're talking about right now is definitely how I got so conflicted. You know, we've talked several times about how I almost get a more liberal viewpoint on some things in the world. And that mindset though that you're talking about is how I got to that point.
Yeah, but
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but for you, you probably think about it a lot. I don't.
Well, yeah, I
I'm
do.
just like, I don't care if Christopher Columbus was a bad dude or a good dude. I can't do nothing about it.
Right. Well, I think about things like I tried to watch,
Do I think we should celebrate the dude? No.
well,
But
you got to celebrate the start of America. You know what I mean? I mean, and it's, I mean, whether they took it from Indians or not, you
but then
got
you
to,
start hearing about bad stories about Christopher Columbus. Columbus. Oh my
right?
God.
Yeah, Columbia's. Yeah, that's it.
I'll cut that out. No, I won't. I'm not cutting anything out.
Don't,
I'm
'cause that's
running.
funny.
I'm running through everything. I'm running with everything. But
Well, but you got to look at it like this. I mean, to your point, I mean, we wouldn't have what we have if things didn't go the way they went. I mean, if this country had been left to its own devices, right, and if the American native had been left and never disturbed, there wouldn't be any United States of America. I mean, not that they wouldn't have made something of their own. You know, eventually it could become some sort of a nation. But I'm talking about, it's just like anything else. It takes the things you go through to become what you are. You know what I'm saying? So there wouldn't be the America we know unless people came over and took it over.
Very true.
You know, I mean, I would, whether it be better or worse is up to the individual, you know, whether they think it'd be better or worse without things going the way it did. But the thing that messes with me is the politics side of things are, you know, I don't get into them too much. I try to ignore them for the most part. But whenever you see movies like, I was watching the new Leonardo DiCaprio movie with Jennifer Lawrence, where it's about a comet and the comet's going to hit Earth. I can't remember the name of it. I just watched about half of it the other day. Now, it's obvious that this movie was made to mock the way people don't pay attention to global warming. You know what I mean? They just made it a more exaggerated thing by a comet's going to hit the Earth in 6 months. And so on that end of it, I got kind of bored, you know, because I was like, okay, it's the same old shit. But they made a good point in the movie whenever I was watching, because whenever they go to the president and they're like, look, man, we've found this comet. We've done the math on the trajectory. It's going to hit the Earth, and it's a planet killer in 6 months. Unless we do something, we got to, you know, this is going to happen. And the main thing the president's worried about is midterm elections and their newest nominee for the Supreme Court and all that. And they can't even get worried about, you know, because they're like, you know, how many world-ending meetings we've had in our presidency, you know, it's first one thing, another, da, 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 and they make light of it. Well, I can believe that that's true, though, because politics has become so much entertainment. Well, then you think back, has it always been? You know what I mean? Has politics, because, you know how you and I both agree on this. People as a species aren't any different than they were in caveman days. You know what I mean? I mean, human nature is human nature. So every bad thing that we do now, we used to do. Everything from rape to genocide to cheating on your wife to any of these things that we can think about that we look down on as a society. We've always done these things, you know. So the illusion of politics, when I was growing up, you know, you could say things like, you know, Ronald Reagan was like the savior of America. You know what I mean? Now, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Ronald Reagan, but I'm saying I'm sure to a large degree a lot of that was theatrics. And you go back and you start thinking about how much shit that I've been taught was a lie, or maybe not out and out lie, but some contrived version, whatever they want you to see, especially before the internet. And that was the point I was about to make about pre-internet shit, is you didn't have the access to even find out about the bullshit like you do now. You know, there was nobody fact checking. You know, you had 3 news networks, I think, or that's what I could remember when I was growing up.
Yeah, but you can't even believe fact checking now.
Right. But I'm just saying, at least now you can look it up and find out where Guantanamo Bay is. You know what I mean? Instead of just hearing about it on the news, you can actually look it up and go, what the hell where is this? You know? I don't know why. I mean, this is the first thing that popped in my head, but I don't have anything for or against Guantanamo Bay. That's just the first thing that popped in my head. But the point is, it's a weird, like Facebook. It is a weird entertainment industry, you know, and that's all it fucking
why you
is.
have to look at it.
Everybody gets pissed.
Don't get on there and get, you know, pissed or upset or stressed out about everything you're reading, or see that people have a better life than you. Don't look into any of that.
Well, why do you think that they went to the Meta? You know what I mean? Zuckerberg's going to the Meta now, right?
Yeah.
Because the illusion of Facebook being something serious and a way to transmit true information, that's all been pulled back. Everybody knows now it's a bunch of bullshit.
Right.
Anybody that's paying any attention at all, you don't take a fucking thing you see or hear on Facebook serious. Any news thing you see is some bullshit they've stuck in front of you from an algorithm that they're trying to get you to believe. Because they need to keep that division going. So now that everybody sees that, Zuckerberg's like this, well, fuck, that's over with. We got to figure out a way to make this profitable. How can we do it? What's going to make money? We'll do alternate realities. We'll do a universe inside the universe and let these people escape this bullshit. Now that we've created this fucking shitstorm, we're going to give them a way to get out of it. And that's surely to God. People, and even me, dude, I was victim of it. If you go back, when my old posts pop up from like 2013, 2010, 2011, dude, I hang my fucking head. You know what I mean? Huh?
You delete it?
Well, I mean, you had those memories pop up.
Yeah, but do you delete that?
No, I just fucking go, God, I need them to come up and remind me. Because they're a nice little fresh reminder of how fucking stupid I was about it in the beginning.
Yeah, but I delete them.
Oh, well. But I look at
Trent
them.
does too.
And I'm just sitting there looking at them going,
Go back to our MySpace.
Why the fuck would you say that?
God.
Yeah, why would you get on there?
Well, MySpace, we were just like F this, F that, and it was like just a free for all, man. We were just like we were living our best life. We didn't have kids then.
You were real young then, though.
Right, we were way younger, so it was just like
even I was young then.
So and then we go back and look at it, and we're like, oh my God.
Yeah, I don't need this on the interwebs. This needs to go away.
Let
but
me
it's somewhere.
this.
I don't give a shit if you delete it. It's somewhere. They got it in a fucking data bank somewhere.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah, because I just talked to a guy that just that I work with that just came back from California, and that's what he was doing, was working on the generators. They had these massive generators in Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
And he was going in there, and they've got one running, one on backup, and then one that's down for maintenance. Is how they run them, right? And they're big. Like, they don't ever want the power to go out at these data collection centers, is what he was working at. So he was doing maintenance on these big generators. And that's what he was saying, is he's like, you can't believe the size of these fucking buildings they have to store all this shit. He's like, dude, they're storing everything. Every click you make, everything you fucking acknowledge, like, dislike, comment on, whatever. He said, they're putting that shit back. They have to.
Every breath you take.
Yeah. He's like, dude, it's all there. He's like, I wouldn't be surprised if your camera's not on recording you all the time on your phone. He's like, every time you set it down and you whack it to porn, it's on a video in a bank somewhere for somebody to watch.
Absolutely.
So have a great day.
Yeah.
Have a great day with that. Yeah. I was like, oh God.
I've told you this.
I know, but
he's out there looking at it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He come fresh back from Silicon Valley, and he's telling me this shit, and he's like, dude, you can't believe the size. He goes, you can't believe the size of the generators. He's like, they're bigger. Like, we had gas compressors sitting out there when we were talking about it. He's like, way bigger than this shit.
And if you're thinking about the amount of information you can store on just your phone, you know what I mean? And how small those things are.
Yeah. And they're taking everybody's shit. Everybody's, man.
Yeah.
That's that to me. And then whenever like, I was watching some of these cryptocurrency hearings that they're having, I've been watching the CNET channel on YouTube. I'll sit there and watch some of these things, and they're talking to these crypto people about, because that's the next big thing, is how are they going to govern this cryptocurrency as it's coming out? Because it's coming.
Because that's the whole point about cryptocurrency, is to not be governed.
Right. Well, but the United States is like, well, if we're going to allow it, we're going to have some control over it. We're not, and that's their whole thing, is they're trying to understand it. Right. So they got these CEOs and shit in there talking about it. And the thing I keep noticing whenever I listen to these, or when I watch these videos and I listen to these people talk, and these are supposed to be the what would you call it, like the authorities on how this shit works. And it's hard to keep up with when they're talking, using all these financial terms and shit. I'm like, oh my God, I have to go back and Google the shit that they said, because I don't know what they are. But when you're sitting and listening to them, they always talk about who owns the internet, because that's the big thing they're wanting to do with cryptocurrencies. They're wanting to create version 3 of the internet, because they got version 2 right now. So the meta is going to be part of version 3, and that's where you own a section of the internet. You essentially buy or purchase a piece of the internet, instead of who owns version 2? Google and a few smaller companies, is what they say every time. Everybody says it. The senators all say it to each other. The CEOs that are giving the fucking deposition to the senators are saying it. They won't say who. It's always Google and some smaller companies that own the internet. So they have to ask Google's fucking permission to do anything. So I can only imagine, since they own the fucking data, what they're doing with it. I don't give a shit what they say about whether they're selling it or not, because you and I both know, they're making ridiculous amounts of money off of it. Even
Yes.
when you click "Don't allow this app to follow me," or you know what I mean, you
That
know,
means
shit.
allow.
Right. Well, they're just
It's
basically
making you feel it's actually making you feel safer, so you'll do a lot
Right.
more.
They're just acting like they're giving you a choice. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. They're like, oh, this dude, you know,
Right.
or this chick, whatever, you know. And that's what I'm saying is it's so weird to think about, and how like my kids trust the internet to a large degree. You know what I mean? Well, you kind of have to in some degree, some level of yourself. You
My
have to
kids do
go.
too,
Fuck
and I have
it,
to say,
you know?
son, you know,
Well, they've got it to where you can't function without it.
right.
I mean, it's even more so now than ever, and it's going to be more that way. I think. You know.
Well, it's easy to make these kids believe what they're seeing as well. I mean, you know, you're on YouTube and you got a kid talking about a video game, and he's talking about, you know, just anything with that video game, and there's these codes and these codes, and you can get free this and free that. Well, these kids are eating that stuff up, and then they're clicking on these sites, and you're just getting further and further in the hole, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I do it too, and that's it's just a weird thing to watch something like the idea behind the Matrix, you know, and you're just sitting there going, not that I think that everything is simulation necessarily, but just like it's the power of it, the all encompassing thing of the internet is insane, you know.
Well, and it's the push to be like that too.
Yeah, it's going to get worse before it gets better. I mean, there's going to have to be some sort of for it to ever stop, some catastrophe. I mean, there's going to have to be some huge, and not just the pandemic's not big enough. You know what I mean? As big as it's been, that's not big enough. They're going to have to find billions of people getting buried in big mass graves or some shit like that.
When these movies come out, do you
Zuckerberg.
think it's giving people ideas, or do you think they're just trying to show us what's about to happen? Because you look back in the 80s and they're talking about electric cars, and people were like, it's never going to happen. Or
Yeah.
the 60s. I think they were even talking about electric cars in the 60s.
Well, that's what we talk about, quantum computing and all that kind of shit like that. Well, the quantum theory, they ain't made a decent leap. That's a weird word to use. Quantum leap is an old show, but they haven't
I like
made
that
a
show too, by the way.
Yeah, it was a good show. That's a real old fucking show too.
Oh boy.
But
That's what
but
you say.
no advancements in quantum theory since the late 1800s, early 1900s. So you got 100 years here where we basically know something exists and we haven't made any advancements on it. So imagine what these think tanks, where all these people are sitting around these buildings for the government or for different companies or whatever, they're sitting around dreaming up scenarios. You know, for you to even come up with a movie like The Matrix, dude, you have had to gone down some rabbit hole that is unimaginable. You know, where you it's hard to distinguish between reality and entertainment, basically. You
I've
know,
never
a
watched any of the
simulation.
Matrix movies.
Oh, well, it will definitely, it'll get you thinking about, you know, if that were possible, if that was the thing, you could see how it could be that way.
I've seen bits and pieces, but right.
Well, you know, they're not. I mean, as a guy who likes the movies, you know, because I do like movies, I like going to the movies and that kind of shit.
Did you go by yourself tonight?
Yeah, I go by myself to the movies most of the time. Most of the time, it's a lot funner to go by myself.
It is?
Hell yeah!
Why?
So I don't have to talk to nobody. I don't have to explain shit. I don't have to do anything but watch the movie and enjoy it.
But when I go to the movies with you, that's what you do.
What?
I don't
Enjoy the movie?
You don't have to talk to me when you go to the movies.
Right.
With me.
But I still have to wait on you to get snacks. You know what I mean? I
You
gotta
don't get
wait on you.
snacks?
Yeah, but I'm waiting on myself. That's it. I don't have to wait on nobody else. I just show up, get my shit, and go sit down.
So you would rather go to the movie by yourself than to go with me or Trent? All three of us go and
Depends on the movie, but most likely. If it's something important to me, you know, like the Spider-Man movie, I went with Brandy and all them, but I would have preferred to go by myself.
really?
Yeah, or somebody that, well, I didn't mind going with Brandy and them because they were pretty much into it too. You know, I mean, so on that end of it, I appreciate it. That's kind of a bad example because they were excited about seeing it. And like with Carter, my son, he's kind of into the whole Marvel universe. So it's kind of a cool thing to talk about, you know, and it was such a good movie. The new Spider-Man movie was that, it's the best Spider-Man movie they've ever made, in my opinion. So it's cool to get to kind of go through that stuff and talk about it on that level. But
I think you're probably right about that because Casey went and watched it, not with me, with some friends, and he came back and he started playing his old Spider-Man game that he had. He just bought the new one, Spider-Man, and he's kind of into it.
It's a damn good
I'm kind
movie,
of shocked
man.
that he's into that because he's never really been into superheroes or.
Well, it's right up there with all Endgame and all those big Marvel movies. You know what I mean? The Avengers and all the Iron Man and all that. It's that good to me. So, but like I said, if it's a movie I'm interested in, like the new Batman movie that's coming out, I wouldn't mind going with someone who is into it. But as far as somebody who's going just to see how Robert Pattinson plays Batman, don't fucking go with me. I'm not here. I want to watch the movie. I want to get into the
movies,
character.
I don't want to talk.
Right. I want to I want to see the Riddler's performance. I want to see
wanna-
how they do it. You know what I mean?
feel like I'm in the movie.
Yes.
Don't talk to me.
I go for it's an escape. That's what to me, and that's what Facebook to me is kind of like the movies. I open that shit up.
I told you that a long time ago when you didn't have a Facebook. You're like,
Yeah,
I don't want.
true.
I was like, dude, you have to get one because you have to be. This is very entertaining. You have to
Very
laugh
true.
at the shit that you're seeing here.
And I do.
The things that people are saying and doing.
When I first got on it, though, I was taken in. You know what I mean? I was like, this is a way to gain information. This is a way to keep up with how people are really doing. And now I know that it's not.
It's not.
You know what I mean? It's
not.
a way just to I'll say this. It's let me connect with some people though.
Right.
Through like direct messaging or something like that I haven't seen since childhood. A really good example is a guy named Todd Jesse. We called him Bubba whenever we were young. He was one of my best friends when we were growing up. Hadn't seen him in years. And been keeping up with him though recently on social media and that kind of thing like that. And then I ran into him in Oklahoma City back during the playoff game, the state state championship game.
Yeah, I met him.
Really cool. You know what I mean?
He was.
It's no, you didn't get to meet Todd. No, I saw him at a restaurant. No.
Oh, who did I meet then?
I don't remember. Who did you meet?
I met one of your friends from up there. Came to the game.
No.
Sit with us.
No, I'm talking about this year at the state championship game.
Yeah.
I didn't even see you at that game.
Yes, I did. Yes, you did.
At the state championship, no. Yeah, I did not see you there.
Was it last year that I met one of your friends?
Yes,
Kill me now.
That's Gully. Yeah, that was
See?
last year.
I don't even know what's going on, man.
Yeah, now this year I didn't get to see you.
My
Remember, you were asking where you sitting,
Yeah, you
and then
didn't
we
save many seats. That's cool.
yeah we didn't get. We were going to do a short little podcast before the game,
Yeah, and you
you
never
were
said
still
nothing to
eating
me.
at like 30 minutes to kick off, and I'm like,
No,
oh Jesus,
not quite at 30 minutes.
pretty much
Yeah.
45 minutes.
No,
to kick
I got
off.
there 30 minutes before kickoff
See, and I was in my seat an hour before kickoff.
and did not save me seats.
Why? There were no seats saved.
Did you have chair backs?
You wait till right before the game starts.
Did
No,
you have
I didn't sit up there. It's
Oh.
too far away. I want to sit closer. But I did see people I hadn't seen in a long time up there. Saw Dino Jones. Hadn't seen him in years and years, 20 years, and
Yeah.
saw him.
I saw Eric Barnes.
I didn't see Eric Barnes.
I gave
but
Eric Barnes a hug.
Oh,
I don't ever see him. I haven't seen him in 6, 7, 8 years.
oh, well, it's probably been about that
It's been
long.
a
since I've
long
seen
time
him.
since I've seen him.
I saw Anthony Reed the other night in Wilburton, and I hadn't seen Anthony since high school.
I do not know who that is.
Oh, he was a guy I went to high school with. Really good dude. I really like
Sounds
Anthony.
familiar.
He's a good dude. Big, giant guy. Always was a real big guy. Still big, but really nice. I always liked him. One of my better friends that I had in high school and that kind of thing like that. But it had been since high school since I'd seen him. And here he comes walking in. I was really glad to see him. Told him that all night. Bought him beer and all kinds of shit. Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Was
I was that glad to see him,
Really?
Yeah.
He didn't buy you any beer?
Yeah, he bought me a couple. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I bought him some beers, and he didn't want to go. He keeps up. Him and Aaron Deering are still real good friends, and he was wanting to go stand by Aaron, but he's like feeling guilty because
You were buying him
yeah.
beer.
And I was like, dude, go back there with them guys. I'm just buying you beer because I'm glad to see you, dude. You don't have to stand here. This is not. I'm not buying your friendship. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Go do what you're doing. I'm just glad to see you. Here's a beer. Have
Did he
one.
roll out?
Yeah, he went back there. I was glad he did. I was glad I got to talk to him. Got to talk to him when he left. We got to connect. It was cool. I don't see him on social media, so I don't think he has social media that I know of. But
Did
but
you tell
anyway,
him about the podcast?
I think I did. Yeah. Matter of fact, I talked about it most of the night because I was talking to Bubba and Lance and all them about it.
Good. I'm
Aaron.
glad you did.
Yeah, I've been talking to a bunch of people about it. Oh, that brings up a couple of things. I ran into people. Okay, I was at a basketball game back at the start of the basketball season, and I sat right down at the edge of the stands. When I came in, it was really full. I got there in time for the high school boys game, so I kind of had to sit right there at the very edge, sitting there minding my own business most of the game. There's a lady standing on the stairs because it was pretty damn full. I'd paid no attention to her. You know what I mean? I'm watching the game, and these people are, there's people standing there. And I was sitting there, and some play happened, and this lady just turns around and taps me on the knee because my knee's about head high to her, and she tapped me on the knee. She goes, "I was going to tell you that you do a podcast, right, with Ben Klein?" And I was like, "I'm sorry." And she started laughing. She laughed too, And she goes, no, you guys said that no one ever says anything when they see you in public, so you don't know if anybody's watching. I want to let you know.
That's the dang truth.
Yeah.
Some people will let us know in the behind the scenes.
But this
or
lady,
if I run into them in public, sometimes
she did exactly what we asked, and I'm not going to call her out on it. I mean, she works in the school system, which is close enough to her. You know what I mean? She didn't say my name or tell them about me or none of that. I just want to say, if you listen to this, I appreciate it. I know Ben appreciates it. It's really cool to run into someone and them say, "Hey, I listened to it," and to not go, "Your shit sucks," or I don't like your attitude. I don't like, I don't listen to it anymore. You're a douchebag.
It's rare that people that I don't know will tell me.
Now, I didn't know this lady.
Some people, like Eric, when I ran into him, and I was like, "Oh man," he goes, "Yeah, I see you guys, with the podcast and stuff, So I don't know if he didn't tell me that he actually listens. He probably don't because,
dude, you got to put him on the spot. That's what I do. I'm like, "Have you listened to any of it?" You know what I mean? I do. Hell yes.
They gotta tell me they listen first.
No, man.
Sometimes I'll be like,
if they say,
they're like, "No, man, I got around to it," and I'm like, "Man, okay, whatever."
Well, see, I bring it up too. I'll say, "Yeah, I'll do that little podcast with Ben." I always kind of, I make it a smaller thing. You know what I mean? I'm like, "Well, we do a little podcast," or, I'll say my friend that I do my podcast with, or something like that. I bring it up quite a bit actually. And so
I do too.
And if someone says, "Oh yeah, dude, it's hilarious," I'm like, "So you listen to it?" Now, always.
And what do they say?
Well, I make them lie to me if nothing else. You know what I mean? Yes, dude. Yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah.
They never say
whatever.
No. Well, obviously people do listen because we get to see the numbers. And
right.
There's a lot of people that are listening.
Yeah.
But nobody will. I say nobody. I mean, there are people that will,
Well, now when I bring it up to people, here's some things that if they haven't listened to it, they'll at least say, "I'll say, man, I'll give you a shout out in the next podcast, or whatever." And they're like, "I appreciate that you guys have a lot of followers." They see the Facebook page, and all that shit. So, you're like, "You damn right I do. Don't forget."
But you don't give them any shout outs.
Well, just like the city of McAllister. You know what I mean? I got no love for the city of McAllister.
Yeah.
Now I've developed a more of appreciation for businesses in McAllister than I did have. Been treated a lot differently since, we had that big rant in that one episode where we were really
hammering on
McAllister about this shit. And I've had people be different, not in a fake way either. I mean, I'm talking about in an authentic, genuine way, come to me and be different. And
well, what we said that night was true.
It was true at the time. I'll give you that. Yeah. But, and this is a big but,
and
big
I'm
ass.
not apologizing for anything I've said.
No, I don't want to apologize for it.
Not a single word.
I do want to say, though, that there have been people who have gone out of their way to be different. And I do appreciate it, and I'm not going to go into a big, long list of them, mainly because I don't think they were doing it for recognition. I think that some of these people had realized maybe that we weren't that far off the mark and that they're willing to kind of meet you halfway.
And there's a lot more people out there that feel just like you and I do about it.
Yeah, well, anytime somebody's willing to stand up and say it, then there's a shitload of people that think that way already.
Right.
I mean, if it's bad enough for someone to mention, somebody else has already thought of it.
I'm kind of tired of complaining about stuff. It's like, okay, if we're going to complain about it, then we need to do something about it. And if we're not going to do anything about it, then let's just shut up.
That's what I say. That's why I didn't keep on about the government. You know what I mean? Because I'm not going to run for office. I'm not going to do anything about this shit.
I've had people say, "Ben, you need to be a city councilor." And I'm like, no.
Hell no.
I'll find you somebody that can. And I'll push like a mofo to get them in. And I'll be relentless. Okay? But I'm not going to.
They got to be the right person, though. Not just any old Joe Schmo.
Yeah. Right.
But nobody.
And I don't want somebody who's going to benefit me. I want somebody who's going to benefit the
change.
city.
Yeah, some change.
Benefit the people, not just me. And that's the problem we have. Well, that's the problem, and that's just the way it is, man. It's the way it's been since the beginning of time.
Yeah,
and that's the way it still is, and even here in McAllister, it's the way it is.
Yeah,
and that's not what I want. My grandpa was that way. Okay, He was a city councilor for 18 years. He was the longest running city councilor in the history of Wilburton, Oklahoma.
Damn.
Okay. And he was not in it for himself.
Right.
And when I said he was in
Trying
it
to
for
make
that
the community
way,
better.
yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Trying to do some shit about it. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's admirable. Yeah, it's like
And
I'm
he
talking
wasn't a
about.
politician.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. These guys that are one fellow in particular who is kind of, I wouldn't say he's gone out of his way because of what I said. He's just.
No, we talking about the guy that came up to you and mentioned it first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like maybe I kind of misspoke on him to begin with because he's never really been the way I was talking about with these other guys.
Well, you never said his name.
Right. But
he's an awesome dude.
But he's definitely what I would consider a
Genuine
friend of mine, you know,
Right.
and he's gone out of his way to be friendly to me since then. I'm talking about way out of his way, and not for personal gain. I mean, this guy's found out that maybe my mind is on a different. You know, I talked about some investments, and first one thing and another, and this dude has not tried to get me in on something. He's not said, well, you know, let me make you some money. None of that. He's
Right.
like, if you need some help, because I was reaching out because this dude was doing some stuff that I was wanting to do. And he was very, very open, very nice. I consider him a friend. I really honestly do. I mean, he's a very friendly guy. He's a business owner in
Yep.
McAllister. So like I said, on that end of it, I don't think we were wrong in what we were saying.
We were not wrong.
But we kind of blanketed everybody in it. And
We were not wrong.
No.
Okay.
But
we were not wrong.
But for this fella, you know, I kind of feel like
No, we weren't throwing him in. We weren't
Individually.
throwing him personally,
Right.
or individually under the bus.
Yeah.
But we were throwing the people who are like that under the bus, and there's a lot more than just a couple.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and I've had other people since then too. It's kind of an odd thing too, who aren't business owners, who are just people who have been more friendly towards me. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's almost like maybe they didn't realize how they were being, I guess you would say. Just, you know, people here and there doing things that were a little more.
They don't want to be thrown at the bus. They don't want
Well-
to mention them individually.
well, I
so
don't
they're
wanna do
like,
that.
Hey, I love you.
Well, I'm not really going to do them like I did O'Reilly's, you know what I mean, where I fucking held them to the fire, which has been brought up to me since then. Okay. O'Reilly's knows who I am. No
Yeah, they
shit.
do.
No shit.
I know they do.
They do. It's been told to me by an employee. They're like, "Oh shit, yeah,
We know who you are.
we're supposed to take care of you." You know what I'm saying? I'm like, "Well, damn, I wasn't trying to do that," you know. But anyway, you know, you try to shine light on something. I'm not doing it for personal gain. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna go around here and fucking.
Well, if you call O'Reilly's and they don't offer you the matched price, that they'll match price. They don't say, "Hey, we offer the lowest price guarantee." If they don't offer you the lowest price guarantee, it's been a while since I've
Read the script.
talked about the lowest price guarantee, but if they
Right.
don't offer you that lowest price guarantee on every single phone call, even if they know who you are, then they're not doing what they're supposed to do. They're
Yeah.
supposed to offer that lowest price guarantee. So
Well, they didn't do
even
that.
at that point, I mean, that's something that's not that big of a deal, you would think, right?
Right.
They don't appreciate it, okay? And they'll send, you know, they'll have callers, they'll have, you know, people, what do they call them? They'll just have people call that are not really looking for a part. They just want to hear if you're going to say lowest price guarantee. And then the next time the area manager shows up to the store, he's going to say, this is how many phone calls we made that were, you know, prank calls basically. And this is how many times, you know, your employees offer the lowest price guarantee.
Yeah.
And if it's 7 of 9, they're not going to be happy. You know, if it's 9 of 9, then, hey man, you're doing a good job to the manager, right? So when you make a video and post it on Facebook talking about how you're getting treated, like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, they're not going to be happy. They're going to make changes.
Well,
they're going to make sure. And that's what you wanted. You just wanted to be treated right.
Right. And I
And
don't
we
want
talked
anybody.
about
To,
it. We're not trying to beat a dead horse.
Right.
We're not trying to get anybody in trouble, you know. But I'm just telling you that O'Reilly's, because I know exactly how they operate, and they haven't changed a bit.
Well,
The
and
smallest little detail of not offering the lowest price guarantee. When Lucas calls in and wants a, you know, hey man, you got any air fresheners? Yes, we do, and we offer the lowest price guarantee.
yeah.
I know if they don't do that and they get caught,
they're in trouble.
Oh, Riley's just pissed.
Well, but you get that, like we were saying a little bit ago, though, we're kind of, if you think about it, we are sort of doing something about what we don't like. You know, I mean, we're giving a little bit of voice to some things that we don't appreciate.
Definitely.
And it's nice to know that it's heard. You know, not because, like I said, not because I want to get somebody in trouble. I really do not care anything about going around and policing people and all that stuff like that. It is simply just to say, I wonder if anybody else is dealing with this.
Right.
You know, and it's nice when somebody goes, oh, damn, I didn't realize, or dude, we'll do something different about that. Or, you know, because I do it. I'll get lax on something too and have somebody bring me up short. Believe me, I'm married. You know what I'm saying? So it happens to me. You know, you could do better here.
Well,
Slick,
I was at
you know?
a restaurant in Gulf Shores one time, and I saw the guy in the back making the food, and he grabbed some fries off of the plate and ate them.
Did he do it
Just
like
a
you
couple
do?
of fries.
Did he eat them like you eat them? Did he?
I don't know, man.
Did he poke them in there?
I just know that
Push him in there?
I had a funny angle, okay, in that kitchen, and I saw him eat the fries off the plate, okay, that he was about to serve. And I wrote a Google review on it, right? And I was on the beach.
And who was the fella?
He was from Oklahoma.
Wasn't he
He
the
was
owner?
the manager. Yeah,
Oh,
he was
the
owner.
manager.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
he was the owner. He was the owner. There was two owners of this, and they were from Oklahoma. And
That's crazy.
like it was like 30 minutes later, I was on the beach and I pulled my phone up and I saw that I had a reply, and I was like, what? So I read it, and it was like, we are so sorry. It was, you know, we're short staffed. Our manager or the owner,
You know,
we're
COVID.
from Oklahoma. No, this was before
Oh.
COVID. This was a few years ago.
Okay.
And so, you know, and he replied back and he's like, I promise you we'll, you know, da 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 da. And dude, I probably shouldn't have deleted it, you know, because somebody that I had talked to, they were like,
I saw that shit too.
no,
Oh.
they said it happened, so just leave it up, you know. And
Well,
but I
give them an
deleted it.
opportunity to come back and
But
see
I
their
don't
reply.
want to wreck a business. You know what I mean? If they're gonna make
Not
it
at
right,
all.
if they're gonna make it right, you
Yeah.
know, I deleted it. You know, maybe I shouldn't have, but I did because they replied, "We're so sorry. We'll never do it again." Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And I've eaten there since
Yeah.
a lot. So
Well,
anyways.
and that's to me, that's a cool thing about doing what we're doing. Is it, you know, I say all the time when people say, "Well, what's your podcast about?" You know, I'm like, "Well, it's not really about anything," and that's true, and it's not true. You know, I mean, to me, it's about expressing your opinion about things, and the cool thing about this platform is getting to do that. That's what I say all the time. I'm like, man, it's nice just to. You get to puke this shit out and have someone go, dude, I think the same thing, or, you know, or not, or someone go, hey, hold on a minute. You know, I've been called up short on some things. So, you know, just like the nurse thing, I'm sure will come back to buy me or whatever. But anyways,
You want me to leave it?
yes, hell yes. I don't say anything on here I want taken off. You put all that shit out there. I don't care. So anyways, I also wanted to mention that I did see another lady who.
Did I know this other lady at the school? Sorry, I
You might know her.
Okay.
I don't know. I had seen her around, but I didn't realize she listened to the podcast. That's the weird thing about it, you know. It's like this. I'm kind of glad we said that because I've been around this lady
That's
several
what makes
times.
me feel good when random people that I don't know tell me they listen.
Yeah.
Or they have at least listened a little bit, you know.
Even if they said, "I'm waiting to hear a negative something,"
Maybe
I'm ready
it's
for
even
somebody to
cooler
go.
if people that know us say that they listen because
I don't
who
know.
wants to listen to us that knows us?
I don't know. That most people
that
that know us though are like this. I hear this shit all the time. I'm not listening to that. You know.
right. Yeah, but our closest friends listen. I mean,
Yeah.
they'll
Yeah.
tell us exactly what.
I don't know how they make it through it. You know what I mean? I don't know how they listen to all this shit. I'd be like, I do it. I'm like, I don't want to hear this. I was there. You know what I mean? I'll turn this shit off and go on. But
How do you think I feel when I'm editing it?
oh God,
But I'm glad because now I don't really have to. I mean, I'm going to edit it, of course, a little bit, but I won't be cutting anything out though. I
Yeah.
mean, there's still editing involved,
right?
but I can just. It's going to be easy.
Yeah. Well, and when we got guests and that kind of thing,
But
you
you
got.
had another.
Oh yeah. The
had
lady
another one,
that
sorry.
the lady that sent us coffee. I talked to her.
Yes, you did.
Yes, I did.
Yes, you did at the
At Dry County Bar. I don't want to
Dry
necessarily
County Bar.
make a big shout out to them. I don't have anything against it, but they don't. Maybe if they want to pay for some advertising, I'll do a little. No, I'm just kidding.
That'd be cool.
But no, I was watching Joe Baker play. Him and his brothers were playing at Dry County Bar in Wilburton, and so I went there and watched it and met a lady that you already knew.
Yeah.
That sent us coffee, and she
Right.
asked if you shared the coffee, and I told her no,
No.
you hadn't.
No. That should.
And she
should know that I did.
I said, well, he probably still has it, and she goes, well, it's probably bad by now, so you probably don't want to drink it. And I was like, well, okay, you know, I didn't know coffee had a shelf life. I just assumed it stayed good forever, but maybe she'll send some more coffee and we'll get to actually share it. I don't know.
That'd be
You're
cool.
not really in the business of sharing, so I doubt that'll happen. But
I bought some. No. I didn't buy. I got some Black Rifle coffee for Christmas. So it's the first time I've ever had the Black Rifle coffee.
I've never bought myself any.
Always wanted to try
Me
it.
too. Me too. Same way. And I'm a big Folgers guy, so I'm
I'm a big Folgers guy too, dude. But
it's gonna be hard to beat. This is a weird thing. We would like coffee so much in this podcast.
it's good. The Black Rifle coffee is good.
Is it?
I ground it myself.
Oh, you got a grinder? I
Yeah.
almost said a grounder. Okay.
Well,
You picking up grounders?
it's all right. I've already fumbled about 27 words. So tonight.
It was fresh ground
yeah,
coffee.
yeah, it's in a
from the
bag.
hills
and
of
it just comes with
Columbia.
the beans.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe it's from the hills of
I don't know where they get it
Panola
from
or
either.
something. I don't know.
I don't know either. But it's cool that they're veteran owned and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's a neat thing.
I've always
about
wanted
it
to
me.
try it. So you ran into her, and did she say anything?
Oh yeah, she
cool
thought
at
it
first?
was funny, and
I mean,
you know,
was she like, "Oh my gosh, I know who you are," or whatever? or
well,
was
she just first because she knows Brandy, my wife Brandy.
yeah, she's a pretty
and,
shy person.
Yeah, but she was really cool though. Once the ice was broken, as far as saying,
Yeah,
because the first thing I always say the same thing when somebody brings up the podcast, I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry if we've offended you, but
you're really not. Sorry,
no, but
yeah, it is funny.
it's diplomatic.
Funny when you say that.
Yeah, it helps people kind of go, okay, this
Right.
guy can take shit.
Yeah, because you know I have a lot of nurses come up to you now. Are you
I'm
gonna say
fine
you're
with
sorry?
it. Bring it, nurses.
What if
Bring it.
What if you have somebody come up to you in scrubs? You know they're a nurse.
Mm-hmm. I don't want them touching me because they probably got nasty shit on their clothes. But
I
whatever.
heard the podcast.
Mhm.
What are you gonna say?
I'm gonna be like, well, what are you gonna say to me?
You're not gonna say I'm sorry?
No,
Okay.
no. Well, I might say, I'm sorry that
Your wife's a nurse.
I'm sorry that you complain so much. I
Your
might say
wife.
that. I'm sorry you're so unhappy. I might say that. In your chosen line of profession.
In my
I'm sorry.
defense, if you're still listening and you're in the nursing field, in my defense, nobody comes to mind that's done that.
I know a lot of nurses. Okay, I'm married to a nurse,
Right.
and she has a lot of nurse friends, and some
I
of
just
them
don't want to burn my house down.
well, some of them some of them go about their daily life. They just go be a nurse and they just go on with life, and some of them don't. Some of them they want relief.
All of our brains operate differently.
Right.
I mean, we're
Hey man, I'm not saying they're not entitled to their opinion. They can think whatever they want. They can put whatever they want on social media.
Right.
I'm not trying to stop them. I'm just trying to say I'm not the only one who's reading this shit and who's sitting there going, "Why are you saying this to me? I don't care. I don't care how tired you are. We're all tired. We're all dealing with a pandemic in our own way. We're all working a lot longer than we want to.
but in their way, they're dealing with it by venting on Facebook.
Well, have a great day with
I'm
it, because
taking that for them.
you know what? It's a
Because
platform.
I know what they do is not what I want to do,
Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind being a nurse. You know, what
and
I
I
mean?
would not want to be a nurse.
I wouldn't mind being a nurse. My grades suck too bad to do it. But yeah, I wouldn't mind being. I was going to be, at one
Yeah.
time. That's why I worked as a CNA and everything. But I've got some respect for the profession. I'm not trying to say that the profession's bad.
It's kind of why I circled back to it, because I wanted you to say that right there. Thank you.
Oh, well, the fact of being a nurse or being in the medical field is not a derogatory thing. It's not a negative thing. We need those people. We got to have them.
Right.
I'm not trying to.
I know.
I'm not negating that.
I know
the
that.
severity of it.
I just want them to know that.
It's the
People that
special
know-
attention they want
People
paid.
that know, you know.
Well,
But
yeah.
if there's some nurses out there that listen to this and be like, I'm gonna listen to that, I don't drink coffee, what's this all about? And then they start hearing
I
that.
think I just blew snot on my microphone.
That's all right.
because
That's my microphone, but that's cool.
you're-
It's all right.
I'm sorry I wasn't ready. You also
right,
said
man.
something funny when I was taking a drink earlier, and I don't appreciate that. Okay,
remember
you
what
see me coming up to take a drink, don't say anything funny for a second, okay?
I don't know how to do that.
Because that's some really good Folgers coffee I just drank right there. No plug intended.
That's what's in the
Folgers.
do you get
Kick some money our way, and we'll talk about
Do you
it.
get
a
the
little bit.
Colombian kind?
I just get the regular old, whatever you call it, French,
Yeah.
not French roast, the regular roast, whatever it
Do
is.
you use any
in the red
creamer or
container.
anything?
That's got some creamer in it. It's got some sugar-free French vanilla in it. But the only reason I did that's because when I'm talking, black coffee dries me out real bad. You know what I mean?
okay.
So if I'm gonna be talking, and there's a little bit of like oily, greasy stuff in.
Other than that, you just drink it straight?
Not always. I put stuff in it sometimes, sometimes not.
Like what?
What do I put in it?
Yeah, well, what's your go-to?
Depends on what I got. I don't have a. That's what I'm saying. I don't have a.
My go-to
certain.
is pumpkin spice
Oh really?
creamer. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I like pumpkin spice. I try them all. You know what I mean? I'm not a big hazelnut fan though in coffee. I like hazelnut stuff, but not so much in coffee.
Yeah, I'm not hazelnut at all.
Yeah. But as far as my go-to, I don't know, man. I do a
Mix
lot
it up.
of.
I like the French vanilla.
I'll try them all.
I'm not into the sugar free. Now I got some at I got some not sugar free, but I got some French vanilla creamer at Trader Joe's. Dude, everything I've gotten at Trader Joe's has been great.
People always rave about it. I've
And
never
it's
been
the first
there.
time I've really started. I mean, not first time. It's recent.
Well, it's kind of like CrossFit, you know what I mean?
I
It's
only
like
started going recently.
people really get into being shopping at Trader Joe's. It's like
I don't know, man. You can't really. It's not like a. Well, yeah, it is because when we walked in, Kason looked right at my face and was like,
holy shit.
"Who are all these people?" Because they were all like the same people.
Yeah. Yes.
You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. It's like
I was
CrossFitters, dude.
I was way out of place, you know.
Yeah.
But they're really helpful. This dude come up to us and he goes, we were looking at some dips, you know, chips and dip.
Oh,
and
yeah.
And he walks up and he's like, "Y'all looking at some dips?"
This is
He
our
goes,
organic line here. This is non-vegan.
This. Chocolate. What did I get? What is it?
I don't know. I didn't think they served anything there that wasn't like organic, farm raised, fucking soy
Hummus.
free.
Chocolate hummus.
Oh yeah,
It was delicious. Tasted just like chocolate pudding.
that's weird, dude. Hummus to be.
So then he pointed me over. He walked me over. I walked over
It
to
was
him later on. I
beans,
said,
right?
"Hey, what do you
Peas.
What do you eat this stuff with?" You know, and he goes, he walked me over to the pretzel sticks, and he goes, "These pretzel sticks are $2. It's cheap. There you go. You got a good, good
nice little
snack."
organic snack. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about. I haven't been to Trader Joe's. I'm not necessarily against it. It's just a kind of a trendy.
Amy got me to go in there by telling me there's a lot of pumpkin stuff in there, right?
Oh, and there was none.
There's none.
Yeah.
I said not one single.
There's no pumpkin in here. Yeah.
In this place. She was laughing. And she goes, "Well, people on whatever." She
Yeah.
sees a lot of people buying stuff. I guess just this was a smaller. It's a smaller Trader Joe's in Tulsa, the one we go to. I don't know if there's another Trader Joe's up there, but the one we go to is a smaller one.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why there was no pumpkin stuff, but I didn't appreciate it.
Huh.
I wanted pumpkin stuff. I wanted like pumpkin eggnog. I wanted pumpkin, cheesecake, pumpkin muffins.
It's making so much racket.
Why didn't you tell me that?
I'm trying. That's what that was.
Okay, all right. I wanted pumpkin, okay? I wanted something pumpkin when I left there, and there was nothing.
Nothing. No, not
Nothing.
anything pumpkin.
We needed pumpkin spice at home, and I was even looking for pumpkin spice. Couldn't even find it.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I figured there'd at least be something in there.
I made Kason and his friends the other day some hot cocoa
Yeah.
when it was cold outside.
Trader Joe's.
And they were playing outside. No.
Oh.
But we had pumpkin spice, and so I added a little bit of that to the cocoa, the hot cocoa, which was a big F.
I hated it.
They did not like it.
Yeah, I
right?
could see how it wouldn't
And
go
Kason
together.
told me later, he goes, "It tasted like it had cinnamon in it." He goes, "Man, nobody liked it, Dad." And I said, "Dang." So the next day I walked outside and they were
Very
playing.
funny.
And I said, "Hey, you guys want some hot coke?" Because they were really excited, right, the day before.
Right.
And of course, Kason's not going to tell them that he told me, right? He's
Right.
just, he don't.
They're like, "No,
he
I'm
don't think that
good.
way."
I'm good, Mr.
They
Klein.
were
Thank
like,
you."
Yeah. And dude, I busted out laughing. I said, "Guys."
You should have brought it to him and then watched him drink it. You're like, "What? I want to see it. Is it delicious? Is it good?"
Well, yeah. Well, they let me know because I laughed and I said, "Listen, I messed it up yesterday. I'm sorry. I'm no pumpkin spice." And one of the boys, he was like,
Thank God.
He goes, "No pumpkin spice. No pumpkin spice. No pumpkin spice." And I said, "Okay, no pumpkin spice. All right." And then I talked to him a little bit, and I said, "All right, I'm going to go make the cocoa with pumpkin spice, And they were like, no pumpkin spice, So when I made it, I brought it out to them, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, this is so much better. This is so much better. This is."
Way to go, man.
I didn't.
Why would you put pumpkin spice? I don't understand.
I don't know.
Why
I wasn't thinking, dude. I like pumpkin spice and everything.
I can go a long ways with it. I like pumpkin bread. I like pumpkin spice lattes. That's what I was gonna say. I've had a really good experience with Harbor Mountain Coffee here in McAllister.
Mm-hmm.
They opened a shop over by Walmart. That's in the little storefront there with what is there's a beauty supply, Subway, and that thing, and a tax place.
Mm-hmm.
And
They
I've
also have one in the hospital.
Oh yeah, that's right, dude. I've had 4 really good experiences in that particular little shop there. Now I've had good experiences in the main store there that they have, but they're over there. The ladies are, man, they are so nice. You know, and I'm an old guy, so I don't know what I'm ordering half the time. You know, I'm like, I'll take what's this? I'll take a cappuccino espresso. I don't know. I put it all together, and they don't know what the hell. You know what I mean? And but they're very patient.
I don't know the difference in all that stuff either.
Well, you know, I mean,
It's kind of like at Panera Bread. You know, when I go in there, at first I was overwhelmed. Now I just know what I want, and that's what, you know. And I'll ask the guy, I'm like, man, is there anything cool or good, you know, new, you know? And he's like, oh, no, not really, or this, you know.
you got to be careful in coffee places, though. It's not like where there'd be a delicious bread. This could be a really bitter ass.
Well, I'm just talking about sandwiches.
Oh
general,
yeah,
you know, I always get the.
Ooh,
oh my
though,
gosh.
man, you can get into some chicken salads that's got fucking
Right.
pickles in it, or like cucumbers or some nasty shit. I don't trust people on
Right.
anything that could have cucumbers in it. Fuck no, hell no.
Panera Bread is
Cucumber Central.
awesome. No, it's not.
Oh,
I've
I
never
don't-
even had.
I think I've only
never
eaten there
had
once.
Cucumber stuff there. Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, their macaroni and cheese, dude. Now listen, nothing's gonna take the place of Shells and cheese. Nothing's gonna take the place of Kraft. Okay,
Right.
but this damn excuse me. This damn macaroni and cheese they have at Panera Bread.
It's delicious.
Yes.
I'll have to try it.
Yes.
I'll make time to go to Panera Bread.
Buy the mac and cheese, bruh.
See, I always thought it was just a sandwich place, so I didn't really put that much
Well, they've got
emphasis on
soups
it.
and stuff in there. You know, I usually get like the broccoli soup or maybe baked potato soup if they have it, or
The hell was that?
your phone just lit up. I don't know if it was that or not.
No, something sounded like a bell. Bong. You didn't hear that?
Yeah, I heard something. I thought it was your phone
I got my phone's on silent.
because
bro.
it was at the exact time that I heard the noise that your phone lit up.
Oh God. I
Maybe
don't
there's a
know.
ghost in here.
I thought I had it muted. I thought you had a grandfather clock in here because it goes bong.
No,
No,
no
That's
grandfather
weird.
clock.
my bad. Anyways,
I heard it too, though. It's freaky.
that's weird.
Yeah.
So-
mac and cheese, Panera Bread.
Well, all right. I'll try Panera Bread. Usually when I'm in Tulsa or somewhere like that, though, I don't go to sandwich places. Not because I hate sandwiches, but because I can have sandwiches anywhere.
Exactly. I know. I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you.
Well, you usually go to El Chico's, what you usually do when you're in Tulsa.
That's very true.
Or
That's
some
very
steak
true.
place.
But Panera Bread, dude, always was that guy that would rebel. I'm like, no, I'm not going.
Yeah.
I always pushed, okay, we'll go buy Panera Bread, but we're going to go buy and get me something, you know, somewhere else or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
But Kason loves the bagels there.
And then you tried the mac and cheese.
Yeah, the mac and cheese is fairly new. So before I'd just get chips and then a cup of soup or something and with a Frontega chicken, right? Chicken Frontega, which it's a hot sandwich. So it's the only place I order chicken outside
Is
of
it like
home.
chunked up
don't-
or what's it like? What's it?
It's
Is it
yeah,
breaded?
yeah.
Not breaded?
No,
I
it's
mean-
not breaded, but
Okay.
it's got tomatoes, onions, you know, gooey cheese. It's a damn good sandwich.
Oh, okay. What kind of bread you usually get? Is there any
It's
specific
just
bread?
white bread,
Oh,
I
okay.
think, with it.
I didn't know if they had some kind of a special bread being Panera bread.
Well, it kind of is special. It's not Wonder Bread, you know.
so it's not.
But it's a hot sandwich cut in two, and you get it. You know, yeah, it's $70 every time you eat there. It seems like.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like, hang on a second.
This better be some badass macaroni
So
and
I
cheese,
didn't
dude.
order 7 of everything. I ordered one.
There better be
Frontega
some
chicken.
There
you
better
know?
be some bourbon in this macaroni and cheese.
No, the mac and cheese, dude, is very good. You can
Okay.
buy it at Sam's, you know, in the box. or
Yeah, but
whatever.
that shit never
But
works
they
out,
say
man.
you're right. They say it's not the same. I haven't bought any at Sam's.
You don't get that lucky. You know what I mean? They sell the shit
Right.
to the store. They're like this. Well, yeah, we'll package it up if they'll buy it. Fuck
Right,
it,
and
you
it'll be
know?
close, but it's not the same.
Yeah,
This
we
stuff
leave
is-
an ingredient out.
This mac and cheese, dude, I'm telling you, I could eat it every day. I could
Damn.
eat it every day.
Damn, dude.
It's
I had a.
damn good.
I was trying to remember. I had a patty melt from. Oh, dude, Grandpa's Pizza, of all places, in Quinton, Oklahoma, America.
Is this going to be your shout out? Is this going to be your...
Well, I'll shout them out at the end, but for right now, though, I want to tell you about their patty melt. Okay, this is in Quinton
Quentin?
because I work over in that area now.
Quinton,
So
America.
yeah, we stopped by there, and I had patty melt because I was like, I don't want pizza middle of the day. You know, I don't really. have tum issues anyways, that kind of thing. So nice. I like patty melt, so I ordered a patty melt from them. And they had some kind of bread that had ridges on it. I didn't know you could buy things like that in Quentin, America. Okay, nothing really against Quentin per se,
Well, it's not a. It's
but
not
they
a,
don't have a grocery store, bro.
Right,
They got
it's
nothing
very
over there.
small.
You know,
Yeah, nothing against Quentin.
they got a pretty bad drug problem going on over there. I'll just be real honest with you right now
Really?
that I've noticed. Yeah,
Well, it's kind of a no man's land over there. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, didn't they have an issue with like their police force?
yeah. There's something going on with the
Police
guy that
chief or
was.
something?
Yeah, they've got some new guys in over there though, but
Well,
yeah.
I suggest getting a hold on the.
But it's right at the edge of town, so if you just want to ease into the west end of town, just grab something from Grandpa's. It's pretty good, man. I mean, their pizza's always been good there, but that patty melt was as good as anything I've had in McAllister, dude. It was delicious. I didn't expect it. I thought, we're gonna go in here and get something.
I don't know when the last thing I've had a patty melt.
Man,
It's a sandwich.
Yeah.
You ordered a sandwich from home or away from home. When
Yeah, but a patty melt's it's got a patty on it. You know what I'm saying? It's not sandwich meat. You know, like Panera Bread's like got oven roasted freschetta something or other. You know what I mean?
Subway. You're not buying.
Well, I mean, it's sort of. It's like a fancier Subway. It's got bread in the title. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what I'm thinking when I'm thinking bread.
But you get a big chunk of bread too. You get a big chunk of bread with your meal, like just a big chunk of like a.
Whatever bread you.
No, it's like.
Is there a lot of different types of bread you can get?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I don't really pay much attention, man. I'm telling you, I'm like
Got a few items.
Yeah, at the first, I'm just like, oh my gosh, what is this? I mean, really, what I want you to do is post a picture of it. Like everything needs a picture next to it, so I can go. But you know what? That looks good. I'll take that.
They do that at El Pacifico, the new is it Pacifico? Yeah, the new Mexican place in McAllister. They got a picture next to everything.
I ate there one time, and it's damn good.
Oh, I was about to, I was ready to pounce on you. If you
punch
said
me in
it
the
was
face?
bad, no, but I was gonna lash out. You know what I mean? I'd be like, "You've lost your fucking mind," because I like it. It's not the greatest food I've ever had, but I mean, it's good.
Yes,
It's a good place to eat. I like it.
it's not just your run of the mill Mexican restaurant.
It used to be a Carl's Jr., so
Yes,
I had absolutely no hope of it being good. When I went to it, I'm not gonna lie, they had just opened, and I thought this place is gonna suck.
yeah.
I went because it's new Mexican. You know, there's a lot of Mexican places in McAllister.
Well,
which
you
I'm
got to
not,
try every one of them.
Right.
You got to try them.
Right. You get burnt out. You know, we've tried all this
No, I don't
shit.
get burnt out.
Well, I mean,
Gringos is my go-to.
definitely delicious. Definitely up there with, probably the best spot. Yeah. Definitely.
Gringos is my go-to.
Definitely. He's opening a steakhouse. Mexican
When?
steakhouse. I don't know.
I
But he's
know.
supposed to.
I've talked to him about it, but I think
Well,
the state is dragging their feet or something, or maybe it's just due to COVID.
COVID's got everything hung up.
Yeah.
But anyways, they have pictures next to most of the stuff that they've got, and I appreciate it. You know what I mean?
too.
That way you can kind of go, that's got shrimp on it.
They got a
Ugh.
massive menu.
Yes.
That's what I was impressed with.
Yes.
Their menu is massive.
Yep.
And then I was like, all right, so if you have a massive menu, maybe your food is not going to be that great.
Yeah.
You know, you can go to a restaurant like Gringos, their menu is not big.
Right.
You know, so
They kind of specialize though. Yeah.
So they're specialized what they're doing, so it's going to be good.
Mm-hmm.
But when you go to sometimes that has this massive menu, it's like, all right, this stuff's frozen and they're throwing it in the microwave, when you order it, and so
Definitely.
yeah.
But that's not the case.
That's not
with
the
El
case.
Pacifico. It's pretty good.
I mean, I've only eaten there one time, so
I've eaten there 3 or 4 times now, maybe more than that.
okay, and it's
It's
still,
good enough that
still
we
good.
we keep going back. Yeah, it's good.
Okay,
And the staff's good. They're pretty
Yeah.
attentive. You know, what I mean, they were coming by checking on us if we
sure.
need something to drink, that kind of thing. So.
nothing takes the place of El Chico's. They're the best.
Oh, this is where our roads divide,
I'm
sir.
telling you, dude.
I haven't been to El Chico since I went with you last.
Burrito Sonora style.
How many years since I've eaten there? That's been
Was that you and me and Dustin and Muskogee?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's the last
Or
time I
did we
ate at
go
El
back
Chico's.
after that?
Oh, we went back once, but no, that's the last. I've never been back. I don't care
Dang.
for it. It's not. You talk about microwave.
You don't care for the best? I don't know what your problem is.
It's not
dude.
even.
There's not an El Chico's in McAllister.
El Chico's is kind of like Hungry Man dinners.
I'll tell you,
It's
I
pretty
think
much-
about this all the time when I go to El Chico's. Now, when you go into the one in Tulsa, it's going good, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But when you go to an El Chico's like maybe
It's not going good.
Muskogee, and there's like 4 people in there, you get scared.
Because this shit sucks,
'Cause
bro.
you're
I
like-
hate to break it
You're
to
like,
you.
maybe El Chico's is about to close down, right?
Yeah.
So I get to thinking, maybe I need to talk to the manager about how I can get my hands on all the ingredients
Oh, God.
behind the scenes. Like I want my burrito Sonora style. Okay, listen, their refried beans are second to none. There's no refried beans out there that's even close. Their Spanish rice, their Mexican rice is no one's even close to that. First of all, when you get it, it's hot. All your food is hot.
Dude,
your
just
beans are really
go to
hot.
Walmart
And
go
your
to the frozen
rice
dinner
is really
section
hot.
and you
And
can
it
get that
has-
rice
it-
exactly.
Dude, it has that spice to it that is. I feel like I'm just right in the middle of Mexico eating
Dude,
food.
they make it's the
Yeah,
first.
their
It
rice.
could literally be in that
Nobody
little
makes rice
cardboard
like
thing
them.
that you peel
Nobody.
the film off the top.
Nobody makes rice
and
like
you
them.
place it in the microwave. That's the same shit.
Nobody makes the rice like
It's the
they
same
do.
rice.
No.
it's exactly
And
the
the
same.
burrito Sonora style, it's got that white sauce on it. And it's just, man, it's all just perfect. I'm getting hungry right now
That
thinking
shit's
about it.
bad, bro. That food is not
I'm
good.
trying to think of what I had for dinner. Oh, I know what I had for dinner.
It's not good.
What'd you have for dinner?
What did I eat for supper? Oh, I had the remainder of my mom's
Meatloaf.
Meatloaf, yeah.
Do you eat anything with it? Green beans,
No,
corn?
no. I don't
hominy?
eat anything. I love hominy, but no.
Gross.
What? You don't like hominy?
Nobody likes hominy. And
Bullshit.
if you like it, you're lying.
Hominy is delicious. I'll eat it out of the can by itself.
You don't like hominy.
I love hominy.
No, you don't.
I legitimately love hominy.
You have hominy in your house right now?
Yeah. I think I actually do have some cans. For
That's
real.
gross.
It's good, man. I like hominy. I'm married to a native. They love
She
hominy.
don't even like hominy. I'm
loves
native. I
hominy.
don't like hominy.
You're not native. But let me tell you something. The native people
Obviously,
that I
I'm
do
not
know,
native enough because I don't like hominy.
they all
hate it.
they make what do they call that shit?
Don't know.
They make a dish that's traditional Choctaw, damn it. Not Banaha, damn it. That's another one. Oh my God, my wife's gonna kill me. Anyways, and it has hominy in it. It's one of the main ingredients. Oh my God, I can't think of the name of it.
I think we've talked about it on the podcast.
It's delicious. Yeah, my wife
No,
talked
it's
about it
not.
when she was on. But anyway, hominy's good. El Chico rice is not good. It's on
El
the
Chico
opposite
rice
end.
is the best.
It's
They're importing it straight from Mexico. I know they are. And I know
that
it's
shit
gonna be
is
hard to get
getting made in Tokyo. Is
No.
actually or some other place like that.
No.
You know what I mean? They're making it somewhere in some factory.
No, I shouldn't.
It's
say
not
they
even
import it
rice.
from Mexico because they may make it illegal now.
It's probably made out of. I would guess it's probably made out of
I would
wood
pay $1
pellets.
for it.
The same thing they make like desktops in IKEA.
Oh yeah,
That's what they make the rice out of. It's
Did
fucking
you just look down
wood
at my
pellets.
desk and this is what you think?
I
of
was
my
thinking of-
desk?
I was thinking of
'Cause
a
it
day-
ain't from IKEA, bruh.
I know.
This desktop's not from IKEA. Okay.
Didn't mean it that way. I was just thinking there was a desk here. Is all I was thinking. But anyway,
This
Yeah,
is
that's what I'm trying to say.
freshly made.
Well, that's Butcher Block
Yeah, it is.
that you bought. Where'd you get your Butcher Block from?
Home Depot.
Oh, should have made it, dude. You should have. Eric Turner's dad can make it. Butcher Block. I watched him. I helped him make it,
Dude,
and it was incredible to watch. And it's very fucking heavy duty.
I can't do it.
It's
I'm not
badass.
I'm not good with wood at all.
Well, I'm not either. But Dale Turner is good, and I don't know if he considers himself a wood maker
Does
or a
he
wood
make
person.
Butcher block just for people?
He made that. I don't know,
I didn't know that. If I'd have known that, I'd have.
dude. And it's they still use it to this day, and that was fucking. Oh my God, how long ago was that, dude? That was 20 years ago. Probably close to 20 years ago. Seriously.
Dang.
Well, however long they hadn't even opened up the machine shop yet. And he made that countertop for their machine. That one that's in their shop right now, which is not open for business anymore, but it's still in the front. He made it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And I watched him.
So
I helped him glue it together.
I know he's he works off. Eric.
Oh yeah. He's a nurse. You see him post anything about being tired? No, you don't.
Nope.
I know Eric real good. Okay, and he may be tired. I'm not saying he's not tired.
Right.
He don't bitch about it. He does his job and goes on with his life. Okay, he loves his children. He's a good man.
Yep.
He's a nurse, and I appreciate him. He don't bitch.
You don't appreciate.
I don't appreciate people complaining about how hard they got it because of the pandemic. Not sickness. I'm not saying that shit. Okay, I'm talking about having to work during the pandemic. That's all I'm talking about.
Right.
Long hours and pandemic. Don't get me started again, dude.
I'm not
fucking
going
all
to.
revved up.
I'm not going to.
Anyway, I probably should have been more clear whenever I got started earlier, but it's clear now. That's as clear as I'm making it. That's it. If you're offended by what I said, you're the motherfucker I was talking to.
Well, they're offended by what you said. They're not listening right now anymore.
Good.
They've stopped listening.
Good. I don't want you
a
to
long
listen to
time
the
ago.
podcast any fucking way. I lie. I want you to listen to the podcast. Okay? Just give it a little while and let me go get on something else. But anyway, have you been approached by anyone outside of the podcast that listens to the podcast?
No,
I can't believe this, dude.
not in person. I don't think.
That's unfortunate. It's pretty neat. It's a neat feeling.
I don't listen when I'm out in public. I probably seem like I'm not a very friendly person.
Well, if they listen to the podcast, they know that,
Right.
you know,
But
you're
when I'm
not
in
that
public,
friendly.
right,
Yeah.
exactly. I have my head down pretty much, and I get to my seat, I sit down, and I'm I'm not a guy that's going. I'm not like Dustin Bridges. I'm not. I wish I were. I wish I could do what he did, what he used to do. Man, I used shaking everybody's hand.
Right.
He ain't seen him in 17 years. He's gonna shake their hand. If I haven't seen you in 17 years, you're the last person I want to shake their hand. And I might love you. You know what I mean? I might love you.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why there's 17 years has went by, and I don't know what the reason is.
Well, I think
You may not like me, like Eric Barnes. He's in the line. I walked up to him, haven't seen him in a long time, and I was like, "Oh my god!" I was really happy to see the dude.
maybe he don't like you though.
He may not. Back in the day, he didn't. When we would paintball,
Oh,
him and I, for whatever dude, off the paintball field, he was the funniest dude I knew. And
He
we
is a
would
very
make
funny
each
guy.
other. We would make each other laugh. We got along perfectly. But when we paintballed, we did not get along. Period.
were you a guy that wiped paint off? Is that why y'all didn't get along?
No. But it would just nothing like that. No, I didn't do that. But we just didn't. It was just one of those things where we're just competitive, and we didn't. We hate each other, but off the field, we loved each other. Or I loved him. He may have always thought I was a douchebag or whatever, but I'd never. And
He took paintball very
we
serious.
and I did too. So we were, we were ultra competitive out there.
I remember when the heyday when everybody was playing paintball. It was a good day.
It was a good time.
I still have all my shit and nicer guns than then. Whenever we were playing back in the day,
I
I,
would
was
love to
still
go
young and
paintballing,
didn't have
dude.
much money.
I would love to.
So I couldn't really afford good equipment. Now I
We had
have
the
fully
perfect-
automatic shit. And I have a lot of shit in my garage.
Damn.
I have 3 full setups
It's a lot of paint.
with
You can be spitting.
remote
I don't want
tanks where it's not connected to your gun.
I started with the Hammer Plus. Okay, if you know what that is.
Is that a single shot?
Yes.
Oh God.
Yes. It's
No,
a
I never
single
did
shot. And I had a freaking black bandana with the smiley face, a yellow smiley face on the front. You saw me from a million
You
miles
got
away.
shot in the face a lot.
No, but
I did.
That was my thing. I was pretty cocky, and that's probably why Eric. and
Did
I
you run a lot? You were that guy that ran all the time. You like running around everywhere.
We played at Donley's Land, and it was perfect setup.
Is that
dude.
the only place you played?
No, I played other places too. I played out there at Israel's, where his mom and dad used to live. I played out there. We played a few other places, but mainly at Donley's Land, it was the perfect setup, dude, because it had the big trench. We built the tree house. You had big
played out there
balls if you
once.
got up in that thing. It had the woods. It had some open area. It was like everything you would want in a field.
Yeah.
Or, in a paintball field. It had, and it was massive. So you could actually go out there and hunt people down.
Yeah.
Or you could, it was just perfect. It was a perfect place to play.
Yeah.
And we had a big group of guys that would go out there and we'd all hit the woods, man, and be cameled up and have a good time. Did that make a noise?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it did.
We'd have a good time, right? So
Well, that's like D-Day. Dude, I've talked about D-Day on the podcast before, haven't I? Oklahoma D-Day,
I don't think so.
where we went up there. Travis Hood and I, when we were paintballing a lot, went up to, used to have a really big paintball tournament to celebrate D-Day. And it was huge, dude, in Miami, Oklahoma.
Okay.
And it was in July or whenever D-Day is. It's in the hot summertime. and we went up there, and it was massive, huge paintball thing where you have two separate teams. One's the Americans and one's or like the coalition or whatever you want to say, and the other ones was like the Germans or whatever. And you had a big paintball fight all day long, and it was fun, really fun. You could respawn and all that shit.
Speaking of Travis Hood, are they still playing?
They are on hiatus. Their guitar player found the Lord, so he stopped playing. And nothing against finding the Lord, I don't guess.
Well, I hope not.
But that's kind of, once he did that, he was out. So
really?
He doesn't play anymore. He's a really talented guitar player too. So they're kind of, I think they meet up and play, just kind of jamming a little bit here and there, but they don't play anywhere anymore. They're kind of done right now. Travis is working on some solo stuff. I went over and listened to some of it. Been about 3 weeks ago, something like that. Really good. Oh man, I'm very excited about him getting done with it. Very. And we sat around. He and I we're talking about some. Yeah, I think we've talked about it before. We do movie scripts.
Mm-hmm.
We've written a script before. When we were talking about some ideas, I called him and asked him if we could meet up and talk about a couple of things that I had going on, and he wanted to talk about a couple of things. So we got together for the first time in quite a while, like several years, and sat down. And dude, it was like we had not missed a beat. I mean, we talked about shit. I was there for hours, till wee hours of the morning, discussing stuff. So he's got a lot of things going on. Travis says he's always creating and always doing stuff.
Yeah.
So, got some really cool music that I don't know if he'll ever release, but he's going to give it to me. Damn it, because I've already listened to like 4 songs that he had, and they're really good.
He's not gonna like it.
Yeah, well, he's not really trying to entertain anybody anymore. You know what I mean? He's just doing it because that's what he does. Music is, you can't think about him without, to me, he's like synonymous with, music and stuff. So, but anyway, we talked about some ideas, and then we took each other's ideas, and we're kind of thinking about them apart. We're going to come back and, go over them. And I'm wanting to write another script. I got a pretty good idea for a script, and he's wanting to write one as well. His idea's cool. Mine's pretty cool too. And so, it's just kind of like the whole creative vibe that we get going. Really, we only do it. I mean, I think about this stuff. I don't really do anything with it until I start talking to him about it. And then all of a sudden it kind of keeps me going,
Well, we've said this before. I've said this before, but you got to do something with it.
Yeah, I agree. Well,
it's been a few years since we've talked about it.
Yeah.
And you haven't done anything with it.
Yeah. Well, the idea that we have, that's kind of, we're done with a script. We have a finished deal,
Right.
And
I know this. And nothing's being done.
Well, trying to get into it is
COVID.
Yeah, that was one big thing. You got COVID always stopping you. No, but well, actually, the guy that's doing the native show, the Reservation Dogs, has kind of opened my eyes up on there's opportunity out there. You just got to push. And this guy was, he's been in, not Hollywood, but he's been in the entertainment business for quite a while. And I think he was a writer for somebody or something like that. But anyway, he kind of, kept working his way around. We just haven't pushed it hard enough.
Right.
I really think it's a good enough idea that it could maybe get picked up. I don't know if it would get made or not, but it's a cool idea. And it's something about local shit around here, We've got, like I said, have I ever showed you the script?
No.
I'll email it to you.
Yeah, you will.
It's very funny. I have it, dude. I have it.
Okay.
I have it in PDF. I'll send it to you. You can read it because you're going to laugh your balls off. I promise you. If you don't laugh at this, then you've got no sense of humor. Okay? Travis is funny. He can be funny. I mean, I know he comes off as kind of a serious guy or whatever, but given the right push, I'll bring up something and we'll kind of play off each other. Like you and I do, how we'll just kind of, get one of us get the other one going in the right direction, and turns out good. It's kind of the same thing, he's got some funny ideas. And we spent quite a while writing that one. So it turned out good. I'm pretty proud of it, actually.
So now y'all are working on another one?
Yeah, we got a couple of different ideas going. Yeah, that aren't comedy. Neither one of us come up with. And for me, it seems natural to do something funny just because, I'm always joking around, never knowing to shut up about dumb shit. But for him, it seemed like not a stretch, but just seemed unusual. And it really was, in its inception, it wasn't a comedy. But we kept going with, the things that we were kind of basing it off people that we knew. And there's a lot of funny shit in people's lives. I mean, these situations aren't funny, but the way people handle them turns out to be funny, you know, so I'm sorry, I've got the ideas rolling in my head now. Again, what's on there? It's very funny, dude. It's a pretty funny. It's about, you know, people you know. And if I go, dude, it was about this dude, you'd be like, oh my God, dude, I can't believe you put that shit in there. Because if they're gonna know, people that if it ever hit the, you know, if it ever made the light of day, people would be like, you motherfucker.
It was about me.
Yeah, you motherfucker. Nobody knew that but you.
Is it
you
about?
know?
Is there a guy with headaches at all?
No, I could write it in there though.
Okay. All
That would
right.
be a good one. But no, everybody would just rip him to shreds, you know. But but anyway, no, he's doing really well. He's still making music as usual. So yeah, and I had a good visit with him. It was fun to get to talk to him and that kind of thing. He's doing good. I thought about trying to get him back on, but he's, like I said, he's kind of in a weird spot as far as not really wanting to promote himself at all. You know, not really. I don't know. I think he's had these ideas for a little while, and once I brought him up, he's like, well, let's work on them a little bit. I've got an idea too. And I was like, holy shit, really? Because the idea that I had for it, I knew like it's going to take, how would I say this? Putting yourself in someone's shoes that you don't know. Like I have very little frame of reference for this shit that I was wanting to write about. So I can understand the importance of it, but I don't have he's a little closer to being able to understand where this point of view would come from to write about. So that's why I put it to him. I was like, hey, I'm thinking about doing this. What do you think? And that's what started it, was that whole thing. And his was kind of the same way. He's like, I'm kind of roadblocked on this, man. You know, think about this. And his is a lot tougher because we spent about 2 hours going over it. And I'm like, holy shit, this is tough, dude. It's a very open-ended thing. It could go a lot of different directions. So it's almost like, I know you haven't seen The Matrix, but it's one of those things where it could be anything you want it to be. Or like, have you ever seen the movie Lucy with Scarlett Johansson? You ever seen that movie?
No.
Have you seen any fucking movies, dude?
I've seen Top Gun.
This is why I don't try to write movies with you.
Days of Thunder.
Anything Tom Cruise is not in? Have you seen any movies that there's no Tom Cruise?
Eyes Wide Shut. He was in. It's a really good movie. You don't think I could write a good movie?
That's all Tom Cruise movies.
It was kind of on purpose for me to say that. It was a joke.
Okay.
Obviously, Top Gun.
Right.
Okay. Hello.
But I'm talking about...
You and I have watched Top Gun together.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the IMAX.
I've seen Top Gun many times.
The updated whatever version, what was that?
When the fuck is the new Top Gun coming out, by the way?
It was the remastered.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Really good movie.
Yeah.
Seen it so many times.
I know. So have I.
Know the whole dialogue through the whole movie. I could sit there and we could do it right now if you wanted to. But
Right.
anyway, we won't bore people with that shit. But anyway, no, I mean, it's almost like kind of like the dynamic of this podcast, though. It would always go to something funny. You know what I mean? We would never be able to stay serious for very long because you get too pissed when you get serious. You get mad like super fast if you get serious. You know what I mean?
Really?
Instead of just being serious, you get fucking raged. You know what I'm saying?
Are you serious?
Yes.
I'm the most lax dude you know.
Well, I know, but I mean, if you're not though, you only got like two directions. You know,
I
what I mean,
don't
you're
have
either
to-
okay, or you're not okay.
What?
You know what I'm saying?
You make it sound like I'm some kind of violent dude.
No,
that could just
no,
go
no,
off
no.
the.
No, but you get once you're aggravated, you're aggravated.
What would I be aggravated about trying to write a movie?
Well, okay, let me put it to you like this. Okay, if I want to write a movie about homeless people
Mm-hmm.
and the struggles of someone's life that's homeless, and from a perspective that would give them a positive light, even though they're homeless,
Mm-hmm.
would you be able to write a movie about that?
Yeah.
In a positive way? You'd be able to say positive shit about homeless people because you're documented on this podcast about being pissed about the homeless people in McAllister.
In McAllister, yes. No,
But I'm talking about homeless anywhere. That
Huh?
could be anywhere homeless, and anybody, and have mental issues, because
Right.
a vast majority of people that are homeless usually have some sort of a
right,
condition. Not all homeless people, but
right.
so I mean, in writing something about a homeless guy, you'd have to put yourself in a homeless guy's position,
Mm-hmm.
and not that I want to cure homelessness. That wouldn't be the point either. But I mean, what if it was, like a story about what a guy's homeless is going through? Would you be able to do that in a positive light? Like, where you could say, man, this guy's
The way-
situation sucks?
The way I would want to do it is the way it really is in real life.
How's that?
Well, the way it really is.
And what do you mean?
I wouldn't want
I would
to degrade them. I would want to tell it from their perspective,
Yeah.
right? And so you're not going to say,
Well, I mean, how would you say that?
well, it
you
depends
know,
on what the guy's background is first.
he's dirty
Start
and he
with-
steals from people. And I mean, would you be able to not say those kind of things?
Well, not all of them are, well, I'm sure they're all dirty, but not all of them
That's what I'm
steal.
saying. Would you have one positive thing to say about being homeless? Would there be any positives to it in your mind, to being homeless?
To being homeless?
Yeah, because not everybody's homeless because they are forced to be. Some people want to be.
Some people want to be.
Yeah, but I'm saying, could you see a reason why someone would want to be homeless?
Well, is that what you want to write?
No, not necessarily.
That's what I'm asking.
I
need to know this character
I
if
on
he wants to be
purpose-
homeless or if he don't want to be homeless.
Well, I on purpose picked
Does he
a
wanna-
topic though that I
Right,
knew
I know
you would
what- I
have
know what you're
an
doing.
impossible time
but does
saying
this guy
something
want to
positive
be
about.
homeless?
Yes.
He wants to be homeless.
Yes.
Then
He
yes.
likes being positive. He likes being
Yes,
homeless.
and if he don't want to be homeless, I want to know why he is homeless.
Okay, but right. Either way, even if he doesn't want to be homeless, you'd be curious about how he got that way. Right? I mean, that's the big question about being
Well, if he
homeless.
wants to be homeless, then there's a lot of. Well, I guess you still want to know his background
Yeah.
to what's pushed him to being homeless and why he wants to be homeless.
I mean, could you if
Yeah,
I
no.
if I want to write a movie with you though, and I said, Ben, I want to write a movie. It's not funny. That is serious.
Yeah.
Maybe not serious like a documentary serious, but like from a perspective of someone who looks at being homeless as a positive and their
So we're
daily
just gonna
struggles or
basically-
their daily life,
Yeah, they're daily.
but create a story that has a protagonist and an antagonist in it.
Well,
Where
we don't want to portray this character as a bad person.
right? Could you?
Yes, absolutely. I've dealt with a lot of homeless people.
You have?
Yes,
How so?
not on a daily basis, but yeah, I've dealt with homeless people. I don't have anything against homeless people. I don't look at them and go,
You're fucking homeless.
you steal from people. I don't do that. I don't do that.
Well, how come you don't like the homeless people in McAllister then? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying if you don't look at them in a
Okay.
negative light, and you don't even know them, but they're here.
Why don't I like the homeless people?
Mm-hmm.
It's not that I don't like the homeless people.
You just don't like them here.
I don't like that they're being shipped here to go out, and it's not them, it's the people behind them.
Oh, so you're cool with the homeless people. So if the
I'm
homeless
not
people
cool
were
with the
just
homeless
here,
people.
if they
I'm
just
not
showed
against
up,
the homeless people.
well, so if they just showed up in McAllister, right? Like if you knew that nobody brought them here to panhandle or anything like that,
Mm-hmm.
they just ventured through McAllister and decided to hang, you're cool with it.
I'm not going to say I'm cool with it now.
Okay. But how come? And see, this is why we couldn't write a movie about it, because it would be impossible for you to tell
As
a story.
a whole,
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to tell
cool
the
with it?
story. What do you mean? With being homeless?
you're cool with a bunch of homeless people moving into McAllister?
I could see where there would be positives to being homeless. Is what I'm saying. I don't want to be homeless, but I'm saying I could see how someone could view it as a positive thing, where not everybody wants to have what we have. You know what I mean? Not everybody wants to have a family and a home and all the trappings that go along with it. You know, I mean, that's our idea of success. Not to say it's wrong or right, but that's our idea of it. And somebody else's idea is different.
Right.
And so I have a fairly, what I would consider an easy, not easy, but a easier time putting myself in the position of someone that doesn't view that as a positive. You know what I mean? It's like, that would look at us like we look at homeless people. We go, fuck that life.
Right.
This dude's got a payment to make every fucking month.
Yeah.
You know, his wife makes him fucking do this. He has to put up with this shit. You know, he has to do that. You know, I could see why. Obviously, I'm fine with it because I'm deeply trapped or enthralled in that life. It's a Freudian slip, but
Good word.
but anyway, I'm in it, and
Yeah.
but I could see
And you
how.
don't want to be homeless.
No, I don't want to be homeless. And, you know, I mean, you'd have to abandon a lot of principles that I have, you know, like taking care of my family, my children, and that kind of things. You got to abandon that thought, right?
Everybody's brain works different ways. I said this earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
So people that want to kill people, it's in their brain. Somewhere there's a wire that's frayed or something, and it makes them want to kill people.
Well, everybody wants to kill people. It's the people that actually do it that are the ones that are weird.
So people that do kill
anybody says they ain't never wanted to kill somebody is a damn liar. The people that are wired different than the people that do it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So if you want to be that person that can try to look at the positive of everybody's the way they think, because that's what homelessness is. It's the way they think, right? I mean, they're wanting to be homeless, or they're not wanting to be homeless, but they are homeless. So it's something up here that's caused them to not want to be homeless and be homeless, or something that's caused them to want to be homeless, or whatever. So
you fucking lost me right there. There's a lot of do's and don'ts.
I'm just saying it's all right here in the brain.
Oh yeah,
it's all in the brain.
Yeah,
right.
But
it's
that's
all in the brain.
But see how you're already
We
oversimplifying
all
it. Is what I'm saying about why I couldn't write a movie with you, because you're not willing to break it down. You know what I mean? You're not
break it down on paper.
You're not willing to, but you got to do it in conversation first. That's what I'm saying. Travis and I sat there and talked about it. Not to say, now, understand this. I'm not saying Travis is better at something than you. I'm talking about it's a different style of conversation.
Me,
it's a different style of conversation. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
But to say that.
Yeah, but did you pick something that he was hated or didn't like?
Well, no. But here's a good example, though, is I don't podcast with him. Right, I podcast with you.
Right
now, there's a reason.
I'm not asking you to write a movie with me, and I'm not asking why you picked Travis Hood over me to write a movie with or a script with. Okay,
I know this actually stemmed from me saying, I'm basically trying to explain why when he and I get together we do those types of things. You know what I mean? It's just a different dynamic in our relationship. Are
you guys seeing the light of somebody's sad life?
Yeah, we definitely were. We were running side by side on it a lot of times. You know what I mean? I mean, whenever I would say something, he'd be like, "Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying, but what about this?" And I'd be like, "Oh, I didn't even think about it like that." Yeah. You know, and you go down these. You and I do the same damn thing, where it's like you can somebody else's opinion can take you down a road. You guys are close enough in the way you think about certain things. You have people that do it with other shit too, I'm sure. Where you go, holy shit, I never thought about it like that, dude. That's a damn good way, you know. And then you go, boom, you go down that rabbit hole with him. And on that side of it, I don't get to do that often with him. You know what I mean? There's ways that he and I talk about shit that's why we write movie scripts. That's some of the shit we do together, because it's like that's one of the ways our brain will run together with or whatever, you know. Which, like I said, he and I don't podcast together because it wouldn't be a very good podcast. I don't think.
You don't think so?
No, nothing against him. You know what I'm saying? We just don't. He and I don't have this thing that you and I do. You know, this fucking color commentary shit. You know, nobody's better or worse. But anyways, basically, I went on this big long fucking explanation just to say, if I wanted to write a movie with you, it would be
write a movie.
No, you could write a movie definitely, but you couldn't do it from a non-comedy standpoint.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. No. Because this is the point I was making earlier, you're either having a great time or you're having a horrible time. There is no in between. You either really are laughing and enjoying something, or you really are fucking mad about it.
That's farthest from the truth.
No, it's the absolute truth.
I'm never in a bad mood.
Everybody that knows you knows that if you get in a bad mood.
Never in a bad mood.
If you get in a bad mood, what happens? I've seen you get in a bad mood. We were playing video games one time whenever I heard you. I wasn't there with you. But I heard you get mad. And your night was fucking ruined. And I do the same shit.
No, my night's not ruined, dude.
My night will get ruined sometimes.
I'm 4 seconds later, I'm laughing. That's the damn truth.
But you don't mean it.
4 seconds.
You might be laughing, but you don't mean it.
I do mean it. I do mean it, because I realize how ridiculous I just fucking
I do that too.
Did.
Yeah. Like that time.
Mad.
Like that time I freaked out on Jacko. Remember when I freaked out on Jacko? Now you talk about somebody feeling like an asshole. You know what I mean? I was just like.
But who did I get mad at?
I forget. Why do we get so mad over a damn video game?
Yeah, but I don't get mad though. I don't get mad.
I will say this for you. You can take shit as well as anybody I've ever seen. You don't mind taking it, and you can give it back to, you know. Right. That's one of the great things. I said this shit yesterday about you and I. is the beautiful thing. Well, matter of fact, we were talking about the podcast when I saw the lady that gave us the coffee.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to some guys that I was hoping to have on the podcast eventually, and that's what I was sitting there talking about is, the great thing about podcasting with Ben is we can sit here and we can give each other shit, and he is fine with it. He can take it. I can take it. We can laugh. We can joke. And that's the beautiful dynamic of it. And that's what they were saying. They were excited about it because they felt like from listening to other podcasts and listening to our podcast in the past that it would be a very open, very honest platform.
Right.
And dude, I was
Absolutely.
like, and that's one of the things I want to talk to you about in private, not necessarily on the podcast, but one reason why I want to have these guys on is because they're feeling very optimistic and very open about discussing a lot of shit when they're on. And I think it would be entertaining and eye-opening, maybe. And because this dude, he had a little drink, I'm not going to lie. But
yeah, so maybe if you had called him the next day, he's like, dude, whatever I said last night.
We got to pull a Joe Rogan and
No,
Elon Musk. We got to have some shit to drink.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Let this man find his pathway.
I'm
You know
okay
what I'm
with
saying?
that. Yeah,
his
for sure.
conduit to get his
Yeah.
shit out. But anyway, but that
As you know, some of people we've had on already have showed up already, kind of,
yeah,
ready to go.
yeah.
And I get it, because if I'm going to a place and I'm going to get on the microphone in front of a video camera, I mean, if I was invited to a podcast tomorrow,
Oh yeah, I know. I'd be wrecked. I'd be like, what are we talking about? What, can you edit it out?
right?
Edit it what out? Everything.
I'm like, what are you going to ask me first? Send me a list of questions. And if I say no, I'm not going to, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. And
Well, we have that advantage though, because to me, I can't tell you probably 3 times tonight. I forgot this shit was even set up.
yeah,
I forgot we were set. I mean,
I'm even wondering if the video is still going. I'm looking down. I can see the audio is, but I'm sure the
Yeah.
video is because I've set it up that way.
well, but see, that's the beauty of it. See,
Yes.
to me, and people see that. That's what these guys were talking about. They can tell it's
Did
very.
they listen?
They said they hadn't listened in a while, so we ain't made one in a while. But
Which means they probably hadn't listened at all.
I don't know. I didn't nail them down real hard because I really would like to have them on, just because.
But that's fine.
It's,
I don't really listen to podcasts, so I get it.
I don't either. I tell them that because they were asking me, "Well, do you listen to this one? You listen to this?" I go, "Dude, I don't listen to them really all that much."
I don't either.
And I can't really explain it. I don't know why I don't. I will watch Joe Rogan's clips,
Yeah.
and I like watching that stuff.
Which is what I've got to do more of for ours. We got to put some short stuff out.
Yeah, it's a really
anyways.
neat thing. Well, it's what keeps me engaged with it, because if all it was audio files I had to go to Spotify to listen to, I wouldn't have any idea
Yeah.
what he was doing over there. And that's one reason why the equipment that I got. One reason I really think that'll be a cool little thing we can do. We're sitting here having a fucking creative meeting in the middle of the damn podcast.
Right.
But
Well,
anyways,
so you were talking to these guys. You'd love to have them on.
because they can
And I was
tell.
going to ask you a question, and it had nothing to do with that situation at all, but I forget. Let's just go on.
Well, anyways, really, I mean,
Oh, you were saying just what you could do. That's why you
one
Hello.
thing.
That's why it's okay to do, or you like to do a podcast with me, because you can dish it out. I can take it. And that's what
Vice
I do.
versa.
That's,
I take
that's
it too.
why I've liked being friends with you since day one, is because I can't piss you off.
Right.
You know what I mean? Not that I try, but I don't have to
Right.
worry about, not to say that I can't piss you off. I don't have to worry about pissing you off
No, you do not.
at all.
Never. No.
You know what I mean?
Never.
I
Never.
don't have to worry about pissing you off.
No.
That's really, that is the biggest thing. I mean, not that it's, of
Well,
course
you could say
I
almost.
like you a lot, and
You can say pretty much anything to
I
me,
was
though.
pissed off that we weren't friends beforehand.
Yeah.
Because I was like, damn, I could have been friends with this guy this whole time.
Yeah.
But I can say anything to you. It's not going to piss you off. You're pretty much going to tell me what you think,
And I'm going to laugh,
or you're going to laugh.
or I'm going to give you some shit about it.
Right.
One or the other.
Right.
Which I expect
And
in
I'll be
return.
able to take, but I don't have to worry about pissing you off.
Mm-mm.
That's
Never.
That's like the headline. Maybe I should put that as
I have
the
to say-
name of this podcast.
I've probably been less pissed at you than I have anybody in my life.
Really?
I think. I've been mad at everybody else, I think. Maybe my kids less. No, I've been mad at them too. But yeah, I don't get pissed at you, dude. Well, it's what I say about, it's what I talk about our dynamic is, and that's what I was telling these guys. And one reason I'm going into all this shit
Mm-hmm.
is kind of on our comeback episode, I really wanted to talk about what we've been doing and what we're about to do. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, you and I have talked about doing these business spotlights and that kind of shit. And that's kind of where this whole talking to those guys came from, was one of the ideas I had for a business spotlight. Because I feel like this shit's coming. You know, I feel like it's really something that we wanted to do. You were the one that thought of it. It's a really good idea to do business spotlights. And I think it's a really cool thing, like the taco tasting thing, or the best taco in town, and all those things. Like, best taco in town, okay? Did you say that already? It's got a really neat ring to it. I like that.
Best taco in town.
It'd be our little segment. Yeah.
Should I name it that?
Fucking hey.
No,
You can cut this shit out if you want.
I meant naming this podcast that.
Oh yeah,
This
if you want to.
Best taco in town. No, because it
It's
hasn't.
gonna fuck people up. They'll be
Right.
like this. Where? What?
Taco Bell. Okay, and I have to say, I do love Taco Bell tacos.
I do
I
too.
can't get enough of them.
They're gonna have a hard time beating a Taco Bell taco, like a crunchy taco. For
I
me.
didn't figure you would look at it that way.
Really?
Because you're always giving me shit about enchiladas and stuff. Enchiladas.
Well,
About eating enchiladas.
Well, it's more the El Chico shit that I give you shit about more than anything. But
Best taco in
'cause
town.
I don't understand your love of it, but I can't get there. But
Dude, I listen. I know we haven't done much, and I know we've said it a lot every time, but I'm 100% into doing a lot more than what we do already.
well, I didn't buy the shit I bought this past weekend for us not to do it.
Well, I'm about to buy some equipment as well.
Well,
Since you bought that, I'm about to buy some stuff too.
It wasn't to do that shit, but I mean, definitely like the video I
What do
showed
mean?
you earlier.
No, I'm just saying. I didn't want to. There's just one thing I want to buy, and we could use it. You know, it's one of the things that mainly podcasters have. They all say this is awesome every time. So I want to get it.
Fuzzy microphone? Is that what it is? Big fuzzy microphone?
No,
Oh, go ahead.
no.
You want
But
to get
I'm
it?
just saying, man, I have high hopes. I really do.
Yes.
But yes, the headaches have derailed me majorly the last 4 years of my life.
But
And here we
recently,
go back to headaches.
but recently they got a lot worse or more frequent.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've always had a headache. I say these headaches, it's just a headache.
Right.
But yes, yeah. And I
Well, like you said-
I don't want to complain. I don't want to whine. I don't want to sound like a
Well,
you
it's
know, whatever.
it's more of an
But
explanation though of
Right.
what you've had going on. So
right. It's
I
an
mean,
explanation. It is the reason why.
we haven't podcasted.
can't-
Thank you
it's-
for admitting it.
Well, I
Thank
mean,
you.
it's on my end, your end, you have work and stuff
Very
too.
true.
So, but
Very
it is
true.
the reason why I can't think about anything,
Mm-hmm.
because if I even start thinking about something that I'm not familiar with, it will make it worse.
Oh shit.
So if I'm even trying to read something about something and learn something about something that I don't know about already, it will make it worse.
Yeah, I not the headaches, but like since I had my surgery, if I overeat and my stomach's hurting, like it's over full, and it's very painful if I do that. I'm that way about I can't think about something. I got to concentrate on this pain because it's fucking
Yes.
it now rules my life until it goes away. It is, and it might only last like 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Whereas yours is like ongoing for days, and I
Ongoing indefinitely
yeah.
so far.
Yeah, that sucks. But
But
on the other
I've
end
had
of it,
3 decent days in a row.
so maybe this guy was right. This dude
new guy
said
that
it's going to
this
be a
new
bad
doctor-
memory one of these days.
Yeah, that's what he told me. He said it's going to be a bad memory one day.
That's good
So,
because
but then I'll be wrecked the next day, and it makes me rethink everything. Going to Tulsa twice a week. Paying money out.
Yeah.
Gas prices are high, and so all of this is adding up, and it's like, when you're paying all this and you're getting wrecked the next day, or and when I say getting wrecked, I'm talking about I'm down. I can't
Right.
function. Period. And it's often.
but right now you're having a pretty good run,
Right.
right? I mean, last few days you said have been
Yeah.
a longer time than normal without.
And that's what he said. He said, we're just going to have to gradually get you there. He said, but I'm telling you, I'm gonna get you there.
Well, good, because I have my doubts. Not that I don't think there's anything you can do about it, but you've tried a lot of shit.
Too. Yes.
You've tried a lot of shit.
Yes.
And so on my end of it, I'm like, I hope this works, but I don't see how this could work. But okay, you know, if he's going with it, I'm going with it. Hell yeah.
So to even think about like getting merch, like I'm ready to get merch. I'm ready tomorrow, but I hope it's going to be easy on me, because if I have to start thinking about what we need to design and what we need to do and it could derail me for a couple of days. Just that, you know.
Well,
what
see,
I mean?
there. I mean, I do say
it sounds stupid. I know it sounds dumb. I know it sounds like, dude, are you serious? You know?
No, it really doesn't. I know I give you a lot of shit, like I'm always saying.
No. I know you. I know you understand. I know you get it. I know, and like I said, you can. You know, you can give me shit, and I'm not taking it.
Well,
personally,
I know, but
of course.
Well, I only give you shit when you're feeling okay. You know, I don't call you up when you're fucked up and go, Ben, your fucking headaches.
Nobody can give me shit when I'm not okay, because
you're not answering that shit.
I'm not answering that shit.
Yeah.
I'm not talking to nobody. You know, I'll still be posting videos in our Facebook group, because some of them are like on schedule.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they'll pop up, but you know, I'm just trying to keep.
You're excellent at keeping the.
Yeah, but I'd rather be posting more podcast oriented stuff in the group.
Oh yeah.
I didn't never mean for the stuff that I post, like funny videos of other people and all that. I never really meant for that at all.
Yeah.
Really, initially, it was to drown out the people that were posting the bad shit in there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was like, golly, okay, I got to go post this real quick, so the people will be like, oh, okay, this ain't all about, you know, titties and ass and all that. You know, I'm like, quit posting that stuff in there, please, because this ain't what this is about.
Right.
You know, it is about funny stuff, but just straight up.
Yeah.
No, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
You know, so I've had to, you know, and Facebook is saying no,
right.
we ain't dealing with that.
Big time. Know? I mean, they made a big push on us not too long ago. I was like, oh shit.
Yes.
You know?
And I had to I had to go back and delete everything that people was posting that they had told me. They were like, this person posted fake stuff.
Yeah.
And it goes back and it's like, watermelon has 77 grams of sugar in it. And fact checkers are like, nope, it does not. Yeah. And that will get your group either shut down
or looked at hard. Yeah, they start making fucking changes on it.
Or they turn you off.
Yeah,
they turn your group off. It's a flip of a switch, dude. No one sees anything, and that's where our group is right now. If you're seeing stuff from the group on I Don't Drink Coffee podcast, you're one of the I have to say you're one of the lucky ones, because it's not getting pushed to even the members. Like we have like 6,400, I think, right now. Not even close to 6,400 people is even seeing anything.
Yeah, that sucks too, man.
Because
sucks.
If you post something funny, but it's fake and it's fact checked.
Yeah, that's
boom,
Facebook.
Goodbye.
Well, see, that's where
and some of the fact checker stuff, fact check stuff in there was just jokes.
Yeah,
and it's like, no, there's not 77 grams of sugar in watermelon. There's 76.
Yeah.
Boom. And then one of the guys that turned the switch off on us, one of the messages I got from, or notifications, was from some dude in like India or something. Dude, I don't know where he was from, but his name was like 75 miles long, and nothing was in English on his page. And he's fact checking shit from America.
Yeah,
give me a damn break.
Yeah.
But that's the people that's shutting us down. So.
And see, that's the shit that nobody sees behind the scenes. You do a bunch on the admin part of that page. I mean, you do it all, really and truly. I mean, I do very little with it, mainly because as you can tell,
you would do more.
I don't know Facebook shit. I can double post shit. You know what I mean? What am I going to do?
That's true.
You know?
I mean, I get messages still from people that are waiting for us to put out another podcast. They're like, what are you doing? I've got suggestions. I get people sending me suggestions. This week, and dude, I want to do it. I'm 100% into this. I'm 100% into taking us to the next level. I'm 100% or staying where we're at. I'm 100% into it.
Well, I definitely think that, there's some dynamic that's changed, that we can hear all that. There's some dynamic that's changed in like marijuana industry since we did the one with the ladies back.
Dude.
There's a lot changed.
Dang right. Because they let everybody and their dog come in and take over.
Well, there's a big thing going on with the flooding of the market and all that. And I've
Yes.
gotten talked to a couple people that are owners, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and the outlook of how people are looking at it.
Not good, right?
Well, it's some people are looking at it like who's got the most money, who can stand it the
Dang
longest,
straight.
and let all these people who ain't got no money quit, and they're going to be the last man standing because they got more money.
Well, that was the point.
I'll say about we could do a business spotlight, or maybe have somebody on that's a dispensary owner or an operator, a grow operator or whatever, because most people are doing all of it. You know, almost I know several people that are doing it from stem
I
to
would
stern.
love to hear from their side.
Just kind of what they're doing about the market being like it is
Yeah.
now. Because like you said, since we interviewed those one ladies that were talking about, they were pushing the recreational part of it and everything. But since then, even there's been a lot of change. All those people got busted. The 300 grows got busted using the same lady's name for the permits and all that shit. So all that stuff is something that the dynamic to me has changed in the state for a lot of these people, and people keep saying, well, the market's saturated, and that's very true. But I'd be curious from a business standpoint to hear what somebody that's going through it, what they see happening, or what they're doing about it, that kind of thing like that. But there's a shitload of things like that though that are on my mind. It's just like I said, I was really wanting to focus on, if somebody listens to this latest episode, they can go, these motherfuckers have not just been sitting around. They've been thinking about shit, because it's important. I don't want somebody to get, we have taken quite a while off, but we're not done by any stretch.
No.
That's why I'm really wanting to say we got some shit coming.
I think about it every day.
Dude.
I think about it every day.
Well, that's why
what we should be doing, what we could be doing.
That's why I shot you that little demo video of the gimbal, because it's just to say, not that it was, the subject matter is not the point. It's to say, damn, this shit looks pretty good. This would be cool to do in little short,
Yeah, for sure.
You just wander up there and fucking, we could ride skateboards up there. I can't ride a skateboard very good, but whatever.
I can rollerblade or roller skate. I can rollerblade, but I'd rather roller skate.
Well, I could run beside you. I've seen videos of it. It looks actually pretty cool where someone's running and someone's running beside them. And the little gimbal's keeping up with them, and the whole fucking world's sitting there tilting except for them and all that shit. It's pretty neat looking.
It's a good idea.
So I'm excited just about what we can do with that stuff. And I haven't even went through the app and really learned it.
Yeah.
What all's possible or whatever. And it's kind of one of the lower end ones. It's not really it's not a.
Well, it's great for what we're going to be doing.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, we don't have to have
the greatest of all things.
Yeah,
right.
We don't need a key grip operator from the movies where they can, pan down and do.
I mean, we do, but eventually.
Well, but the way I look at it is, if the Barstool guys don't have to have that shit, why do we?
Right.
And the guys have perfected the fucking art form of it. In my, kind of like Joe Rogan with podcasts. I mean, what's the guy's name that does all the fucking Barstool shit? What's his name?
El Presidente.
Yeah, that dude. He's a very slick motherfucker, dude.
Yes, he
very.
Is. Yes.
I
you
really
saw
enjoy
Pat
him.
McAfee?
Mm-hmm.
You saw his big deal he got?
Mm-hmm.
Dude. Now, Pat McAfee.
Did you see Bill Burr
awesome
on
dude.
Pat McAfee? You should watch that shit. You want something to make you uncomfortable, watch the first 3 minutes. The first 3 minutes of Bill Burr on Pat McAfee. You'll be like, oh, shit. I mean, they're after each other. And they smooth it out, but I mean,
yeah.
Bill Burr's pretty confrontational. He can be very confrontational. If you fucking call him on something,
Bill Burr.
Yeah, they're saying like, you're looking kind of old there, Bill, and he fucking goes off, and he's like, well,
Is that what Pat McAfee did?
Yeah, and he's like, oh, okay, well, you've got this shirtless thing going on. You look kind of buff for a kicker, And everybody's like, oh, and then I'm like, holy shit, this is hard to watch.
It's a huge deal that he just signed though with
fucking
DraftKings.
Yeah. Oh, he ain't. Yeah. Yeah, he's big time,
Yeah.
And but you know how Bill Burr is though. Bill Burr don't pull no punches with nobody.
No, I'm just saying he created this podcast out of thin air basically with El Presidente with Barstool, and it just skyrocketed, which he's great. He's great.
It's like anything else, it just takes the right opportunities, dude.
Yeah, but we first and foremost got to get in here and put one together.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's what that's the thing about the content, and I agree with you, man. I mean, that was
I can't wait to cut your little tangent about nurses out. and just highlight it.
Do
Would
it.
that is that okay?
Fucking bring it, dude. I don't care. I'm scared of these motherfuckers. Not scared of them a bit. I know a bunch of them.
Yeah, but you're kind of old, dude. What happens if you need one of them in a couple months, couple years? What if you're up there at the hospital and they're like, "Oh," but like at O'Reilly's, they were
I'd
like,
be like,
"Oh,
yeah,
we
it
gotta
was
take
me,
care of you."
motherfucker. At
But
least
I
you was
think up there
listening.
at the hospital, they're gonna be like, "This ain't O'Reilly's, bro.
Well.
We ain't gonna take care of you."
Well, it's not like getting blocked on Facebook, though, man. It's like, well, I'm still here, though, motherfucker. You know, you may not like me, but here I am. So
Yeah, that's
they'll
true.
take care of me. And if they don't, then I'll die. And who gives a shit?
You block people on Facebook?
No.
Yeah, I don't either.
I just laugh whenever people do block each other.
Oh yeah,
It's very funny to me. Because especially if they're going to show up on somebody else's Facebook that they're still friends with, you know, I'm like, you're not getting rid of these people, dog. They're still there. They're still on your Facebook.
Yeah.
But whatever.
well, if they block them, they don't see anything.
Oh, no matter if they're tagged
no
in
matter
or whatever.
what, yeah, they don't see it.
That's cool. I don't know. I don't really think about it. I don't think I've ever blocked anybody on Facebook. I never cared that deeply. You know what I mean? I can't imagine. Wait a minute. Yeah, I have to block somebody. Not because of how they would make me look. It was, I got tired of their fucking shit. You know what I mean? I'm just like, I don't want to fucking hear this.
Did you block them or did you unfollow them?
I blocked this dude so he couldn't fucking comment on my shit because I was like, I'm fucking hurt enough. And I'm related to him. Yeah, it was a relative. I was just like, no, fuck this shit.
Really?
Yes, dude, because this shit was stupid. You know what I mean? It's like, I'll say this. I was like, somebody's going to ask how I'm connected to this motherfucker, and I don't want to have to say that I'm related to him. You know what I mean? This shit's retarded. I'm not fucking doing it.
So do you blocked them? Deleted them or blocked them?
I blocked him, yeah. I ended up unblocking him, though, eventually.
Oh, okay.
Because I was just like, fuck it. I kind of felt like people that I'm talking shit
I think
on.
you got the hint.
I hope. I don't know. He hadn't done anything else.
Oh, okay.
So maybe he don't give a shit or, hopefully
Right.
he don't. That's what I'm going for ultimately, is for somebody not to give enough of a shit about what I'm doing to say anything. You know
But
what I mean?
just know to not comment on your stuff anymore. Any stupid stuff.
Just don't. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you can fucking think all you want, bro. Talk all you want amongst yourselves. You know what I mean? Whatever. Just don't
Right.
fucking post dumb shit.
on my stuff.
Yeah. I mean, just post somewhere else, I don't know. Go to the group and do it in there.
No, please don't.
No, don't. I'm kidding.
I mean, if it's funny, dumb stuff, yes.
This is not funny. This is fucking stop. You know what I mean? And that shit of don't say that. You know what I mean? Maybe you don't have any self-respect, but at least respect me enough to fucking not say stupid shit like that. Think about what you're going to say.
Right.
But people don't. Hell, I don't sometimes. Especially on here. I don't give a second of thought before I say shit.
I don't either.
Of course, most of the time, though, when I'm puking shit on here, it's shit that I really think. So it's like, fuck it. If you don't like it, I mean, what else do you want me to say?
Right.
If
Yeah.
we're keeping it real.
And you kept it real tonight.
I kept it really real.
I was going to say today and tonight at the same time. Tonight.
I didn't hear it. I
You
did not
didn't?
hear that
Okay,
shit.
good.
How far are we into this? Are we over 3 hours?
3.5 hours.
Oh, shit, dude. Let's wrap it.
All right.
Fuck it. There's no reason to keep going.
This episode is brought to you by Black Line Insurance Group.
Is it now?
Yeah, still going.
Sweet.
Ben at blacklineinsurancegroup.com is my email. Hit me up.
I have my insurance through you. Not sure you're the cheapest. Not sure you're the best, but you're who I got.
I was
so
the
just
cheapest
kidding.
at the time, okay?
I'm just kidding. I don't fucking just giving you shit. What do I want? Grandpa's
And
Pizza.
By far the best.
By far.
the best.
I at least know you the best.
Yeah.
If I had to bitch, I could actually bitch to you and you'd be like, ah, shit, I gotta fucking hear this guy all the time.
Right.
But
So your shout out is
Grandpa's Pizza, yeah, I'll give it that. I'd like to shout out to the people that came up and talked about the podcast to me. I appreciate it.
I appreciate that.
If you want your name mentioned, tell me and I'll call you by name, but I don't just go out saying people's names and shit.
Right.
Because they might say, why would you do that?
Right.
So
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying, but in case they're wondering if you're offended by the fact that I didn't call you out by name, know that it's because I'm trying to do it out of respect and not out of negligence. But I do appreciate getting talked to, having people notice and say things. At least somebody gives a damn that we are out here spitting our opinion about shit that don't matter about anything. I appreciate it. And it matters. It matters to us, by God. Anyway,
It absolutely does.
it's good to hear. It's nice to know that people are entertained.
I know people listen, but I just don't quite know who. We can see the numbers. We
I
just
know
can't
some people.
see. Well, I'm just saying we
Yeah.
don't know.
The more the merrier.
We
Tell
see
us.
all the numbers and we don't know
Yeah.
half of the people or even close to we know a small percentage of the people that are actually listening. But if you don't feel like telling us, don't. But if
Yeah.
you do, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Like those two lovely ladies did.
Yeah. Well, and I've had some really positive experiences here lately. You know, opening up my mind a little bit towards people. There's a lot of things I've thought about shouting out because I've in around McAllister. Well, just in general, I've been treated pretty good here lately. It's weird,
Good.
man. I've been going through a really good spot.
Do you? I feel like maybe it's changing.
I think the attitudes are changing a lot. Yeah,
I feel like McAllister. I feel like we are headed in the right direction.
I do too. There's a lot of things about it. Everything from the sports part of it to my kids' experience in the school system, that kind of thing like that. Like you said, there's been a lot of positive things I've heard lately. Whereas a year ago wasn't as good. And I've had some, like I talked about tonight, I've had some positive experiences. Not everything's better or, there's still some things that I could bitch about if I wanted to. But yeah, I think in general, I think we're coming out of that fucking doomsday pandemic thing as a whole.
Yeah.
I think. And just in people's way of acting day to day.
Right.
You know what I mean?
We're seeing less and less of it on social media.
Yeah. Now, I went to the mall right before Christmas and saw lines getting into certain fucking shops, and I didn't go in them motherfuckers.
Was that guy sitting in the hot
No,
topic?
I didn't go to Fort Smith. This was in Tulsa. But the lines, the places that had lines,
Oh, yeah, that's right.
not darkening the fucking door. No, don't need anything from there. If you got a line in front of your business because you don't want more than so many people in your deal because of COVID, fuck you. Yeah, I said it. I'll say it again. I'm not going in there.
Word.
My wife was like, I said, I'm not waiting in line to go shop. We'll go somewhere else. That's a shoe store. Everybody sells shoes. Piss on that place.
Or you can go online and get shoes in 2 days.
Yeah, I'm not going to glorify this place by saying its name. I'm not
Right.
even giving it that kind of recognition. Just know it was a shoe place, and it had a line in front of it because they didn't want too many COVID people in there. Piss on them.
Word.
Not waiting in line. No, not like that. If I'm waiting in line, it'll be at the movies because I'm going to watch a good movie like Spider-Man.
Not The Matrix.
Yeah, The Matrix was just, it's all right. For a Matrix movie, it was okay. And the last two were just all right also. But
Shout out to my friends in Louisiana,
oh yeah,
Shane and Tracy.
the coon asses.
Yes, Tracy and Ashley. Shout out to them.
There's a
And
lot
shout out to McAllister football team this year.
boom,
High school football
state
team.
runner-ups.
Man,
It was a really good
I
game.
love watching them play. Even when I was out of town, I would still watch the stream,
Mm-hmm.
And the things I saw them do, even that semifinal game where they were behind, or it was a pretty rough first half. They came out second half. Was it the semifinal game? It was really the first time they had
It was
dealt
right.
with
Yep.
some adversity. It seemed like they were on cruise control all the other games.
Yeah. Forrest Macy he's doing a really good job, dude. I'm pretty proud of the head coach here. My son's a freshman, and he did a good job of making my son feel like part of the team. I mean, he didn't get to play, but they let him suit, let him go to the games, let him
Yes.
practice.
Yeah, I wanted to touch base on that earlier, but I
Well,
kind of got off of the.
But to your point, though, about what you're talking about, the football program is in a really good spot, I feel like, and it's going to be that way for a long time. I think the culture's right, and obviously they're doing well. State runner-up is nothing to fucking sneeze at, So,
And it was a dang good game too.
mm-hmm. A good season, man. I mean, these guys, they had a good
Undefeated.
team. Yeah, Yeah.
Undefeated in the
Yeah.
season.
it's a really, really fun thing to watch, and for my son to be a part of as a freshman, pretty cool. And a lot of other freshmen got the suit, not just him. And these guys all felt like part of it, and the coach made sure they felt like part of
I
it.
could tell he felt like he was part of it on the sidelines down there watching him,
Mm-hmm.
and I could see that in Carter.
Yeah.
You know, he wasn't just because you look down there a lot of times in some football teams, and there's those dudes that are just standing there,
Yeah.
and they're like, "What's my purpose?"
Or they're grab assing or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's a cool thing, and I can say, because my son is a freshman, that those guys really do feel like they're part of something that's bigger than them. And that's culture wise, that's a neat thing for your kid to experience as he goes off, after he graduates high school or gets done playing ball and all that's, there's life things that they can take with that. And being a part of something, how good it feels to be a part of something, help it function. Because those guys didn't just dress; they practiced with them. They gave them reps, like physical reps out there running scout team against them. And you got to be on, as a 14, 15-year-old kid, you got to be on top of your game to give an 18-year-old kid good looks to get better. People, because people don't start, they tend to think, not much goes on with the start. These guys, well, the talent must fall off real soon after the starters, but that's not necessarily so. I mean, if it was, then they wouldn't be prepared on Friday nights. That's something that gets forgotten about a lot, is how good are the practice guys? How good is the squad going against your starters? They got to give them a good look so they can practice, And there's a lot of levels of talent. There's a lot of good athletes in that program too, but that culture's there. And that's what I say about there's a lot of guys that they're excited about where it's heading. They don't feel like it was a one and done,
Right.
like the team's over or whatever. And I mean, of course you got Eric McCarty, who's a very good athlete. You had a lot of great athletes though on this team. And, you have Trent Boatwright, you got Faber,
Dude. Speaking of Faber, I watched the game with Cody Parker. Cody was the owner of Advantage, and he was like, Ben, on kick return, watch Chase Faber.
Mm-hmm.
I said, okay. He goes, just watch Chase Faber. And so that entire game, on every kick return, I watched Chase Faber. And that dude is he is going to kill you.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to kill you. It's so crazy. I'd never really just watched one player on kick return, that's not actually returning the ball. And this dude, he's got it down 100%.
Mm-hmm.
He was hurting people out there.
Yeah.
He went up and hit this dude, and that dude dropped his shoulder because he was in bad pain. So the play's still going, and Chase went to hit him again. And that guy pretty much said, "Don't, I'm done." Okay. He's like,
Yeah.
I'm hurt, dude.
Yeah.
I'm hurt. I just got to keep my feet going so that it looks like I'm, trying to make a play, but I'm out of this play.
Yeah.
I'm completely out of this play because you've just broke my shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
So he's out there headhunting. And I wish, because he's a senior this year,
Yeah.
so I wish I had paid more attention, over the last season and even this season of
definitely
his technique, because it is on par.
Yeah.
This dude is.
Well, see, even when he was a freshman and he came up and played with the high school, Gavin always started, and he knew even whenever Chase was a freshman, he's like, this dude ain't the same as everybody else. He's going to be something when he gets into high school, and he was right. I mean, Faber's definitely a kid that mentally, you talk about guys that are set up. Some guys are set up for football and some guys ain't. And there's no shame in one way or another. But he's definitely set up for it. I mean, he's definitely mentally, especially, he is a guy, he's a football player, and
Yes.
he's been that way. He's kind of one of them born that way type kids, That's why I was excited about him. And I always knew he was a good player, but he's always been a guy that they've had kind of in their back pocket as far as no matter what, Faber's going to get it done. You know, and they've depended on him, and they lost him this year, and that's a big, he's a linebacker, pretty much the leader of the defense. So it's a pretty big blow to the defense, but I think they got guys coming up. But yeah, he's fun to watch, man.
Go back and watch his kick returns. I
Yeah,
mean,
he
watch him on the
playing,
field
dude.
too. I love watching him on the field, or playing defense. But on the kick return, Cody just put it in my head. He's like, "You got watch Chase on kick return," and I was like, "Dude, why have I not done this before?"
Yeah.
Because he has this little boom. I
Yeah.
mean, he's gonna take that dude out. Those guys are running down the field, right? And it's like a cannonball. Someone's going to get hit by the cannonball. Who's going to get hit by the cannonball? Who's going to get hit by Chase Faber? And I feel sorry for that guy, because he was knocking them out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Every time.
Yeah.
It's like he's like a robot out there, man, he's
Doing the Lord's work out there.
Yes.
Yeah.
That one dude. I mean, when he hit him, he was like, oh, you could tell he was still running along with the play. But Chase was like, went up to hit him again, because, it's kind of like, to me, it was like he didn't kill him. So he's going to kill him. He's going to kill him.
Yeah, he ain't going to stop till the play's over.
Right. So he's going after this kid again. Now, he did not want any of it. That dude was like, no, dude,
You've done enough, sir.
He said a lot in a so small amount of time that kid did with his shoulder broke.
Yeah.
I don't know if his shoulder was broke or not, but I know he probably still feeling it right now.
Yeah. Well, he knocked somebody out of the game, didn't he? Once, didn't he knock a kid out of the game?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah,
he's watching on kick return, man. It was. Yeah,
you don't play. Everybody knows. Even Carter running scout team. He's like, Faber hit me today. He'd say that every so often. They had me running scout team running back. He's like, I saw Faber coming. I couldn't get away from him. And he don't hold back. And I was like, good. That's good for you.
Right.
He's like, no, it's not. It's not good.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, you're gonna run into those Fabers. You know what I mean? You got to get his shit together for him. Might as well. But anyways,
yeah. Let's wrap this up. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. If you didn't know, we're on YouTube.
You're welcome.
Everything is thank you. Every episode is uploaded to YouTube. We video every episode.
Yeah, I highly suggest you checking out some of the body language that we use because, I'm an idiot.
Some people just like to put it on YouTube and listen to it while it's,
If nothing else, look at the early episodes and look at the size of my body and then look at the last couple of episodes and compare. You're going to be shocked, I think.
Yeah.
Because that video that we did live that time where we went Facebook Live and all that.
And you were like, oh,
that shit popped up. I was like, I always knew, obviously, that I was real fat. You know what I mean? But holy shit.
Dude, it's the way I look at pictures of myself anytime it comes on. I'm like,
no,
dude, you are super ugly, Ben.
No, dude. This is like, No, I
know. I remember you telling me you were not ready to look that big for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But the camera makes you fatter, dude.
But still, it
makes you fatter and uglier. That's what I'm gonna say.
Well, you kind of get this thing
That's
where
my
you're
excuse. That's my, I don't look like this in real life.
Well, you just go, why did I let myself? It's not even vanity necessarily. It's like, how do you let yourself be that way?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? People do it. I did it, but you go, damn, damn, bro, that's bad. That's bad. There's no way that's healthy. You know what I mean? Don't I'm kind of like Joe Rogan. I'm like Joe Rogan on that shit. It's not, you can't excuse it away. You know what I mean? It's, people say, oh, you look great either way. And I'm like, no, motherfucker, no. You're dying one way. You're living one way and then you're dying the other way. So it's not healthy. It's not good to fucking pat people on the back like that. To me, it's not. You don't have to fucking say, well, you fat piece of shit. But you could say, bro, this is bad, man. Don't, you're cutting your life short.
Yeah, but you and I talked about it a lot.
Oh yeah. Well, that's one reason.
We always have good intentions of, working out and.
Well, obviously it took surgery for me to change it.
Excuse it away.
Yeah. That's what I mean about the mental side of it. It's tough, dude.
I can excuse mine away. No, I guess not, because I could just eat healthy. But when you have a headache constantly, it's hard to do the right thing by eating right and all that. I can't exercise. Can't work out. Not yet, anyways.
Well, you're getting fat. Come on, man. You don't even know what it is. You don't even know what it is.
Skinny fat, dude. I'm skinny fat.
You don't even know what that means, Brad.
Yeah, I do. For me, I do. for me. No, I haven't weighed 300 pounds. Or what was your heaviest?
323.
Oh, God.
323 pounds. That picture that was posted today that we were talking about, I weighed 320 something pounds then. Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah. Be a year in March since I've weighed that. I'm so hyped about continuing to weigh this and not weigh that.
What are you weighing now? What have you lost? How many pounds have you lost?
I'm still at the least.
Around about. What are you at?
What I'm weighing today, probably around 235, 236, something like that. The lowest I've gotten was 233, I believe. Which would have been 90 pounds, I guess.
That's good.
But no, I would say I feel good right where I'm at. I could lose some more as far as looks goes. I wouldn't mind losing another 10, but I mean, as far as the way I feel, man, the way I think, I mean, my optimism and all this shit that changed I didn't count on, man, I'm doing good, bruh.
Good.
I'm in a damn good spot. Got a new fucking job. I mean, I got all this shit going my way, man. Don't fuck it up, people. Just kidding. You can cut that out or not, whatever.
No, I ain't cutting it out.
But anyway,
I'm only cutting one part out tonight.
Sorry, 318.
Yeah, why did you? Yeah,
Cut it out.
318. Oh, I will never forget
Cut out the
318. You know what I did right when I saw 318? You know what made me think of 318? So to help me remind myself what it was, what did I use as a reminder?
What?
The old Dodge engine, the old Dodge
318.
318.
Oh yeah, don't want the 318.
Dodge.
Yeah, cut that shit out. Well,
that's how I remember everybody's number.
Oh God, really?
I don't know. I don't forget numbers.
Phone numbers?
Yeah. You can tell me your phone number and then tell me your name, and I'll remember your phone number over your name by far. I forgot your number or your name right when you told me, but you tell me, hey, I'm 918-429, whatever. I'll remember that.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy shit, not me. Thank God I've got a phone, bruh. Or
Well,
I wouldn't even be able to call you.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
I don't
shit.
try to remember any numbers.
Yeah, I was always bad at it.
Because nobody ever does that.
Well, it's like remembering somebody's name when I first meet them. Dude, my next door neighbor, who I've been neighbors with for 5 years.
Has the excursion?
Yeah, I have no fucking idea what his name is.
Really?
I'm not even close.
I have some neighbors just like that.
He says hi to me and calls me by name. 3 times a week, probably.
My neighbor now does not like me across the street.
He don't like you?
No.
Where the highway patrol used to live?
Yep.
How do you know he don't like you?
Because my other neighbor came to me and said, hey, let's go across the street.
This motherfucker don't like you.
And help him. Let's go across the street and see if he needs any help cutting that tree down that's been sitting in his front yard for months. The dead tree. I was like, okay. Shit. So we went across the street, knocked on the door, and he answered the door. And I did not want to go, okay? Because I was like, this dude's a grown man, But I do. Tree. But no, I'll help him. If he needs help cutting his tree, I will definitely help him. Because he worked nights, and I know what it's like to work nights. Mm-hmm. You don't feel like doing anything during the daytime, but try to get sleep. Mm-hmm. And when I worked nights, I couldn't sleep during the daytime, so it wrecked me. Anyways, so we're talking to the guy, right? And we're like, hey man, if you need help cutting the tree, we'll help, And right in the middle of the conversation, the neighbor that talked me into going across the street, he's an awesome guy. I love him. Okay. He's the best neighbor ever. Okay.
This should have been at the front of the fucking
but
episode.
He said,
awesome.
He said, and you need to cut your grass too. Okay. Because in my neighborhood, everybody cuts their grass often. Right.
Your neighbor said this to you?
He didn't say it to me. He told the guy.
Oh.
He told my other neighbor. Okay,
so I see.
My good I say my good neighbor. My
neighbor that likes you.
That likes me. Had me go with him across the street to offer help.
This motherfucker set you up.
So we're offering help. And then he throws it out that he needs to cut his yard too.
Dude, this is why did you not tell this shit in the beginning?
What to say, dude. I was like, man, I changed the subject. Immediately changed the subject, okay?
I would too.
I was like, well, I mean, if you need help cutting that tree down, man, I'll help you. It's no big deal. I completely took it out, right?
Oh,
Well,
God, dude, it's one of the better stories I've
he
heard in
does
a long
not
time.
like me now, and I
He
didn't
thinks
do.
y'all came over just to tell him to cut his fucking grass.
Yes, well,
That's
that
why
neighbor
that-
did. Okay, but I didn't have anything to do with that.
He would not be my favorite neighbor. I'd hate this motherfucker if I was you. I'd be like, I'm never
No, I
talking to
still
that
love
asshole
him.
again.
I still love him because he's got good intentions. He don't mean nothing by it. He would literally pay to have somebody cut that tree for him. I mean, he would not. He's an awesome guy, but he just wanted to throw it out there that he needed to cut his yard, and he wasn't really cutting his yard at the time. He wasn't. But like I said, you know,
I think your neighbor across the,
neighbor-
way is not bad because if
the
it had been
neighbor-
me, if somebody tells me to cut my grass, I'm gonna tell him to go fuck himself.
Well,
I really would.
He played it off good, and I appreciated it. And I almost wanted to go back over there and say, dude, I did not come over here to tell you what to do. Okay, I'm not in the
That
business
is like
of
a
telling
fucking
another grown
sitcom,
man.
dude.
Do I want you to cut your grass more? Yes, it's the truth. You know, it's the truth because yes, but is it my business? No, not really.
No,
Not at all.
not even a little bit.
So
He makes a payment on that motherfucker. You know what I'm
right, so
saying?
you do what you like, okay? Now your weeds from your grass are flowing over to my weeds, yes, or to my grass and causing weeds. Then I might have a little issue, but no, okay.
That means everybody. The guy, I can't remember his name. He hates me then because I don't fucking do anything in my yard.
Well, my neighbor.
I mean, I mow it, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying I don't do any. I don't like keep the weeds
Well,
from
the neighbor
growing in it.
before him would mow in the middle of December. Like he
Yeah.
would mow once a month in the wintertime, just to keep it fresh, right? Maybe not once a month, but and in summertime, he mowed all the time.
Yeah.
So he kept up his property really well. And then he sold it to this guy and he didn't do the same thing. It's not my business. I had nothing to do with it. I wanted to
I'd have
offer
told this
help,
dude to
man.
fuck off
So now this
real
guy
quick.
does not like me. Okay? He does not like me. And I didn't do anything wrong. And I understand. I don't even dislike him back. You know
I
what
gotta
mean?
say-
like somebody says, I don't really like you. And you're like, well, you know what? F you, dude.
Yeah.
I'm not even mad at this guy about it.
How could you be?
Right.
I would be
know.
mad at this other guy wherever he's
not
at.
mad at
I'd
him.
be like, motherfucker, don't ever call me over under false pretenses again.
Well, he's the one that said it, not me. He didn't say, well,
But he did it
Ben
on
and
purpose. He wanted backup. He wanted another neighbor to fucking be at the door and say, "We both think you need to cut your fucking grass." Is what he did.
Well, we both
without
do
even
think you
saying
need to
it.
cut your grass, but I'm not going to tell you to.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is he didn't say, Ben, let's go over and tell this motherfucker to cut his grass, because you'd be like, hell no.
People that you're right, exactly.
Yeah, he knew that, too.
People that knew me in my previous life were probably like, Ben's talking about someone needing to cut their grass, because
Right.
I've never been the dude that's like, ooh, we gotta. But I like to keep my lawn nice,
Well, if I'm this guy though, I'm telling him to fuck off. Like if my neighbor knocks on my door and goes, "Are you going to cut your grass?" I'll be like, "You can
Yeah.
fuck straight off. Don't come back."
Yeah,
That's what I'm going to say.
But
I'll
he
cut
played
my
up-
grass when I fucking feel like it.
right. He played it off nice, and like I said, I appreciated that. I didn't want to have
But
to
see,
drop
that's why
kick
you keep
somebody
your
in the
fucking
front
head
yard.
down,
Not
bruh.
really, but yes, that's why I didn't want to go, because when he said, let's go over there and offer our help, I was like, nah, I don't really.
Yeah, see, I don't have
He'll-
any neighbors I
I
talk
said,
to.
he'll get it. And he was like, no, let's go over there and talk to him. And I was like, I think he'll get it. I think he'll get it soon, And it had already been like a year.
Yeah.
Like this tree was dead right by the road, It'd been too long.
So you need to do what I do when I get out of my vehicle. In the afternoons, if I get out, and if the guy's straight across the street, he's an older guy, I kind of like him. He's a single guy.
I said hi to him, and he did not say anything back to me.
I'd fucking wave and go on. If he don't wave back, his problem. Oh, he didn't say hi back?
No.
See?
No.
See, I'd be pissed at the fucking neighbor, this other neighbor that you're buddies with.
I'm
I'd
not
be like,
mad.
like,
Why would you be mad?
huh?
Why would I be
False
mad?
pretenses. You know what I'm saying? Say what you're up to. Don't fucking get me over there and say shit. You know what I mean? That'd be like if I fucking had you go with me and
Right.
to like split up with my wife. You know what I mean? I'm like, Ben, come with me real quick to the house and let's
I don't
grab
get
something.
that stuff, dude. I don't
Well,
get nobody's
exactly.
personal stuff.
Exactly. But if we walked in the house
If
and I'd
you
be
and
like,
Brandy split, your wife Brandy, if y'all split, I'm not gonna be anymore your friend or her friend. You know what I mean?
I know,
I'm
but,
gonna be cool with both of y'all.
but I'm saying if I go, Ben, hey, will you
I'm
come
not
by and
taking
help me move this
sides.
chair? And you'd
I'm
be
not
like,
taking
yeah.
sides. If you say, dude, she put cat shit in my oatmeal, and I'm leaving her, I'm gonna be like, well, I'm not taking her. I'm not taking your side. And I'm
Yeah.
not taking her side.
It's
I'm not gonna.
unfortunate.
I'm not gonna talk bad about her. I'm not gonna talk bad about you because guess what? Y'all are probably gonna end up staying together, and then I'm gonna be out. Like
Right.
I won't be able to be your friend anymore because she's gonna be like, get rid of him because he talked bad about me.
Yeah, fuck
And
him.
that's not the reason, but that's what happens every time.
Dude, that's what I'm saying.
People have problems, and people will jump on the bandwagon, and their friends, I get it, and they're like, F him, you deserve a lot better, da 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 da. But guess what? She's going back to him, okay? And then it's going to be awkward from here on out between everybody because y'all jumped on this person's side, talk bad about the love of her life,
Dude,
when you should have just been a friend.
But this is exactly what you just did with your neighbor.
I didn't do nothing, dude. I went over there and said,
You got tricked into going
I
and
will
being the
help you.
fucking police for your
I
neighborhood.
will help you. Well, I am the police in my neighborhood.
Well,
You know what I mean?
I'm
Nothing
saying.
goes on in this neighborhood without me knowing.
But
I'm the king of this neighborhood. I've been here longer than anybody else, and I've caught a lot of people doing shady shit in my neighborhood, okay? They don't get away with nothing, okay?
Well-
you even throw a tomato at my house, and I'm going to catch you. Because
Well-
I did it.
Yeah, I forgot about that. It's very funny. Yeah. Well, I think it's funny though that you got tricked. Okay, that he goes, let's go over here and let's offer to help this guy. And he's like, oh, and by the way, you need to mow your yard. Thanks. You're like, you mother. That's what I'd be like, you motherfucker.
I didn't know what to say.
Dude.
I didn't know what to say.
I would still hate
I
this
changed
guy.
the subject, told him, man, and I started walking back to my house. As soon as he said that, I was like, oh, shit.
See, I'd catch this guy and I'd be like, look, man, listen, I don't give a fuck if you cut your grass. Don't ever cut your grass, as far as I'm concerned. I don't fucking stand with this motherfucker. He tricked me. I didn't know he was coming over here to do this shit. I was going to help you cut that tree down, which I'll still help you with.
Right.
Fuck this guy.
Yeah. No,
That's what I would probably do.
I love the other guy, though.
Fuck him, dude.
I
He don't love you. He likes putting you in a
Well,
bad spot. Okay.
He's probably just testing me. He's like, I want to see what Ben's going to do under pressure.
Yeah.
You know?
He would not appreciate me because I'd be like, motherfucker, don't do that.
Well,
shit
he
to
was
me.
being nice, but then he did say it, and it kind of, he was like, he said it that way. Like, everything was nice. Like, oh, yeah, we'll help.
Yeah,
You
I know.
I know a guy that's got a
yeah.
trailer, and he goes, and you need to cut your grass too.
Mm-mm. That'd have been the fucking worst shit. I'd have
That's
been
the way
like,
he
you can
said
get
it,
the
man.
fuck off my lawn.
And
That's what you can do.
well,
Damn, bruh.
I didn't tell you the story.
They do
did I?
shit different over here than
I
they do on Redbud, okay? We don't fucking do shit like that.
You better
over
cut
there.
your grass over here in this neighborhood.
Well,
You better cut your grass.
I mean,
Take care of your stuff because it has an effect. It has an effect on everybody's property.
nobody knows.
Because if
Me.
you're trying to sell your house or whatever, and they come through and they see this yard that's terrible, and then they're gonna be like, yeah, I don't really want to. You know, if you're into that kind of thing, you know, if you're into a nice neighborhood with nice, freshly mowed lawns,
Yeah.
you're not gonna pick this neighborhood.
Which I'm not. I'm not into that thing. I'm really not. I'm not into being in town at all. I don't care about the look of our neighborhood.
I don't either, man. The only thing I think about when thinking about moving out of town is, you know,
Bad
Taysom will
internet.
be. Well, that is the main thing. But the second most important thing is my kids driving to school on the highway.
Oh, shit. I don't think about that, dude. I don't even. Why?
We've had too many people lose their life, man. We've known of too many people that would lose in car wrecks, and I can't. I think it's easier. It's better peace of mind for me that I know that he don't really have to hit the highway to drive to school
He's going to have to hit the highway one of these days.
one day, but
Damn.
not at 16 years old on the highway.
Well, I would hope you would have his
And
ass
people-
ready at 16 to hit the highway. Is
Well,
the
you
object.
know what I mean.
I know. Yeah, that's why my son, my ex-mother-in-law, who's probably going to listen to this, I hope you do. My son was driving his car when he was 14 years old by himself to practice across town at 14. He's fucking right. Yeah. They all know it too. And I know it was on purpose. He knows how to drive. This motherfucker knows how to
You want to
drive.
admit that on the podcast?
Damn right, I'll admit it. He did it until she took the fucking car away because she didn't like him driving it.
Well, sheesh.
You know what he drives sometimes to practice if I ain't got time to take him? My Tahoe.
I'm not one to tell people how to live their life, okay?
But let me tell you something.
So if you want to let your lawn grow, let it grow. Let it grow.
But I'm telling you right now, when my son hits the fucking highway at 16 years old, he can drive to Tulsa by
But
himself.
that does not mean that he will not get hit by another driver that's not paying attention, bro.
Fuck, that could happen to anybody.
Right.
Well,
And I don't want it to happen to my son in high school.
Why? What's the difference between high school and not high school? You'll know him longer if it's after high school. You see what I'm saying? I mean, that'd make it
more
even worse.
acclimated to the highway.
Ah, shit, dude. That's why I let mine drive. He gonna be. Both my kids could drive. My son was driving to Tulsa whenever he was 16 years old, bruh. I fucking let him go. And look at him, 19 years old, taking care of his shit. Dude, you can't worry about everything.
I do about that because I've lost too many people in car wrecks.
I don't know if I've lost anybody in a car wreck. No, I don't think I've ever lost anybody in a car wreck.
Well, that's why you're the way you are.
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, would you buy another house next door to your house?
No,
How come?
because I don't like living in town.
I mean, how come? Because of shit that's happened to you while living there.
Yeah.
Okay, so you
Yeah.
get what I'm.
But damn, that's like saying
what
you're
I'm
never
stepping
going to let
in?
him drive. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's kind of like eating food. Well, I'm not going to let him eat food because it can give you cancer. You know what I mean? You're like, well, you probably better let him eat some food, bruh.
It's not the same thing.
To me, it sounds the same. It's the same shit. I mean, being afraid of. Have you ever watched Finding Nemo? I mean, you sound like the dad from Finding Nemo. You're like, well, I can't let him have fun. Something might happen to him.
I did watch Finding Nemo one time going to St. Louis.
You need to watch it.
Supposed to be going to Kansas City, but I didn't turn, and we went to St. Louis
You ought to watch it tonight.
because we were watching Finding Nemo.
Damn. While you were driving, you missed your. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe
there was a TV in the headset or in the headrest.
Oh yeah.
There was 8 TVs or whatever in the ride. Everybody was watching the same thing. We were all watching Finding Nemo.
And you were driving.
I was driving. I did not make my left turn to go to Kansas City, and we went all the way to St. Louis.
Well, now if you're going to drive like that, I could see why you'd be nervous about people driving.
We hit the OnStar button when we thought we should be in Kansas City. This was a long time ago. Hit the OnStar button, and we were like, hey, where are we at? And she's like, you're 21 miles or 18 miles on this side of Kansas or St. Louis. And we were like, what? And then I was like, looking around at everybody, like,
I'll let you drive my ass.
sorry.
See,
There was no TV in the headrest. Or yeah.
you
not,
do have
not the headrest. This TV was in, as I was driving, it was in the
like the stereo.
visor.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sun visor.
How
That's
are
what
you
it
watching a movie and driving, bro?
Well, you're not sitting up there just looking at it. You're listening and scanning, you're looking at. I was young and stupid.
No arguments here. You're not getting any arguments from me on that.
I'm just saying. That's why living in town, good internet.
Mhm.
Because if you move out of town, you're not gonna have good internet. Goodbye. Goodbye to you.
Very true.
Which is probably why you're still in town.
Still a good trade.
No,
No.
it's not.
Yeah.
No. Really?
For me, it is. Yeah.
Really? What are you gonna do?
I'm out of town, bro. You don't understand.
You will not be playing Call of Duty anymore with us. You'll be Audi 5000.
Listen, SpaceX is going to come across with 5G across the
It
planet.
ain't here yet.
It will be any time, bruh.
No.
When that shit happens,
You're
I'll
out.
have rural internet and I'll be playing right along with you. And I will not have to live in fucking town.
You'll be like 75 pain. You'll be so
Dude,
glitching so bad.
I don't give a damn. Dude, I am tired of it. I hate living in town. I'll just have to say, I'll roll up every couple of months and play with y'all or something. I don't know. Or maybe I'll just live close to town where I got good internet. They got pretty good internet at Wilburton.
It's in town.
Hey, I know a guy that lives over by the dam in Eufaula that
Mhm.
has fiber optic internet. Who has like, he told me this. He has like 13 ping. For real.
How? Does he have fiber optic?
They ran
by the
fiber
dam.
optic out there to where he's at. So he's tied on to fiber optic at the pole. That's what he says. I mean, he said they just, I think it's Cross who put it in out there. And he's got fucking true high speed, bruh.
What a time to be alive.
I know. At the dam, dude. At the dam.
We'll buy a lake house and Eufaula.
Fucking, and maybe that's the way. I don't know.
I don't really want to live on Eufaula though.
I don't either. I just want to live out. I don't want to, dude.
Amy wants to live on Eufaula or like it would be Grand Lake for me if I wanted to pick a.
The whole thing about it'd be cold as shit in the wintertime, dude. It's cold on the water.
I don't care. Who cares about the cold?
If you have to be out in that shit, just wait till something breaks outside in the cold.
I'm not gonna go out there and swim in the cold.
No, it's cold as a motherfucker though off the lake. Anytime I've been around the water when it's cold, it's twice as cold around the water.
Yeah,
that's why I don't want to live on Eufaula, dude. That and snakes in the summertime. You know what I mean? The fucking snakes always at the water and shit.
Keep your stuff cut. Keep your lawn cut, bruh.
Still, they're gonna be there.
Nah.
You know what I mean?
Snakes. They gonna hurt you.
You got your fucking shed out there where you keep all your lawn equipment and shit.
What about snakes for?
I don't like snakes.
You don't?
No. Find you a big fat water moccasin laying up in the seat of your fucking zero turn and see how much fun you're having going to get in that bitch every time after that. You'd be like, nuh-uh.
Did that happen to you one time?
No, but it just seemed like something that could happen, dude.
God.
You know what I mean?
So you're worried about snakes and I'm worried about my kid getting killed on the highway and you think I am crazy.
No, I think you're overprotective. I don't think you're crazy.
I'm just protective. I'm a dad.
Maybe over. But,
maybe I am. Maybe. Yeah, I try to make myself, you know, I mean, I'm not like, oh God, come here, you know, but yeah, dude. I mean, if somebody was to hurt my kid,
well, yeah,
just a little bit away.
Anybody's that way, but I'm talking about they got to experience shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, what else is the point? The point ain't just to live. Because if the point was just to live, you'd be fine with them taking your fucking rights away because of this virus. So you could sit in your room.
We're going back to that?
Are you going to get me started?
You're the one that went and got vaccinated.
You know why I got vaccinated. I got vaccinated because I thought Carter was going to have to get vaccinated. That's why I got vaccinated.
Which still doesn't make sense to me because why would you you got to protect your son, bro? Don't get me started. Don't get me started. No one's making my son get vaccinated.
No, he was talking about getting vaccinated, though. So that he wouldn't get quarantined. So he could play. He didn't want to miss any time playing. So, you know, if that's what he wants to do, then I'm going to do it first. See, and dude, here I am fucking months later with 2 Pfizer shots running around in my body. And I feel good. Okay? Feel just fine. No blood clots. No fucking memory loss. None of that other shit that was all said about all these fucking vaccines, bro. I'm not saying to go get vaccinated. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I've had 0 ill effects from being vaccinated. Not one bad feeling. Not a little headache. Not nothing. I've had 0 problems.
Maybe it was just some saline that they shot in you.
Whatever it takes, dog. I'm fine with that. If that's what it is. I got the card that got me my fucking job.
Yeah.
And I can get on a plane and fly wherever the fuck I want. So we're fucking thumbs up. I don't give a shit if I get COVID or not. I've never had it still yet. All these fucking months later. Fucking around, running to every basketball game and football game and shaking hands and kissing babies and fucking all this shit. I might get it and die from it. I don't know. You know, I'm not saying I can't.
Right.
I'm not saying it ain't, you know, I'm not saying COVID's bullshit.
Yeah, I'm not saying don't get vaccinated. I'm not saying
I really don't have a preference on whether you get vaccinated or not. I've done it for a specific reason.
Well, you shouldn't have a preference.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, that's what I'm saying is whenever I thought Carter was going to do it, I thought.
On somebody else.
Well, I said.
If you're going to do it, do it. If you ain't going to do it, don't do it.
Yeah.
I don't have a preference on if you get it or not.
Yeah. That's why if Carter was going to get it, I wanted to get it first. Because I was like, see how it goes. You know, let me take the shot and see if I get sick from it. Maybe this ain't the way, you know.
Oh, I know plenty of people that's gotten sick from it.
I took the shot and nothing. And then I thought, well, I've got the first one. And I can't do shit without the second one. So I might as well get the second one. And that's the one that supposedly makes everybody sick. Mm-hmm. You know, it's what made, when Brandy got him, the second one made her sick for a day. Or for like a night.
Are you going to get the third one?
Not unless I'm have to. I mean, if they say you got.
What about the 27th one? Are you going to get the 27th one?
If they say I have to,
what about the 46th one?
I don't know. I've had a bunch of them. I've had a fucking bunch of measles and rubella and fucking all them other ones too.
Yeah, but have you had multiple measles?
No, they eradicated it. Not eradicated, but they
I just
suppressed
want to
it.
know if you've had a lot of measles vaccinations.
Well, to me, it's just like the flu shot. You're always going to have to get a booster. Always, always, because anything that other animals can get besides humans, they can't. They've never cured it.
I've never had the flu shot.
Me either. Well, I've had one flu shot. Couldn't tell any difference one way or another on it either.
Didn't make you sick.
No,
Well, good.
man. I'm made out of fucking iron. Watch me
Yeah.
die tomorrow.
I think I am.
But
too.
whatever. What are you talking about, dude?
What?
You got a headache?
Yeah.
Okay, then. Don't tell me you're made out of iron. Nothing happens to you.
Is it keeping me down a little bit?
That's what I say whenever
Is
you
it
go.
killing
You
me?
go. I've never had a cramp. I'm
I've
like,
never had a cramp.
but you have paralyzing headaches,
That's true.
and I've
No,
never.
no,
had,
no. I've never said anything bad about people who had cramps, though.
Anytime I
I've
ever
never been like,
say,
"Oh, you're a bitch."
yeah, every
No,
time I've ever had a
I
cramp,
have
you're like
not.
this. You have cramps? The
I-
fuck?
Yeah, because I'm like,
Cramps?
what are you doing to get cramps right now?
I don't know. I just get them. You know what I'm saying?
I've never had.
I get
one.
hand cramps for fucking unknown
I've
reasons.
never had a cramp ever.
Right. But you have
And
real
I've
bad
played
headaches.
a lot of sports. People are like,
Yeah.
"Oh, you just didn't play hard enough." I'm like, "Come one you want me, bro."
Well, I don't know about that, but I just say someone's made out of, and I say the same shit, but if I get sick a little bit, I'm fucking, like if I had a migraine,
Oh, I'm a baby. If
I wouldn't be
get
worth a
sick.
fuck to nobody, dude. I can't do it.
I know. Nobody can.
I would be
I still
worthless.
try to function. Listen. I drove myself the other day to Tulsa to get an adjustment, and slept in my truck.
Mm-hmm.
Fell asleep. I can't take naps or whatever. I got in the back seat of my ride and laid down. I fell asleep. Woke up and the sun was going down. I was like, I'm gonna get robbed if I stay here in Tulsa where I'm at.
Dang.
And I don't want to deal with that. Am I scared? No.
Right.
But I don't. I have a headache, and to have to deal with, shooting somebody, and having to deal with all that, I was like, I got my, and that was exactly what through my head. It was like, if I get robbed,
then I gotta fuck with somebody.
I got to mess with it. I got to mess with that. And I don't have it in me to mess with that. So I got in the driver's seat, crawled out, got in the driver's seat, and drove myself home. My right eye I couldn't see straight out of my right eye. It was like, felt like a nail was in it, So I was like, oh gosh. But anyways,
Damn.
I'm okay.
Well,
It's all bad wreck.
yeah. I
Last
saw the
time I
pictures.
went.
That's something I was gonna ask you about. I didn't get to talk to you about
Yeah,
that.
there was a dog in the back of this truck in a cage, and it was ejected out. A big German Shepherd. The thing was huge. It was a big old fat dog.
Did it throw it out of the cage too?
Yes, it shattered the cage, or not shattered, but it was a wire cage,
Yeah.
and it
Come in
broke.
pieces. That's
he was
good.
it was like it's like what you see in a movie.
He's chilling, like what?
He
the
was
fuck
just
happened?
barely walking around in the road, like wandering around on the highway.
Was he hurt?
They're still no.
Was he fucked up or
No,
anything?
it was perfectly fine. Perfectly fine.
That's awesome.
Nothing was wrong with this dog. And I finally got him to come to me when the owner told me his name, because we got the, of course I helped the people first, and because I saw it happen. I saw the wreck happen. And so, of course, humans first, right?
Supposed to be.
Yeah. And so, the driver, he was hurt, but he wasn't, there was no blood. They went on a hell of a ride. Passenger, which was his wife forever, she was hurt. No blood, but her back and, she was banged up bad. Like, I think at one point she passed out on us in the car.
Damn.
Yeah. But, cause she really wasn't responding, she wasn't responding. You're asking her questions. At first she was answering my questions.
Mm-hmm.
And her son was in the back seat, or her grandson. He was probably low 20 years old, and they were older. In their 50s, upper 50s, So I wasn't sure. But there was a baby seat in this highway. This is part of the stuff that flew out of his truck.
That'd have been freaking.
Yeah, dude. And that wreck that I saw a long time ago in Dow, and that I was there when that baby was in the seat, in the child seat, but the child seat wasn't buckled in.
Mm-hmm.
And it may have been buckled in, but it wasn't completely buckled in. I have to believe that the mama just
Tried.
thought that she had buckled it and it didn't buckle.
Mm-hmm.
And that baby died. And I was there on that one, So when I see this child seat sitting upright in the middle of the highway, I was like, oh, F,
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, there was no baby. They just dropped off the kid and the mom at the airport somewhere. They were on their way from Nebraska to Texas. They were from Nebraska. So so I caught this dog, his name. He's like, his name is Junior, The guy he was kind of he was coherent and all that, he was like, his name is Junior. I was like, Junior. And right when I said Junior, that dog looked at me and came right to me. Like, it was so weird because sometimes when you call a dog by his name, he don't
Like,
care.
I don't know you, dog.
Right, exactly. So he came to me, and then it was right in front of that hardware store or feed store or whatever in Okmulgee, outside of Okmulgee on the other side going to Tulsa.
Oh, yeah.
So there's this newer whatever. Well, this woman goes in and I guess she bought a leash, or she went in and picked up the leash and come out and she's like, here, and hands me this leash and put it on this dog's collar, But yeah, that dog went on one hell of a ride.
Damn.
Nobody died though, Their truck was gone.
Did it roll or something?
I don't think it rolled. No,
Was it single vehicle? What happened?
he was avoiding a car that ran off in front of him, ran out in front of him. He was avoiding it, so he went up in the ditch, and then when he went up the ditch, he ramped some pretty steep driveways.
And there went the dog.
Man, yeah. And I was a good ways away from it. I was heading to Tulsa. They were heading from Tulsa, right? So I was a good ways away. So I didn't see like up close what had happened. I did see, but I saw the wreck. I saw him going through the ditch and all that, but I didn't see what actually caused it. And that's what he said, and that's what some other people said too. But one guy that was first on the scene too, he came over there and he's like, look at old Lester in the highway talking to those cops. He goes, he wasn't even here first, and he's acting like he knows. And I was like, dude, I don't know who Lester is or whatever the guy's name. I'm not even from here. I don't know nobody, And the cop come over there and he's like, y'all see what happened? I was like, not close enough, But yeah. So when the EMS got there, he's trying to talk to the female, and she's really not responding, and he's like, listen, ma'am, you have to, talk to me. So she kind of shook her head a little bit, and I was like, she's shaking her head and all that, but then I had to get on to Tulsa, and I was 5 minutes late to my appointment.
Was you hurting whenever you're on your way up there?
No, and I was glad because I was like, man, what if I had a real bad headache and I'm driving and I see this go down?
You just said fuck them and
I wouldn't be able to do anything. I wouldn't be able to get out of the truck. You know what I mean? I would not be able to. I barely make it there, I barely make it there.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'm bad, dude. When I'm not feeling good, if I'm feeling real bad, I'll just go lay down and go to sleep. I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. But if I'm feeling kind of shitty enough, I just don't deal with nobody. Can't.
Yeah.
I don't have that. I can't put on that face. You know what I mean? I'm like, hey, and the inside I'm fucking, it's killing me or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
No, man. I'm going to be in a shitty mood. Like if you're doing this podcast and your head's hurting real bad, you're a badass because I can't.
No, my head ain't hurting real bad.
Dude.
It would probably, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but if you had this headache right now, you would probably think it was bad.
But comparatively speaking, it's not
right.
bad.
No, hell no. I ain't gonna be doing this.
Well, we've actually podcasted before when you were hurting worse because when you'd be holding your eye and be real quiet, and I knew, and I'd feel like, oh shit,
I'm pushing on the back of my eyeball.
Yeah, you shouldn't be doing that. Didn't they tell you not to be doing that shit?
No.
Oh.
He just said, don't be popping your own neck. That's what he said. He said, don't.
You used to do that all the fucking time.
Dude, I still try not to do it, but I'm
I used to see you do that shit. See, look at
Yeah.
that.
Oh no, he said that's fine. He goes, if you want to,
Stretch it a little
he
bit.
said, but I don't need you messing what I'm doing up. He goes, I don't need you messing that up. He goes, I'm gonna have to do X-rays on you again. Because I was like, man, but when you're wrecked and you need some sort of relief, and it ain't gonna work. It used to, but it ain't gonna work. But you still, you're thinking of anything and everything.
Yeah.
And so
I'd be the same way.
You're gonna pop that neck and it's gonna give you some relief, and it's worth it. If I'm messing everything up, he's done. It's worth it at the time.
Right. I know what you mean.
But I haven't done it. I've tried not to. He's like, if he goes, just don't be a chiropractor. Don't be
I've seen you
chiropractor
pop your
yourself.
neck a million fucking
Dude,
times, though.
I have. In the movies, it would have killed me. You know what I mean? You know how they kill people by... Yeah, I've done that a lot.
Yeah, I've never
But this
seen
guy,
it.
man, he's... like I said, I think he's... I hope, because, my main thing is I'm like, dude, I want a normal life.
So he thinks it's an alignment thing? I mean, is he getting pressure off the nerve that's coming up through there? Is that what it's doing?
The nerve on the brainstem.
Huh.
Their nerves. There's some things that's going on with me that's not normal to him. Like my eyes hurting all the time, or pain in one, like one time I went and seen him and I was like, man, my right eye is hurting real bad today. And then the next time I go, my left eye or the nerve that's going up here on the right side is hurting real bad. But the next time the nerve on the left side, and I think not all of that is throwing him off, but some of it, he's like, yeah, not throwing him off, but is not normal.
Yeah.
So to what he's seen. And so that throws me off, because if I'm throwing anything at him and he's doing, well, it's not really, your eyes are hurting all the time, that's not really, and I'm thinking there's something else wrong, or he's not going to be able to,
make it help
fix
you.
me.
Yeah. Well, it seems though. I mean, you're having some good days here. I'm hopeful.
Yeah.
Because that's the first time I've heard you say something positive about it in a long time.
Well, like I said, man, I went and seen him Thursday, so I was ready to be wrecked on Saturday, and there was a time a couple weeks ago that I had went too long before I saw him. And so the day after, I texted him. There's a number, they text me from. And so I texted him. I was like, hey, can you ask him what I need to do? Because today I'm hurt, I don't go off, I told them when I went there, because they're like, you feeling better? And I was like, yeah, I'm a lot better. I was like, I wouldn't be here. I said, no, what you guys don't understand is if I text and tell you guys I'm in pain or whatever, it means I'm in real bad pain. And I'm wondering what is going to happen. I'm wondering if I'm going to die that day, you know, because otherwise I'm just going to lay there in bed and just sit there and just, there's nothing you can do. Just laying there. I can't go to sleep. So you're feeling it the whole time, It's kind of like surgery, but they think they put you out, but you didn't go out.
That dude, I saw a movie about that shit one time. People that don't go under, they appear to go under, but they feel the whole surgery and shit.
And hear every word.
Dude, fuck no. That is terrifying.
There's times where Amy will come in there or Kason will come in there to check on me, and and they think I'm asleep, and I'm not asleep. I'm hearing every word. I'm listening to every, I can hear everything. I can't go to sleep. I can't go to sleep. If I could, I would. You know what I mean? But it's just like me going to sleep in my truck. I was shocked, but I don't know. Anyways, enough about that.
Well, it's a pretty big deal, dude.
It is a big deal, but man, nobody wants to hear about this. Nobody wants to hear about it.
Especially at 4.5 hours.
4.5 hours.
Holy shit.
Let's
You're making
get
my
outta
wife
here.
right. You realize that.
Huh?
You're making my wife right.
Wow. She said, you ain't going to be.
She goes, I'll see you tomorrow. And I was like, no. I said, we'll be done in a couple of hours. She's like, no, you won't.
We are the I Don't Drink Coffee Podcast. I'm Ben Klein.
Lucas Johnson. It's very nice to meet you again.
Thank you. Come again. We're out.
Holla.